10-minute, because I don't know where I'm gonna be in the questions, but I
It
have it kind of
tends
mapped
to
out.
snowball at the end.
Right. So maybe a 10-minute
Okay.
and then a 5-minute. If
Okay.
you can do that,
I'll do,
Ashley.
I'll just be back there by the exit. I'll give you a 10-minute and,
Thank you. All right.
yeah, and, I think normally what we do is when it's over though, like to keep things running on time, I'll converse.
Okay, I should be good on that. I got it, we've got a discussion guide and I'm kind of dialed in, so I think it'll go well as long as everybody stays on time. So we have it in order, right? Don, Jules, Brian, Craig, Dimitri, and Angeli. Don, Jules, Brian, Craig, Dimitri, just like in the book,
Yes.
right? So Don, Jules, Brian, Craig, Dimitri, and Angeli.
Yes. That's right. Double check it.
So Don, Jules, Brian, Craig, Dimitri, and Angeli.
Sorry, I started from this end.
No, this end, Don here.
No, it's the opposite, because I went, Mr.
Could you mind switching, because I have things kind of in order.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I do it and then everyone moves all of them anyways, so it's no worries.
So Don, thank you. Don, Brian, oh no, Don, okay, hang on. Don, Brian. Certainly people have to call now, right? Hello, this is Nancy. Hi, Anjali.
You're first up. I guess she's put us in her place. Alec Shapiro.
Yes. Hang on, sorry, hang on one second.
Now the question is, can we avoid falling off the back of the stage?
Hi, how are you? Good. Craig Allen. Jules, nice to see you.
Hey, Dimitri.
It's nice to finally meet you. Keith Boski always talked so
know.
highly of you for years and years.
Love Keith.
Yeah, just like, oh, I think you're
Okay,
here.
very
Is
good.
this?
Thank you, bye-bye.
Jules.
It looks like you're doing some amazing work with Otoy. That's
Yeah, we've had a really busy couple of weeks. And I'm gonna
Hey, Jules.
Hi.
Nancy King.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you also. So Angeli is late, she's stuck in traffic, so she's probably gonna come in as soon as she can, and she'll settle in right next to you.
sneak in on the side.
That's right.
solving that problem. Hi, I'm Craig.
Hi, Anjali.
Angeli, nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Welcome. Glad you could make it.
Yeah, I can
So you the there's a building that has those two bridges. They shoot a lot of movies and television shows there. It's right across the street from me.
Now, distances are not even relevant in LA because
You're on
really
the
glad I was in July
west
for
side of
that when I'm just
405,
giving up
right?
the
Or the
it
Tilton
was
Towers.
impressive.
Yeah, I think
Give
you're
up that.
We're literally right next
you're not from here, are you?
It's in the Bay Area.
Relative to the crazy tower they're building.
Yeah. No, LA is yeah.
That's
We're on
right.
the same side as
It
you.
can take 5 minutes.
We're on
It
the
can
same
take
country as
5
you.
hours. And it's all
It's a
just
larger building. That's
time.
about,
I agree.
I think it's like 10 floors, but it's shaky like a
It
system.
was probably the most embarrassing for me to dance.
And we're very close
Here,
walking.
but not really. So,
We got a really good
Well, here you are, with plenty of time to spare.
What time do we have? How are we doing on time?
We're late.
Oh, well, look at that. Fantastic. I went to this conference in Russia. It was one of my favorite conferences because it was kind of like this, but they had TV cameras. And you know, because we have an excuse to bring the people to Russia.
I see.
And it was 70 speakers who how you did stuff in Russia. And then we did presentations, but the presentations were online. I don't know who watches them, but it was the weirdest. It was like that Star Trek episode where all the people disappear, and you're like, okay.
Okay, I think it's time to start. Is everybody ready? All right, great. All right, good morning. I'm Nancy King, and I'll be moderating this panel today, Pokemon Go, the phenomenon of AR gets real, gateway to the future. So what does Pokemon Go's success actually mean for the future of augmented reality? Well, I'm going to quote a July Fortune magazine online article that said, "Disruption is, in fact, as much about social evolution as it is about technological improvement. Pokemon Go may be a game for teens and millennials, but it has irrevocably changed societal expectations of what information is presented and how it's accessed. It will be this shift in public expectations that nudges companies from all sectors to aggressively invest in AR. Technology improvement is never driven by mad scientists alone. They always need market support. So whether you're an entrepreneur or head of a multinational corporation, never dismiss a teenage passion as a mere toy. More often than not, disruption begins with some teenage pastime. So this morning, we're going to talk about what's going on in the evolution of augmented reality, how companies are embracing it, and what this means to the Hollywood creative community. So starting with Don, would you introduce yourself and give us a brief background of your company?
My name is Don Daglow, and I'm from Daglow Entertainment. I also had a small startup called Fourth Ring, where we're working on new kinds of sports games. And I think I'm on this panel. I have a little bit of experience with new hardware. I was actually one of those lucky kids who, in the 1970s, was a university student writing games on mainframes before the video game business started. And so when the industry began, I was one of the original 5 programmers on Intellivision for Mattel Toy Company at the time when you couldn't turn on a television at night without Atari and Intellivision telling you why their video game system was better in the first round of console wars. From there, I went to a little startup called Electronic Arts, which worked out pretty well, and then ran Broderbund's Entertainment and Education division. And then for 20 years, founded and led my own AAA console studio called Stormfront Studios, where we'd be best known for the first PC versions of Madden Football. We created the NASCAR racing franchise, the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. We also did games like Neverwinter Nights and the role-playing arena as well. And for the last 8 years, I've been working primarily in mobile and online games, alternating between work as a game designer and doing strategic consulting and advice for publishers and for developers. So my perspective on this and the kind of work I do, because I've been part of every generation of hardware thus far in the history of the industry, I actually have one PS4 project I'm advising now. I look at AR as not just a unique event, because I think in many ways it is a unique event, but I look at it as part of a history of the introduction of new hardware to our industry.
Great.
I'm Jules Verback, the co-founder and CEO of Otoy. And Otoy is best known for contributing in 3 areas of technology: capturing the real world into holographic assets through Lightstage, which won an Academy Award in 2010 for our work on Benjamin Button and Avatar. Also rendering. We have a product called Octane Render, which is very popular for doing GPU rendering for films and now games. And just recently, the opening of Westworld was done with our software. And then the third part of our company is focused on publishing and streaming holographic content. And that didn't used to mean a whole lot until you had immersive devices and AR glasses and now VR devices that can consume holographic streams and allow that experience to really be beamed into your eyes. So we have been doing a lot of good work with Oculus. We powered Oculus 360 Photos last year with our rendering technology. And just last week, we announced a partnership with Disney, where Disney.com, Marvel.com, ESPN.com, and ABC.com are all streaming into Oculus Social, soon the Samsung browser, and pretty much any device that can consume AR or VR. We want to have an immersive holographic web that'll empower new types of applications that are not limited to the app model or the web model.
Great.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brian Selzer. I'm a digital media executive for the last 20 years, going through all spectrums of online, through mobile, and for the past 8 years have been focused in the immersive technology space, augmented reality primarily. I'm currently at a company downtown LA called Daiquiri, which is focused on enterprise augmented reality for the workforce with a product that is called the Smart Helmet, which is a hard hat that has an augmented reality field on it for workers to have digital content in front of them, contextually relevant to their environments. Previous to that, and probably the reason I'm on this panel, I had a startup called Augmento, which was early in the game space, and our secret sauce, if you will, was location-based services and augmented reality. So if it sounds familiar, it's very much similar to the Pokemon Go platform. And we were in 2010 putting out games based on IP like Paranormal Activity, ghost hunting in the real world. We did an NBA game. We did a project with Microsoft and Halo, tied in with locations like 7-Elevens and products like Pepsi, so very familiar with the marketing aspects of location-based games. And it's fun to see the awareness finally happen with the Pokemon Go on the power of this type of platform, and definitely have a lot of opinions on the platform based on my experience with Augmento. And that's pretty much it. Looking forward to the discussion.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Craig Allen, and I'm a creative strategist. My background, I worked at Disney for a lot of years back in the Lion King days doing video games based on the film properties. And then I went to the Jim Henson Company and worked with performance and building graphics that were performed instead of animated, and doing game projects and internet-y things. Started my own company as a game developer, and we did the first Call of Duty game for consoles back in 2004. Did some other things, and then a couple of years ago took a break and just kind of stepped back and started thinking about what is community, how do we relate globally, how do we maybe start to think differently about our social connections. And with augmented reality and virtual reality, I see the same kind of wave of transition hitting the world that moved us from the internet to desktops to mobile. Augmented reality is going to just be ubiquitous. It's another wave that will transform every business. And so thinking about how that affects not just game playing, but how we use data. For me, what games do is that they take voluminous amounts of data and reduce it into an interface for better decision making. So your health becomes little heart containers that give you quick feedback and allow you to do risk assessment. How much do I want risk versus reward? So as we look at building all this data in the world and how do we make sense of it, that's what I like to work with partners on. And then I think why I'm on this panel is that one of my clients is a group called Father.io, and they're making the world's first action game for augmented reality and massive role play online. Basically laser tag or paintball for your phone with up to 256 players playing in a battlefield on any playground you want to make into a place to play. So excited to be here.
Awesome, thank you.
My name is Dmitry Shapiro. I'm CEO of a company called GoMeta. It is less than 2 months old and still in stealth mode, so unfortunately I can't share too much with you about what it is, but soon you will find out. We're making a product called Metaverse, and those of you who've read books like Snow Crash or Ready Player One can get sort of an idea of the kinds of things we're talking about. And at this moment, we're building the Logos, the laws of nature, basically, that would support this new metaverse. Prior to this, I spent just over 4 years at Google working on social identity and kids initiatives. Prior to that, I was the chief technology officer of MySpace. And then prior to that, I built 3 other venture-backed companies, none of which have anything to do with games.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anjali Shastri. I'm from Intel. I'm with a client computing group responsible for design strategy. Now, I'm the outlier in this space, I guess. Why Intel? Intel's transforming from a company that was a PC company to a company that powers the cloud and billions of smart connected computing devices. We're a part of every facet of the virtuous cycle if you consider the cloud, the data center on one end, the Internet of Things on the other side, the memory, the FPGAs, binding it all, the high-speed connectivity, and of course at the bottom of it all, I have to say the economics of Moore's Law. Devices, nowadays, I mean, technology, what does it do? The value used to be about devices. Now it is about experiences. So Intel's no more this ingredient company that we are used to. It's no more just about the chip that power all our devices, but it's about the experiences that they enable. Now, my particular group within the company, it's all about that. Take the coolest of the Intel technologies and bring them to life. All the way from your smallest of handheld devices to your notebooks, to your desktops, and then the new class, the future of the PCs, which is your VR, AR, the converged mobility, the IoT devices. So from a client perspective, I'm about all the devices that make it happen.
Great, thank you, distinguished panel. Okay, now we're gonna start with Pokemon Go. We have to give Niantic Labs their due respect for the phenomenon that they've created with Pokemon Go. So although we've heard that some of the key statistics such as active daily users are down, you have to admit that 100 million downloads is no small thing, and they haven't even completed their worldwide launch yet. So what do you think is the secret sauce to their success, or maybe it was just a perfect storm of events and variables, but I can't wait to hear what the panel has to say about that. So I'll let you guys start.
I'll start. Yeah, I mean, you use the term perfect storm, and I use that term all the time. I mean, I think it was the right IP. I think it was the IP that made it such a hit with the right combination of features. The location-based features are very powerful. It's called an augmented reality game, and that's great for the augmented reality industry because we get to sort of ride that wave. But in reality, the augmented reality features are not that sophisticated and not relevant to the gameplay. But the power of location and having a game that feels like it's in the world with you is a very powerful thing. The augmented reality is great for that, with just that even quick view of seeing a character and getting that sort of synaptic brain connection of, hey, there's digital characters all around me relevant to my location, is a very powerful thing. I think we'll see a great continuation of that theme. But as far as the ability to recreate what Niantic Labs has done, which comes from a lot of Google technology, very sophisticated technology on location data, and the servers around that, very, very sophisticated game from that standpoint. Having done those games in the past with Augmento, that type of a game, it's a lot of pieces to put together. We were very early in trying to train people to look through their mobile device at the world. That was sort of a new concept of not just taking a picture, but using it to see digital content. There's the issue of arm fatigue for any kind of a lengthy AR experience when you're holding up mobile devices. which is why I'm very attracted to the wearable space, which is moving very quickly. We have wearable devices here, and that's really where I think the next really big wave on the consumer side is going to happen, is when we start getting to the wearables, which I think is still years off for the consumer side, but it's exciting to think about the idea of being able to just go back and forth between what we see here and then overlaying that digital content. So that's a little hint of some of the ideas and thoughts I have.
Jumping in, everybody?
Well, I think one comment I'll make about the fall off that they have had, because I really agree with what Brian said, is that when one of these hits, if you have a game, especially in the online space, that is has a massive audience of any kind, what will happen is typically what you actually hope for is you start with a closed beta, then you gradually open it, and you get the aficionados first, and you tune the game with the aficionados. And then gradually you start to build your audience and you reach a mass audience. This lets you fix whatever misconceptions you have as a designer one at a time or as a design team. And I will tell you, after 45 years of game design, I have never certainly had a first-time game design that turned out to be any good. It's what you do with it once you start to see the problems that is the actual craft of game design. Well, what happened with Niantic and Pokemon Go is that because it exploded and was so successful so quickly, they had to deal with all of the issues that come out. First of all, of simply once you get scale and you have that many players. Secondly, of having both the aficionados and people who were not really familiar with mobile games playing all at once, with all of the logistical issues of the load on the servers. So it was that perfect storm again. And so what we see is they had problems. That is normal. If you look at the history of any of the online games that have exploded very early in their history in popularity, perhaps not at this scale, but you see that same problem. So the question is not, did they have those problems? The problems were actually predictable. It's part of the craft. The art is in what they do with it next.
Very good.
I think that with Pokemon, like you said, the perfect storm is really what contributed to that being such a breakout event. Nintendo had not been doing mobile content, and there was this huge pent-up demand for Nintendo brands on a ubiquitous platform that Nintendo didn't create. So at this opportunity to now tap into a cross-generational love of the characters and the properties, it creates a flashpoint through a relatively simple application. And it's interesting, again, kind of talking about the consumer versus the people that make these things, and like Don is saying, the evolution of design. Niantic actually had made a game called Ingress before Pokemon Go, which was a much more deep experience, game-centric strategy simulator that very few people know about. And they basically stripped out all the complex engineering stuff and made a very simple layer on top of that understructure and had Pokemon Go. So I think, if they hadn't done Ingress first, they wouldn't have been in a position to draw in the locations and the Pokestop type points of interest. And they wouldn't have had the base experience of how to build that community. So just really a great pivot, and it'll be interesting to see where they go next, because there'll be more content in this direction.
There's another element to the discussion with the GPS and the location that you talked about. There's the social aspect of it, because it's getting you in tune with the community you're around. So the Pokemons that you find, it gets you to find out your neighborhood. If you start playing, some of the intricate gyms and the Pokestops that they have are at the libraries, the local joints and stuff. So it's a way, I think, they have taken the next step to actually take a game where you would be playing in-house, take a game, get the community of people, but you're not just playing with them, you're now getting in tune with the community. So that's a big one that I've been up with.
And the community in terms of monetization strategy is, I think, really exciting if people have been in the game industry. Historically, our revenue has always been off of players. So we sell them products, we sell them subscriptions, we sell them microtransactions. We really haven't been ad-supported like television, magazines. We've been a purchasing entity. And with Pokestops, being able to have like a pizza parlor sponsor something to share with the community that draws the community in is a significant new way to monetize game players. And it's going to widen the field for who can participate in these kind of experiences and basically grow the user base, I think, quite dramatically, because now you're going to remove a friction point of players playing because they can actually be gifted by the community, which is, I think, really cool too.
I
Great.
think it's all about human nature. By the way, I spent the last year sitting next to the guy who was the original product manager for Niantic at Google, and spent quite a bit of time discussing, is it Pokemon or is it something else? And here's where I sort of fall. If you were to take human existence, it's going to get a little weird here, but this is AR, right? If you were to take human existence and model it as a game pattern, what game pattern would you model it after? Well, Alan Watts, who was a great philosopher, said it's the game of hide and seek. I would say something similar, but I'd say it's the game of scavenger hunt. Pokemon Go is a scavenger hunt. And human beings are predisposed to love scavenger hunts because that's what we do. Every morning we get up and we look for something yummy and something interesting and something better than what we had before. And no matter how much of it we have, we're always hungry for more. And they simply greased the wheels a little bit and said, let's put more of these fun things around the world. The world, we sort of walk around it, we tend to get lost and not pay attention to it because we're sort of consumed by our own distractions. And they said, hey, hold on, there are going to be funny little creatures around. And all of a sudden we start noticing our neighborhoods and our neighbors and the fact that we're still hungry and we want more. And it's a perfect storm targeting human nature, and that's super important.
Great answer.
I would add that, all these comments have been great. I mean, obviously the fact that it is a big brand helped. Casual social interactions, that this mixed with location-based content was really powerful. And it's also, as we look towards the future, where if this scale worked well with an iPhone, it is exciting to think about what happens in 2 years when, your iPhone's on your, in a pair of glasses. And, I think that this proves that this model and this path is very powerful. And it was really exciting for us to see that work even now, at knowing that, the scale of that and the kinds of applications that this points to are going to be pretty commonplace with wearables in 2 years.
Right. I would also just like to add that there's a nostalgia and collectability from, the Pokemon franchise from 20 years ago. And for everybody that experienced that or had children, it's a really interesting feeling, brings a lot of joy back to a lot of people. All right, so let's switch and talk about what's going on in augmented reality today. What is going on, and what do you think needs to happen in the industry to help keep the interest of the general population and still move it forward? Jules, you want to start?
Well, yeah. I mean, I can start by sort of thinking about the devices that are coming. I brought a pair of prototypes from ODG, which are, they're getting smaller. These glasses are 4K. It's pretty amazing. The entire phone, everything's in there, and they exist now. So to me, the trend is for mass adoption is going to be when these things really do get to be a pair of glasses with all the power of your smartphone, and you have at least 2K in each eye. That's going to give you something that allows you to replace almost every other screen, and that's kind of why you see the major investments even from Microsoft and of course Google and Facebook. Facebook's new Oculus device is not just a standalone VR headset. It also has enough cameras and sensors, as Michael Abrash was pointing out in the keynote, that you can turn on the cameras and actually go from VR to AR. And that's going to be a device that's going to be out on the market next year. So I think the idea of really seeing the convergence between VR and AR is just almost two sides of the same immersive computing experience will be doable, and that's what we're focused on as far as building content layers and thinking about the platforms of the future.
Great.
You mentioned the hardware form factor towards wearables. We'll see adoption of that. We're seeing with HoloLens and the ODGs in the workforce. That's where DAQRI is focused right now. From a consumer standpoint, probably more fashionable, like regular glasses, and you get into all sorts of issues with cameras pointing at the world. And it's gonna, I think it's gonna take a while for wearables on a Pokemon Go scale, augmented reality. But it's fun to track that and watch that evolution, and clearly it's relevant today, and there's business today around that. On the augmented reality side, though, the Pokemon Go augmented reality is just using sensors. It's not really using any recognition or tracking of the environment, which is where the more sophisticated devices come in. You've got depth sensing cameras now that can truly map out your environment and lock in and register digital content to that, understanding what it is. It's a much more sophisticated computer vision, which is where augmented reality is in enterprise. It will eventually get over on the consumer side too, and then those experiences start really getting magical when you feel like there's a character sitting in the room with you. I think we're a long way off from that from the consumer side, but it is happening in enterprise. And that's why I like to play in that space right now, because it's the level of mixed reality where that illusion of digital and physical really intertwined, where you can get characters walking behind things and you get occlusion and all that kind of stuff is happening now. It's really exciting. So from the evolution of AR, that's kind of another area to look at, is the actual computer vision side of it. So, yeah.
Great.
I mean, I think what's exciting right now is that we're like at the stage of Pong, right? If you go back and think about all the processing power that was able to create a paddle, another paddle, a dot, and a score table, right? That was the state of the art. And now we have immersive worlds like Call of Duty where it's approaching photorealism. We have the ability at the high end to do photorealism. And what we're doing with augmented reality in Pokemon Go is like the first shot across the bow of what will be completely immersive realities. And I think it's going to be exciting when we start to think about the implications of no longer sharing the same reality, even when we're together.
Awesome.
Democratization of content creation. Once it is as easy to create AR content as it is to publish a YouTube video, the world will change dramatically. And that's not very far away.
Great.
Yeah, it's truly about technology and experiences and building it together. How do you advance the technology to better the experience? The holographs that are added, can you take into account other senses? There is light, there is touch, other things that need to happen to make it a truly human experience. So what we are trying to do here is actually humanize the technology. Audio, can it be intelligent enough that it can actually sense the space around you while giving you the audio features back? So from our perspective, the future computing platforms, it's all about context, presence, intelligence, and overall the experience that it's going to create.
Can I ask a question about this? This humanized thing is really fascinating. I don't know if you saw Mark Zuckerberg's demo of Oculus with the basically conferencing capabilities. And one of my friends commented on Facebook, where are their legs? And I replied, in VR, you don't need legs. And in fact, you don't really need a torso either. And there's a big question whether you need a head. And so is humanizing the right path, or are we transcending human and finding sort of new, more interesting ways to experience the world around us? Why do we need these bodies? This is an opportunity to go beyond that. And I think you'll see a lot of that coming up.
I think an interesting part of the cycle, too, is that when we look at new hardware coming in, when you're working for a hardware company, as when I worked for Mattel, our shared alma mater, our purpose when we're working with a hardware company is to show the power of the hardware and the new technology. And we're trying to do that in a way that shows both the shock and awe of, wow, look what we can do, which is a first impression that can drive sales. And to the points of some of the other people in the panel, we're also trying to deliver something that is a fulfilling, memorable experience, as opposed to merely look at all the pretty colors. Because that's what will keep people coming back and actually using the device. We have to do both. And in fact, if you look at the introduction of new video game systems, you will see products which are aimed at the shock and awe side, and you will also see specifically very other games that are aimed at a longer, deeper relationship. So when we now look at VR, I think that this cycle where we have both incredibly original sorts of hardware takes on the concept and on the philosophy of how that hardware can and should work. As a software person, what I see is that first wave going on, and then the second wave is for people who are not working for a hardware company, where you are simply saying, what experience can I create for whatever hardware I choose to support? You skip that first phase of show off the hardware, and you go ahead to, all right, how can I provide a long-term experience, especially today where we are not out to just get one sale, thank you, it's done. Now we have to, in order to make money, we have to build a continuing relationship with the player and give them a reason to keep coming back. And AR, of all the new technologies I've seen, gives users the greatest reason, potentially, to keep coming back.
Great. Were you going to say something?
I was going to add that,
Yeah.
that's all that is a really good point, and I think one of the things that we're thinking about, basically the, Pokemon Go is a Unity app, right? And what we want to see happen for AR and VR mixed reality to thrive is for some sort of convergence where you don't have to go into an app to discover things. It's, the web, the metaverse maybe. You have layers of reality that they're continuously being updated, and the cloud's a big part of that. And I see the devices really as just being sort of the receivers of that. And so a lot of the work that we're thinking about is how to basically render things in a way that if you mix them together, they actually can be composited and look real, and you can then blend different realities, different layers together. And we have an analog to that with the web, where we can embed a YouTube video in a page or an article in a Facebook feed. We have to do the same thing volumetrically, and that's something that is going to be exciting, both for the quality of the content, but also for the kinds of things that have been not really possible in the app model. So the blending of these different layers is going to be really cool.
I love this idea of blending reality and customizing reality, because I think that's really what we're talking about when we say augmented or mixed reality. It's living in the reality that you want to live in. And years and years ago, when desktop computers first came out, there was a After Dark program that allowed you to customize your screen as a screensaver with like funny little bits, and it was like a big deal. It's like, oh look, I have personality on my computer screen. And if you think about where we're heading in just about every business, it's being able to customize how we actually perceive reality. And I think that's really exciting. I just love that we're on a panel talking about immersive holographic experiences and metaverses, and we're definitely in the future. So.
Well, of course, we see it rendered on the news every day.
Right.
Right? Are there any Trump supporters here?
Don't get
Because
him
if there-
started. Don't get Dimitri started.
Because if there are, they're living in a wonderful new reality, right? Their own reality.
Trumpality.
And you can define your own laws of physics in that. You can say what's right or wrong, and here it is. And it seems to be working for a large portion of our population.
Yeah.
And so I feel really good about sort of timing of our endeavors here, of helping to
Great.
change.
So you look at this as kind of enabling that?
Absolutely. So I'm voting for Trump. Yes, I am. Oh, rooting. Yes, I'm rooting for him to come over to my house.
Okay, so addressing Hollywood's creative community, how is creative content going to change? Will augmented reality be a format change or just an extension of something that we're already familiar with? Craig, you want to start?
I like that you pulled us back, Nancy. Thank you. We were just about to head off the
That's
cliff.
what moderators do.
That's very nice. Good moderation. Yes, I think that we are looking at a format change. I think that there's been a big break between passive media and interactive participatory media. People, since going back to like the humanity of what we like to do, we like to be told stories, we like to read, we like to think, we like to contemplate, and we like to be in a place of reflection. And we also like to play sports, and we like to tell the story of what we did and how we do it and how we play together. And we learn to socialize through gameplay. And we learn a lot of like morality and life lessons through shared like linear media, whether it's paintings on cave walls or the Titanic movie and thinking about life and impermanence and everything else. So I think that with augmented reality, it's a format shift in that we're going into a space that will blur the lines between the passive and the active, and also create the opportunity for more like a consistent relationship, like you guys were saying earlier, where it's not necessarily that I'm just enjoying a product or a discrete application. That may be the case, but the successful brands, like Pokemon has the opportunity to do, will just be part of the fabric of your experience in many different layered ways. And you'll enable, basically more like a theme party, the theme of the brand and the universe and the experience that you want to extend into. And that may sometimes be a complete replacement of reality through virtual reality, where you're encapsulated in the brand and the destination and the activity. Or it may just be a light theming, because while I'm looking at all of you, I like to see little Pokemon running around. Because in my world, that's the world I want to live in.
Yeah, I mean, I think going back, to what I was saying earlier about these layers of reality and how, publishing content, regardless of the format, is going to be much more like a cloud. And you have that experience of the web browser. There isn't the idea of permanence really in your browser, but you also don't have the performance of apps. And I think that the metaverse of AR is going to be something that has to have the best of all those properties. And I was describing earlier how I was thinking visually you can sort of overlay different things, but also the behavior of an object of things together. Like when you take things from two different universes and bring them together, it can be really interesting. And we've had some interesting experiences with big brands, like doing the websites for Disney.com and Marvel and ESPN for VR. What does Disney.com look like in VR? Disney said, well, it's got to be the Magic Castle. And this is a shareable page, so if you go on Oculus Social, others can see you there. So you can imagine objects, things that are related to a brand or IP, kind of starting from a URL that may not be a web page, but more of a spatial location, and being able to sort of mix things together can be really, really cool. So yeah, there's a lot of thought that's going to go into how this is all going to look and work in the coming years.
Great.
I just say that augmented reality is cousin to virtual reality. I mean, we're talking about immersive technologies. Pokemon Go is a pretty cool little augmented reality experience on what's really kind of a traditional mobile app, meaning it's that game is designed for a smartphone. And smartphone games are about tapping and clicking and dealing with three-dimensional content on a very flat 2D surface. In immersive virtual reality, it's a completely different experience. It's a different language, really, in designing this type of content, because you're moving into a space, a virtual reality space or an augmented reality space, where the content is all around you. And the way you interact with that content is very different. The language is completely different. It's no longer about swiping and tapping. It's about gestures. Now you can include biometrics. It's about understanding how you're even reacting emotionally to content. I think there's a completely new language that's being created around this type of content. And Pokemon Go, like I said, it's nice that it's getting mentioned as an augmented reality game, but I really don't consider it one. I think that we haven't really seen true augmented reality experiences on the consumer side. We've seen some examples with HoloLens and some of the more sophisticated devices where you can walk through and spatially feel like that content is with you. And that's coming very fast, and it's here in many ways, but I think it's completely two different worlds in some ways as well.
And I think that one of the things we really need to think about as we use the technology is, are we looking for a solo, one-on-one relationship with our player, or are we looking to create a social experience? Because I think that whole role of how the creative and how the storytelling happens are fundamentally different in these two experiences. If we're creating an environment and telling a story, sharing a world with a single player, we're creating willing suspension of disbelief, bringing you into that world. That is one creative mindset, it is one creative approach, and it's saying we have thousands of years of experience doing, we're just adapting to new technologies. I was originally trained in the theater, which was really convenient when the video game business started, was to have that background. On the other hand, if we are doing social games where we're trying to get, as Pokemon Go does, where we're trying to get thousands or millions of people to engage in activities and ideally get to know each other, interact with different places, the entire process of game design and storytelling changes. Because now it is less about the direct story, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, denouement. It is now more about the set design and creating the world. We did a game called Neverwinter Nights years ago that we ended up winning a technical Emmy for. And the one thing I think that unlocked it, we were able to break through on technology before anybody else and add graphics to what had been a very primitive text types of games. And I've always said the reason we did that is that we At the very start, we said, this is not going to be telling a story. This is going to be designing sets and places and locations and character actors to interact with while you develop your own stories as a group, and we give you the excuse for that. That's what I think we ended up being honored for, rather than for a technical breakthrough.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, Jules, speaking of creative content, how is Otoy overcoming the ongoing hurdles of, putting together mixed reality, photorealistic AR and mixed reality?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough problem to solve. And I brought these prototypes because they really do sort of show some of the challenges. These go at 120 hertz. They're 16 times the resolution in terms of pixels as the Gear VR. And if you're going to have really high quality content that is beamed into your eyes at this resolution, the only way to do that is really through streaming. So a lot of the work that we've been doing has been around light field based compression and even rendering. So when we're creating assets, even if it's going to go into an interactive layer, we generate a light field which is like a holographic bubble around around an object, and that can be streamed down. And you can also use that information to have it be lit and to also cast shadows. And it's very efficient on the client side. So most of the wearables that are going to be powering AR for the foreseeable future are going to be, they're going to be like mobile phones. They'll have the same chips. And but yet the graphics demands are going to be much higher than what you have on a PC or TV. So in order to do that, holographic streaming is a really big part of making that work, and that's one of the things we're focused on from A to Z.
Awesome. Anybody else commenting on?
Yeah, it's all about pushing the technology to the fullest. I mean, how he was mentioning, it's all about computational graphics and everything coming together. So companies like Intel, I mean, Intel of course is a part of it, but there are many others too. Be it the 3D cameras, be it the sensors, it all has to come together to drive. Intel recently did this partnership with Microsoft with the HoloLens, so that now it's open sourcing the hardware, you can and the APIs for RealSense, and then you have a platform available that for the first time now you can use any manufacturer and go out and create a world-class VR platform. So it's truly about taking those technologies, making them available to the public and have them scale.
And of course, experiences are a function of relationship. So in this case, the human experiencing them and this hardware that we're dealing with now. And you can tweak the hardware side, and certainly we're doing a lot of that, but you can also tweak the human side of it. For example, there's chemistry. If you've ever tried microdosing LSD, that dramatically changes your perception. And if you put on a VR headset in that scenario, it's pretty amazing already what we have. And then of course, if you take a full dose or double the dose, then all kinds of marvelous things can happen. So and certainly in Silicon Valley, if you've been reading the news, a lot of us have explored these other types of technologies, and I think they're going to work marvelously together. So I very much believe that you'll have innovation on sort of both sides of the equation. And perhaps the biggest sort of gains can be gained on that chemical side versus the hardware side.
So as Intel, we focus on the hardware side.
I don't think anybody had any doubts.
So I know you mentioned about the humanizing, or the need to humanize. In all reality, we are truly trying to say, how does technology get you as close to the human behavior as possible? So we do take the human elements in, but not as far as the chemical reactions in human beings that we're talking about here. Simple things like spatial cameras. I forget the name of the company, but it's the one that's making those 360-degree cameras all around. I think OXO, yeah, OXO is the name. What they're doing it is very simple, is of course their cameras all around, but a simple thing like each one of the two cameras is exactly the distance that your eyes are separated. So what they're the reason I'm giving that example is all they're trying to mimic is how would you naturally see it, and let the technology go up and try to mimic it to the best way possible. And our belief is truly that the closer you get to the human behavior, the more real or immersive, or however you call it, the mixed reality it's going to seem.
Awesome. Anybody else? We're good? All right. Well, let's talk about social media and AR. How has social media propagated the success of AR? And also, besides just virally spreading the word, how can Facebook and other social media platforms really integrate augmented reality into their canvas, into who they are? Don?
I think that the Facebook and social media represent the most obvious and apparent opportunity for virality in terms of people get excited about something and they share it. So I think that actually it's very much like the hallways in a junior high school, which is to some degree where those services began in terms of spreading that. But if first you need to create the experience, you cannot depend upon social media to create excitement until you have built something exciting. Once you've built something exciting, it'll largely work on its own and you can fan the flames. But a lot of people try and fan the flames before a spark has happened.
You know, I would go back to the Oculus keynote with Zuckerberg showing, you know, basically Facebook social. And what's so interesting about it is that after all of this work for Oculus VR and games and all these things, really what was compelling was that it's just three people around a table. Maybe the environment's a VR environment, maybe it's not. But you can tell that the design language for Oculus and the way that Facebook's looking at it is basically augmented reality or mixed reality. And the layer that, you know, you can block out the environment around you if you want to, but it's very much about sharing experiences. And of course, you know, seeing that happen this early into what they're trying to do is pretty cool. And certainly that standalone headset will turn into a pair of glasses. Like they've pretty much telegraphed that that's kind of where they want everything to go. And social and discovery is going to be really powerful for this platform.
No, I agree with Jules. I mean, the first thing I thought of was the social VR that Zuckerberg was showing, and it's a virtual reality experience. We could see how that can transcend into different hardware and having more augmented reality sharing as well in a group space. But the fact that they're moving so quickly in that and getting the awareness around immersive technologies through Oculus, through these types of experiments, because most of the VR that we see, frankly, is the shooter game kind of content. People don't really think about social interaction in virtual reality. Virtual reality is typically considered a pretty isolated experience. So the fact that they're bringing that all together in a social way is really powerful, I think, and it's going to be a great use case. The other thing that comes to mind when we talk about social apps, and nobody really talks about, is the most popular augmented reality that we're seeing in apps across the board is on Snapchat. And it's not really referred to as augmented reality, but it is augmented reality, and it's actually much more sophisticated than Pokemon Go's augmented reality because it's actually using recognition and tracking. And that's the filters that are camera facing towards you on your face, and you're mapping digital characters. You've seen like the licking dogs and all the different characters that people are sharing. And I would have to imagine that's the most widely used augmented reality social app. And it's just called a face filter, I guess, but it's, and which is fine because, the technology needs to just disappear and it just has to become a good user experience. But this is social sharing of mixed reality experiences at a very mass scale. I think that needs to be brought into the conversation as well.
I think that, like good media has a reason to exist, right? Like you're going to tell a story, you're going to have impact, you're going to change somebody's opinion. A writer doesn't sit down and write something necessarily just because they have to, unless they're still in school or something. You want to have impact. And I think a lot of times with technology, we get caught up in the idea that we have technology and we're excited about the technology for the sake of the technology. And at the end of the day, if you just drill back, like you guys are saying, to what's the social interaction, many times the social desire or the human need or the connectivity opportunity is really simple and almost stupidly easy from a technological point of view. But it's getting teams to think differently about the tool sets they have because, like we could have done Pokemon Go 8 years ago. I mean, there's no real technology, and some of us did. It's really just in, are you bringing people into the right on-ramp to experience something that is impactful to their lives?
Well, and of course, Facebook itself is an augmented reality app. We keep thinking of augmented reality as being something visual, something that we sort of overlay visually. But presence, this feeling that other people are there, that you are not alone, is Facebook's sort of most deep augmented reality. That's why we reach for that phone. That's why it's become the behemoth that it's become, because it's solving, again, a fundamental problem in what we're predisposed to as humans. We feel lonely, and of course the first world problems are loneliness and boredom. So we're lonely and bored, and no longer tigers chasing us. And so we reach for this thing, and when we have it, we feel, it evokes a feeling in us. We feel that we're not alone, and that certainly, in my mind, is augmented reality.
Great. Okay. All right, so we focus quite a bit on gaming and entertainment for augmented reality, but what other applications are you seeing that are being used out there for industry and educational use and business? Brian,
Yeah,
you have a
sure.
lot to talk about on
Yeah,
that
we're
one.
deep in targeting industry with augmented reality. The smart helmet, which is DAQRI product, is designed for industries like oil and gas, construction, mining. These are the industries that see extreme value in having digital content right in front of you, contextually relevant to what you're looking at in real time. The Internet of Things, we all know about the Internet of Things by now, and this is data that is not being it's being stored in databases and cloud servers, but how do you access all this data? How do you understand it in real time and get that data? So these types of devices, these heads-up displays that can give you relevant information about sensor readings and things like that in real time are extremely valuable. And we're deep into doing pilot programs now with these devices with Fortune 500 companies, and they're seeing cost savings, efficiencies, safety, and it's billions of dollars of meaningful change in the way we do business using these type of augmented reality experiences. So clearly, it's here and it's very strong on the enterprise side. It's fun to talk about the kinds of storytelling we can do on the consumer side, but there's real applications for this technology, and it's being adopted at a wide pace right now, at a rapid pace, I should say.
Free public bathrooms.
That too. Yeah, that too.
See,
I love your answers.
When
I
you
wanna
have
go
a
to your
sense
panel.
of you have to go pee, the ability to have a sixth sense of where the free public bathrooms are is a great utility. And I think we should clean, thank you.
Well,
And
they'll
so
be
I
upgraded,
think we have the
downgraded.
capability right now to start solving those kinds of problems, and we're certainly working on that.
I think that one of the most immediate things that a good AR wearable will solve it. As mentioned, with these glasses or this resolution, I mean, the first thing that I noticed when I put these on for the first time earlier this year was that I can watch an IMAX movie and it looks just like being in an IMAX movie theater screen. I mean, I don't need to go to a theater to have that experience now. Also, my 1080p monitor, I can have hundreds of them all around me. So anything that's a legacy application, productivity applications, Photoshop, certainly design where you can also see it in 3D, those things moving into AR immediately change the way that your desktop's set up, the way that all your other screens connect to your life. And the last one probably would be the phone, because that is something that we're just so used to having at our fingertips. But even that is something where, with gesture recognition, just every other screen that is limited by a rectangle will totally fundamentally change when you have good AR. And that's not that far off. That's next year.
Great. More comments? What else you seeing out there?
I mean, again, like we've talked about, there's this kind of split between, industry, training, and consumer touch. And I think some of the most interesting things that I'm seeing right now on the consumer side is things like The Void. If people have seen that, they have a Ghostbusters experience in New York that they've opened up. Being able to actually manufacture a physical reality that maps to a virtual reality and bringing sensation into the experience of an augmented social experience, I think that's going to be transformative for location-based experiences. Being able to have a theme park anywhere you go, with your friends, and then actually be able to have these installations in malls which are looking for ways to kind of bring people out and re-engage.
Right.
I think we're going to start to see a lot of things that allow you to have dinner on the African savannah, or be able to feel like you're on a ship underwater exploring the ocean and the coral reefs, or fighting ghosts, and not just visual, but all the senses, smell, touch, taste, everything else will be part of that holistic experience. The Matrix is coming.
I love how we're talking about it as being in the future rather than it happened a few years ago and here we are, right?
That's true.
But you're looking at me like I'm sitting here, but I'm not.
Right. Well, I know, you were at Google, so you already plugged into Skynet. And I want to ask that offline, because clearly this is all part of the plan. And, you know.
I love it. Okay, anybody, any other comments on that, heading in? All right. I want to go back to, for a minute, to the content creation and storytelling that we talked about earlier, and the challenges of balancing sort of user-created content, where the player drives the narrative, with a directed experience, which is a linear narrative. And since this is digital Hollywood, and we have a lot of writers and content creators here, how does the integration of augmented reality affect that balance? Craig, do you want to start? Talk about that a bit?
I'm sorry, I want to defer to my colleague on my left.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Craig knows the question.
I'm sorry. we digressed.
Yeah, it's the balance of user-created content
Yes.
versus the linear narrative, and how are writers going to be writing for that? What's your advice for that?
I think that's a really interesting question. I think that what we've found in bringing Hollywood and games together has always been a challenge in different roles within the community, because some people want to, like a director wants to direct the user action and experience generally and create a vision of what the audience is going to see, feel, and take away as an auteur. When you have a game, it's really the player that's in control. They need to be able to go where they want to go, explore what they want to do. Pacing kind of goes out the window, because they might spend a minute in a room or an hour in a room. And having that flexibility means that it's much more about world creation and general goal creation, which tends to favor writers, because writers are thoughtful about what is the world, what are the characters, what's the backstory. So game talent, as kind of like fits really well with writer crafting, universe creation, world building, more so than some other talents in Hollywood that want to direct the experience. So I think that as we move now into this augmented world and social engagement, it's another step, right, of kind of giving the community, empowering the community to create the stories, tell their tales. You're seeing this on Snapchat and Instagram now with like the little story filters. And user-created content, whether it's on YouTube, Snapchat, or in augmented reality, I think we're going to start to see a lot more of people using the tools of augmented reality to celebrate their own stories as much as the stories that we create. So, but I think it'll go back to world building and world creation and world design. And directors, writers, producers that think about a universe and then the expression of stories in that universe, I think will tend to be better suited to where we're going.
Yep.
Sorry, I was going to say that I think augmented reality is a radically different medium and is primarily triggered off of sensors. It's a sensor-based medium, meaning it's triggered off a location like Pokemon Go. It's triggered off of computer vision of looking at the world and understanding the world. So like the people, the places, the things that are part of that environment are the triggers for the augmented reality experience in many ways. So it's difficult for somebody to try to navigate a linear story through that. You could, but I don't think you would be using the power of the technology. So I think it's going to take almost a radical rethinking of how do I utilize the sensors for the experience and then navigate a story with that. So, I mean, I was doing a lot of experimentation with biometrics in augmented reality and how content can change based on my stress levels, my heart rate, things like that. That's a completely different way of thinking, Is the vampire, the horror thing gonna react differently because I'm not scared or I'm scared, and kind of ratchet things up based on biometrics? That's a completely different kind of future scenario, but that's, I think, where we're moving with the types of stories where the environment understands me. It understands who I am. And it'll react to me, based on my speed. There's in the designing for augmented reality, you talk about room space, putting digital content around the room, and you talk about body space, the content that actually follows me around, whether it's my heads-up display, navigation, things like that. So it's a completely different language in many ways. So I agree that gaming is kind of the more natural extension into this space in many ways. And somebody who comes from traditional linear content is going to struggle not only getting into the game space, but then taking a much larger leap into the immersive space. So I think the work that's happening in VR right now is definitely applicable, and there's a lot of work clearly happening there. But with augmented reality, I think it adds another level of complexity. So,
Yeah, and I think that as we look at it, first of all, obviously not all augmented reality is going to be storytelling, but in those cases where we are storytelling, in the end, stories are in quest of a resolution. We are looking for some kind of answer. We may be looking for a distraction like a soap opera that can run for 22 years with a lot of little resolutions as we go, but we tend to crave fulfilling, meaningful resolutions. Everybody's talking about the fact of looking for meaning in what we write, for looking to create art, not just products. And I think that when we're trying, what we've learned in games, especially in online games, where we have massively multiplayer experiences, is we got very used to creating these narrow little box canyons in video games where we would guide our players through a carefully choreographed experience. In fact, if you go back and look at a game like The Lord of the Rings that we did, we were recreating scenes from the movie, but if you pulled the camera back and looked at the 3D, you would actually see that there were this series of box canyons in each case. And we would create the illusion of openness, but the space you were in was actually limited in ways that we tried to make subtle, and we tried to do things to make it seem like we were breaking the plane when we weren't. With AR, where we add the element of place, it's very hard to create box canyons. And so the skill goes from more of the scripting a precise experience to more of the creating the sandbox, even more so than we've seen with other technologies and games. So I agree, those who are the writers who create worlds will have a great advantage. Those who need to control every detail, if you are in online games, one of the first things you have to accept is that you are giving up much of your control, and you have to be happy living in that world.
That's a great answer. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was going to say that just thinking about linear content for a minute in AR, I still want to read comic books or watch movies, and when you're telling a story, and I've tried, branching movies and even branching comics aren't that fun. I mean, there is a lot of great storytelling that is just linear, and it demands that you sort of sit there and experience it. However, in AR, some of the things that we're thinking about is for the first time, I can actually have a comic book that is, I can change the scale of it. It can look perfect. When it's a double page spread, it can sort of open up in front of me. Just the act of reading and looking at that is very different. Also for movies, the idea of having a screen that is 240 degrees around you, and that's just a linear film. I mean, that's a great experience. And being able to have that sort of go into different modes where, instead of having your phone go into full screen or tilt it, you can just drop something on the table, and all of a sudden you're seeing a shrunk down version of that movie, with characters that are splatted somewhere. That's something that could be really interesting. Even watching sports makes a lot of sense, right? You can have close-ups where you can drop the arena down and onto your hand. So just the kinds of linear experiences we have from live broadcasts for television, for movies, books even, having that translated into the spaces that you can have with AR, I think will make those experiences very compelling. It's one of the first things we want to, I think, see happen. Yeah.
Dimitri?
I'm not going to answer.
Okay.
I thought those were all awesome. I've got nothing to
They're
add.
all great, okay.
Other than like more chemistry stuff, but I think you guys are tired of that, so I'll stay away from that.
Okay, great. So what do you guys think of about privacy issues in location-based services as an issue? Let's talk about that.
I always say when privacy comes up, which it comes up a lot, is that the conversation shouldn't be about privacy right now, and in many ways we hate to hear it, but our privacy is kind of over. Maybe that's a whole debate, but it should be about transparency, and I think understanding how our data is used and having the power personally to control that data filter, if you will, is the next conversation we should be having, because the cat's out of the box. It's kind of Pandora's box. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. There's probably watching us walk through the halls here. There's cameras on all our devices. There's going to be cameras on our wearables. So that's going to be definitely, there's going to be a lot of debates and noise around that for a long time. But once we turn the conversation to transparency, I think it's going to get a lot more productive. So I'll just say that.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll add the word privacy in there, privacy and safety maybe in there too. Craig?
Well, I mean, again, one of my favorite things is to look at the warning signs that come up when you start Pokemon Go, because every warning label tells a story, right? It's like, don't use Pokemon Go at night on an ice field. And you're like, huh, I wonder what happened there. But it's, I think privacy is a really big issue that, especially with kids, like we've tried to wrestle with that on the internet. The framework of how do you enforce the privacy controls? How do you do, I mean, like Eddie Izzard has a great bit about the terms of service with the Apple, iTunes agreement. And every time he agrees, a piece of him dies because, like, he never reads it. And it's just this big, long thing. And he says, I agree. I heard a story that Yahoo had a thing where they wouldn't sell your privacy data. And at like 11:59, they would update the terms of service and say, oh, actually, we will. They'd sell it. And then at 12, they say, oh, we don't. Right? Because when in 1 minute it was okay, right? We can update the terms of service anytime. I don't know if that's true or not. So if anybody's here from Yahoo, I apologize, but it was just a story I heard. But you can see the challenge with these things. We're in a dynamic medium with companies that are dynamic, with terms that are changing, and a lifestyle that is so beset by requests that we don't really understand, and that our politicians don't understand the ramifications of what we're doing. And then we're racing ahead with genetic privacy issues too, right? So what happens when you can look at a social data map of what you connect into, and a relationship map of who you know and who you associate with, and a genetic map of what is your profile and predispositions genetically to certain activities, and you can correlate behavior and put out a precognitive result that says, you know what, 87% certainty that this person is going to commit a crime in the next 3 days. I'm the mayor of a town. Do I have a moral obligation on behalf of my community to intercede and take that person off the streets, whether or not they've created a crime? We're now in a place where we can map that, and it's actually happening. There's a guy at Amazon that's a precognitive load balancing inventory specialist. And all he does is look at purchasing behaviors of what people are ordering, anticipates what they're going to order next, and ships it to the nearest site so it's there in 2 hours. They're doing this through privacy mapping of purchasing. We're going to do that with everything, right? But the dialogue is so far away from even talking about it that, anyway, I think it's a fascinating issue, so to speak. Sorry.
You mentioned safety too, and that brings up a whole different level. It's not the privacy constraints. I mean, safety, we've heard all kinds of incidents that have happened. In Japan now, which is now changing how people do things, there's signs put over, I forget the Japanese word for it, but there are now warning signs to say you may not walk while staring at your phone. So that's a new thing that has come about. There's the YouTuber who's detained right now because he was trying to catch Pokemons actually in a church. Yeah. So things are changing. The key here is there's immense amounts of data, and somebody said it's no more just a privacy issue because that has happened. It's happened prior to this. It's now layers of data, and it's going one after the other, and how are you consolidating it, and what are you doing with it, shipping it back? So now, if you think about it, somebody's tweeting they're going on a vacation, the car is in the garage. There is already data that shows that the electronic doors have not been used. All this data is disconnected. We're all going to tie it together, and then somebody has the power, of course, to put it together and use to bad uses. So that has to be avoided, but privacy, it's no more just about don't share it. It's there. It's already there. Your life is public. So
there was somebody that was looking at the temperature of houses as an indicator of when people were home and when they weren't, because the fluctuation in when you turn on your heat or you turn on your lights is a fingerprint of use. So it's not just the data that we are using with our conscious data. It's data just that we use by existing. And as we start to get better and better systems for identifying all that, I think you're right. I mean, maybe privacy can't be saved, or maybe you have to pay for privacy, and that'll be the next big growth opportunity for this hotel is a private hotel, and I'm going to pay a premium because it's insulated. Actually, that's probably a great growth opportunity. You know,
Business opportunity.
yeah, there's probably a business opportunity as people really start to become aware of all the data that we are broadcasting and not really fully aware of how you can draw those lines together.
And I think that actually when we're thinking, particularly with apps and online products, thinking about what your business model is and whether you need to sell data for your business model or not, because there's one team I work with where they have definitely, by taking a very narrow range of data that they retain and being very public about that and saying, we don't retain anything but this, we only do this in the aggregate, they have actually been able to help build an audience simply by saying, yes, you may be losing privacy everywhere else in the world, but here, we're not going to sell your data, it's not part of what we do, this is how we do our business, and we're only using this much and this is how we're using it. It actually becomes a promotional marketing methodology of saying whatever else is going on somewhere else, it won't be here that you're losing privacy.
Although there's obviously very questionable value in that. There's a marketing message, but so far we've seen no signs of consumers actually really caring about privacy. We very easily trade it off for convenience or novelty. We talk a big game about it, but at the end of the day, at least in mass, we don't care.
We click accept.
We've all actually become exhibitionists. We voluntarily brag to the world about our goings-on, and we celebrate those who have large followings, which again is sort of the obverse of privacy. All of our children want to become celebrities. We're living in a world that, like I said, I don't think really cares about privacy anymore.
Okay, let's open it up for questions in our last 5 minutes. Sir.
Thank you for your question about the narrative storytelling in AR. That's my primary concern as a screenwriter and producer. And I was wondering if, just as hyperlinks have become common in articles, if you see for narrative entertainment the possibility of AR forming an integral part of traditional entertainment with an augmented reality component. And I was also wondering, I'm very familiar with Ingress, though, because I'm Apple. I was never actually able to play it. I'm wondering if, apart from its proof of concept application, if you have any thoughts as to why it didn't become more successful, what the problems with it were, because I just thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With Ingress, we were launching games around the same time, similar location-based, augmented reality type games, and learned very quickly that the demographic of people that want to run around, get off the couch and actually run around the world and hunt things out, is not that large. Now, Pokemon, the exception, because of the IP, but Ingress being, in my opinion, is very sort of hardcore sci-fi kind of theme. So you have to look at the demographics, not only from sci-fi and people that want to sort of have these, fantasy sort of parallel world experiences. That's one demographic. But then those that are willing to run around the world and sort of treasure hunt and play around with territories and things like that, then your demographic is smaller. So looking at the market size, I think is pretty key if you're looking at the success of something. I would look at IPs like Pokemon or the Harry Potters of the world or things like that to achieve success with these. I think it would be, my personal opinion again, it would be very challenging for somebody to try to launch an original IP with this kind of a mechanic, and it's asking a lot of the user. So that's just one thought I would put around it. So.
And what about integrating AR into traditional narrative?
Yeah. The integration of augmented reality on Pokemon is done subtly, and it's enough to sort of give you that illusion, that bridge that gap, that there's digital content around you. So I guess it would depend on the story you're trying to create. There's probably a good place for it, but my feeling is I want to go the entire way to an immersive experience with AR rather than these like kind of short burst experiences. You're dealing with arm fatigue if you want to do anything longer than a few seconds. So you can establish something, find something off of a poster or a book or maybe on the table and establish a story element, but then you'd want to move on. So
But kind of like 3D movies, like you can see an application of like an AR glasses system like the ODG glasses, where I'm in my living room, I'm watching, Paranormal Activity, and suddenly there's like fuzzy stuff happening in the corner of my eye. I'm seeing that experience widen beyond the screen, even if it's a linear experience on the screen. Now it can, in not just kind of a faux 3D way in that box, for the right kind of content, the right kind of applications, you can actually see that material extend and envelop so that things come literally from behind me, around me, in cool
Great.
ways.
You have a question? You had your hand raised?
I just wanted to push back a little on the issue of privacy because whenever you have a collaborative system, you're revealing your input to that system to a certain degree. But I will say that even in the mid-90s when I was building Gracenote, we were taking data from everybody, and I was a card-carrying member of the EFF and had read David Brin and pushed that system to be architected to have unique anonymous user public key encryption, opt-in, and geolocation at the same time. Now we're looking at massive systems that are doing that. Esri, which is able to predict better than the CDC where flu outbreaks are happening by looking at the data coming out of sales of a Walmart. And so I think
Yeah.
AR is happening all around us. I would argue that Waze is the most widely adopted AR application out there and a built-in treasure hunt every day for me navigating the streets of LA. But I think that I would push back and say, as we build these affinity groups across the world that are not locked to a specific place, but more to affinity matching on a social basis, that we really think carefully through those issues and vest the control over privacy with the user. And that's a technical problem that can be solved and can be done so with the will of developers.
I hate to break this party up because we're having so much fun, but we've reached our time limit. So could we please give our panelists a round of applause? And thank you so much for being a great audience, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer.
That was fun.
Hey, John.
because it
more
wasn't
than
that great, so I think
we're out in
there's
Connecticut,
probably,
and then we moved to New York
25 guys.
in March.
On a good day, it's
And
crazy.
at Gridley, I was up at 50.
crazy.
People
yelling.
Good morning. Welcome to the Digital Hollywood panel about everything.
And what are they?
At least everything about financing and valuing all the general media categories. Officially, it's valuing and financing entertainment content, movies, television, and online video from VC and equity to crowdfunding. So, like I said, we're going to pretty much cover the waterfront. And we have a top-notch panel to do that. And what I'm going to do is, just to get things started, have them each give us their 30-second elevator pitch about who they are, what they do, and their perspective on life, or at least life in the media. We'll start down at the end with Diane McGrath.
Hi, I'm Diane McGrath. I run a media and tech practice for a 105-year-old investment bank down on Wall Street. We look at all levels of entertainment projects. We de-risk them by adding technology components to that. The level at which we fund is pretty much all over the place. We work with private companies, public companies, content creators, owners, libraries of IP. It's more or less the secret sauce that we put together that attracts the capital, protects the content owner, protects the rights, and helps everybody participate in the multiple revenue buckets that we orchestrate across the properties.
Hi, Peg Jackson with Moreland Partners. We're a technology-focused investment bank. I help head up the digital media group. We have about a 50-person firm, London, New York, San Francisco. So while we're technology-focused, there's been a really interesting trend, as we all know, in the last couple of years about the media and the content part intersecting with technology in a whole new way, where now you're starting to see venture funds and to a degree some growth funds that would never entertain going into direct rich media, now understanding it better and exploring that. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit. But it's a really exciting time in terms of how Moreland sees it. We help raise capital, $20 million or higher rounds for firms, and we help sell companies in the valuation ranges of 20 to 400 million.
Pat?
Patrick Russo. I'm a partner at Shamrock Capital. We are a private equity fund that was founded over just about 40 years ago by Roy Disney as a family office originally, and steadily evolved over time from a traditional family office to a traditional institutionally backed private equity fund that we are today. We have $1.8 billion of assets under management and invest exclusively in media, entertainment, and communications through two fund strategies. One is our core private equity fund. It's our fourth private equity fund, which is $700 million. And that invests exclusively in media, entertainment, and communications companies that we define as lower middle market. So typically investing anywhere from $20 million to up to $150 million or more. And a second fund that we raised last year, which is $250 million, designed to acquire and own content, film, television, music, games, all sorts of IP that have been released. They've been through that initial window of release. So whether it's 3 months old, 3 years old, or 30 years old, we're somewhat indifferent to that, and we're capturing a yield or a return for our investors through the ownership of IP.
Oh, by the way, I have one instruction for all of us on the panel. All of us need to talk almost directly into the mics, so just to eliminate feedback and so everybody can hear. But Sky?
Good morning.
That works. Hey.
I'm Sky Moore. I'm a partner at Strzok & Levin, a law firm. I'm head of the entertainment department. And I am the author of a book called The Biz, which is an overview of the business side of the film industry. And if you don't have it, you should get it. So here's the product placement portion of our program. I also have a channel on YouTube. If you search my name, Sky Moore, you'll find a whole channel of a course I teach on film financing. And for the hardcore people, I have a separate treatise called Taxation of the Entertainment Industry. And I'm on Twitter and everywhere else. And if you'd like to subscribe to, I have a newsletter that I send out. And what I do is I always, after seminars, leave a contact sheet. If you want to contact me or be added to my email list, it'll be up here. So that if you want to figure out who I am later on.
Thank you. Seth?
Awesome. Hi, I'm Seth Shapiro. I've been in digital media tech development for over 20 years. Disney, Comcast, Goldman Sachs, DirecTV, a bunch of companies. Mainly, these days it's kind of on the buy side and the sell side, so working with investors to find promising things, but then also helping to develop startups or later stage companies positioned for those partnerships. The last 5 years, there was, as everybody knows, a lot of work in OTT, SVOD development, and that became a global business, so that's been really interesting as more catalogs look to sort of unlock value and go direct to consumer. And now, still doing that, that's sort of my day job, and doing sort of old school carriage agreements with major distributors, but you know, the big growth and the money that's flowing into this town has a lot to do with AR and VR, so I'm spending a lot of time with that and enjoying it.
And I'm Larry Gerbrandt. I've been doing this panel now at Digital Hollywood for 10 years, spring and fall. And it's the same panel, pretty much the same title, and sometimes the same panelist. And it just keeps getting better. I've been doing it long enough that I started out as a blonde, and I went through my gray period, and now I'm in the white hair crowd.
You're back to the blonde.
Everything comes around. I started my career basically in the production business, making TV commercials and industrial films, but 20 years at Kagan, followed by a stint running a division of Nielsen, and since 2007, I've had my own practice, Media Valuation Partners, doing valuations, as the title suggests, and also a fair amount of litigation support work and writing business plans for startup companies, and doing photography on the side. I don't know quite how that happened.
A world-class photographer.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I just got back from a 7-day expedition to the Upper Peninsula, what they call the UP of Michigan. Amazing fall color, amazing part of the country that a lot of people never get to see. So I use photography as an excuse to travel interesting places. Anyway, in prepping for this, trying to get my head around, what do we want to talk about, at least to kickstart the conversation, something crossed my desk that made me perk up even more than usual. And it was a data point that the millennials, this is the age group that are 18 to 34 in 2015, are now the largest single demographic. They are the core audience. It's where most of us in the audience used to be that group, the baby boomers. We've been demoted to number 2, mostly because we're getting older and disappearing. But the millennials are really, they've begun to take over. They've begun to take leadership positions in business, or at least they're starting their careers. They're actually moving out of mom and dad's basement and buying homes, or at least we hope they will, because that'll spur the economy. But more fundamentally, they're changing the way media is consumed and doing it in a way that is radically different from, I still remember 6-inch black and white TV sets, okay? And the picture kind of flickered, and we had something called an antenna, rabbit ears, and all fiddly things on the roof. And now it's, this thing is where the future lies. So the question for the panel, just to get things started, and I'll start with Seth and we'll move down, is that the 18 to 34 demographic has always been the sweet spot for advertisers and therefore for ad-supported television. But this generation of millennials appears to be consuming media and video in particular in fundamentally different ways than the boomer generation and even Generation X. How has the emergence of the millennial TV viewer affected the television series economic model and by default the way TV series are financed?
That's a really good question. So two just things, data points from my own personal experience about why you can't ignore this and why it's so inevitable. I launched TiVo at DirecTV about 15 years ago. It was the first major DVR platform, and as we studied behavior, one of the fascinating things was noticing kids who, after having a DVR in their house, would go to grandma's house and say, I want to watch SpongeBob. And grandma would say, honey, SpongeBob's not on yet. And the kid would burst into tears and say, grandma's TV is busted, I want to go home. Not understanding that there had been a linear schedule ever, right? So, those kids are automatically if you grew up in a world where you weren't forced to watch things linearly in appointment television, you're going to really resent any time that you're forced to do it. The next generation of that we saw was as the first tablets came out, and you've probably all seen it. If you have little kids going up to the TV and swiping them and not understanding why they can't select. So actually, I'll plug my book. I teach at USC, and I'd started to write a book on why this is sort of the peak TV era, how it happened, interviewing the heads of the networks. And what I realized was you couldn't really tell that story without going back to the beginning. And what was fascinating is this stuff has been happening more or less since the beginning. TV was this absurd concept that nobody believed in. It was like traveling to Mars or building jetpacks. And the folks who moved to monitor consumer behavior and really innovate, each had their own way of dealing with these generational shifts, but they've always been there. And I think the sort of peak television for over 400 series a year that John Landgraf and everybody all talks about, that's been driven by the fact that we went from 20th century was all about constrained supply, right? So if you had 3 networks or 4 networks or even 6 or 8 networks, you dealt with what you got. But the explosion of Netflix and Amazon Prime, for examples, have opened up the model so much more that there's an excuse. You have public markets funding more and more shows. You have an increasing global class of people who can afford to consume on more and more platforms. And so that's what's been supporting this model. But the question is, how much has the user experience around that model shifted? And for those, so CBS is, maybe really to the extent that CBS has still been really successful as a broadcast network, it's because they're the demo that didn't really have to change largely, right? I think it's going to be incumbent on everybody to figure out what that new user experience is to keep people in there, because if it feels old, if it feels outmoded, this generation is not going to stick around, nor have previous generations in that case.
Sky, I know you don't do as much TV. You're more film-centric, so I'll switch the question up a little bit. How has the millennial generation changed the funding model for movies?
Well, it's impact. It says several impacts. Number one is millennials don't have the attention span for a 2-hour movie. So I would say, and the reason why studios have gone to the blockbuster approach is because that's really the only one that works. That's the only time that people will go and sit through a 2-hour movie. If you look these days at the number of films that are just disasters, to me, the film industry, in the classic sense, is really in deep trouble because there's just no bottom in terms of what a film will do. People are going out on 3,000 screens and coming up with less than $10 million. That is just a complete tragedy. So you see, I say, number one, I think films are in trouble other than the blockbusters that work. And then second is that the audience is so sophisticated in terms of advertising on the TV side that they don't accept advertisements in the classic sense anymore. And advertising and funding, therefore, has moved to become integrated into the content. And the advertisers are, in fact, now the producers of the content. And if I always think of, if you think of Red Bull, you almost think of it really as a creator of extreme sports more than you think of it as a drink. And if you look at some of the films now, Lego, Transformers, just pushed by the advertisers, content created by the advertisers, that's just a brand new world. And more, one of the odd exceptions there's government regulation of sponsorship that requires disclosure of sponsorship, but for some bizarre reason they don't require it in the context of product placement. So this is, all the advertisers have moved, aggressively into this area. And then the third thing that you see in a very big way is that the need for new experiences and a whole different level of media integration, and the future is absolutely virtual reality. I mean, when you look at where it's going and and what's going to happen, virtual reality will swamp our industry. It's going to completely transform us in the next few years, and the money and the content and I always tell people, you want to produce, you want a job guaranteed, man. Make content for VR, because that's where the future is.
Our next pass down the panel, just for a heads up, you touched on something I really want to talk about, which is VR versus AR. So, I've got my own version called ER, but we'll get there. No, it's good. It's good. It's all good. Patrick, to the extent that how you're a lot about raising money, investing in companies for the future. How does the millennial consumer impact your choices in terms of where dollars go?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'll start off by saying I don't have a book. I didn't write a book. I didn't know that was a qualification to be a speaker. But in fairness, Larry, I do remember black and white television. I had one as well, too. So I didn't want you to think I was that young.
Increasingly exclusive club, by the way.
So I think what Sky and Seth have been touching on here is the fact that, first of all, you can't ignore the millennial demographic, right? As Larry said, it's the largest group now today. They have tremendous spending power and influence across the country, and obviously that impacts the media industry. But I think what is fundamentally happening is a few things. One, what the millennials define today as content is vastly different than what probably everyone in this room historically has defined as content. We think about content, we think about film in a traditional setting and going to the movies and sitting down and having that social experience for 2 hours and saying, I either liked it or I didn't like it. And for most of us growing up, we would go to a movie and there would be word of mouth that would eventually get around, and that movie would last for a long time typically, generally regardless of how good or bad it was. Today, within minutes of that film being released, there's a social experience that goes on, and a film can be wiped out within hours if that demographic group simply doesn't like it. The same sort
Masterminds.
Exactly. Well, good content always travels well and lasts, but you always have to start there for sure. So with television, again, a similar experience. If you have millennials in your home, just simply watch how they interact with content and how they interact with devices. And what they're defining as content is vastly different. Yes, there's a massive explosion of television content today. We'll have 450 scripted shows on the air. Next year, we'll have over 500. There's a 9% increase across all platforms, broadcast, cable, premium cable, and OTT last year, and that will continue to happen this year. But as a content creator, in many ways, in order to tap into that audience, you have to be indifferent as to how your story gets told. And instead of defining yourself as a TV producer or a film producer or an over-the-top producer or a digital content producer, you're a premium content player. And you have to deliver that content to an audience that wants it in a very different way. And what might work or start in a digital environment, maybe at the end of the day, the conclusion gets told in a 2-hour, blockbuster tentpole film, but you have to evolve to the market, and I think that's what we're seeing fundamentally. This isn't an industry that stands still. We all know that, right? As Seth said, when television came out, it was, well, I don't know, no one knew what it was. I mean, when the VCR came out, Jack Valente said famously, who was head of the MPAA, the VCR is as much a friend to Hollywood as the Boston Strangler is to a woman home alone. And well, the VCR became a massive source of cash and value for the entertainment industry. And just like new platforms are coming on board today, there's a shift and a recalibration or a reallocation of value and how stories and content gets told and delivered. And for us as investors, we're constantly studying, looking down the road, where do we see a bend in the road? What are the implications for those bends? And where do we want to invest?
Okay. Peg?
Yeah, so, we're talking audience flow, right? Key question. When I did business development at NBC, Thursday night NBC was a science, right? It's very different today, right? A lot of millennials, certainly the kids under that, don't understand networks as well, don't tune into it as well. And you have this sort of plethora of content that they're, constantly trying to discover. It's interesting you say about film. I think one thing I notice, in terms of some viewing habits is that the life of a film could have a different meaning today, in the sense that, obviously Netflix could be friend or foe to a lot of film producers, but the ability, I see a lot of that millennial generation watching a lot more film than necessarily TV episodes, right? So their definition of what they're viewing and how they're viewing obviously are very different. But I do think when you look at the lifespan of content in terms of revenue streams, it's quite different than, say, 5 years ago. The other thing that's interesting to what Patrick's looking at in terms of, my understanding of some of the rights and the IP, I had an interesting experience of a bunch of middle school kids. We found Little House on the Prairie, and honestly, we had a binge watching of 4 hours of Little House on the Prairie, paid her $20 or whatever, found it on Apple TV. That's stuff you hadn't seen in 10, 15 years, but yet it still works for a generation that's new. And I do think for quality content, there's a long life shelf as long as there's, a wave for discovery. And so I think, having experts in the area that continue to look at how to navigate content coming and getting exposed, including old IP, is going to be a really interesting revenue stream in the future.
Diane?
So I said earlier when I introduced myself, we look at content and projects a little bit differently because of the complexity of rights and everything associated with most stages of content. But we start further back, so either it's older IP or it's new IP that's being created obviously by the content creators. And how the funding of these projects is different in relation to the millennials is obviously that's a huge component is what's the mobile strategy. When we look at numbers that we have with projects that are over in China or India, where mobile consumption of entertainment is far different, there aren't credit cards, there is not a plethora of big screens, and the small screen is basically the device that's used. So we look at a strategy, or we help them create a strategy of what continues for past the typical broadcast of any project. So what's the mobile? Is there a gaming strategy? Is there a commerce strategy? What's the protection of IP along those buckets? How do we, like I said before, how do we protect the content creator in that? And so that in return, then, so the revenue keeps on going, because when we talk to investors and they say, in the case of film, well, we're not going to see any revenue for 2 years. That's not interesting. So how do we de-risk that? How do we get the revenue in earlier? So we have strategies for that. And it's all based on the millennial. So we help create a different strategy to get that audience stickier.
Okay, thank you. I mentioned a couple minutes ago that we were going to talk about VR and AR, and I said, and I was going to throw in ER. ER is enhanced reality. To me, that's really that's the superset. We all know what the traditional media looks like, and even the new media still follows the traditional two-dimensional. We know 3D didn't work. We're now back to 2D TV. Virtual reality, though, has become Tim Cook has actually dismissed it to some extent and said where Apple's future is in augmented reality. That probably has a lot to do with the kind of device that that company makes. But I know the hot buzzwords in Hollywood has been the creation of VR content. Yet we still don't have either an economic model that we know reliably works, or a breakout hit that sort of put everybody, that says, okay, this is where the future and what it looks like. So, Seth, I know you've been spending a lot of time in that world.
Yeah, I'll go first. For those of you who are around at the time or are spending a lot of time in VR, AR now, I'll tell you exactly what it is. This is 1991, and we're waiting for the first good browsers. And everybody is saying what a ridiculous thing it is that content's ever going to be distributed on computers, that's not where content lives. And you've got a stronger and stronger sort of relatively small but durable community. how many of you have actually had like a kind of road to Damascus moment where you saw something in VR and said, wow, I get it now? So if you want, I got to do the smart thing that Sky did, but if you email me at info@sethshapiro.com, we have a paper that sort of can give you a list of them. But if you see something that's really good, you'll get it. No matter what I say, you're not going to believe me. But there's something about being an experience where for some small period of time, and it can even be just a few seconds, you forget that you're not experiencing something very real. Your neurology believes it's real. Your body believes it's real. I'll give you a quick example. There's a project called the Walk VR, which is done by Create Advertising in Culver. It was associated with the Joe Gordon-Levitt movie about Philippe Petit, the guy who walked between the two World Trade Centers, okay? So in this VR experience, and this one's actually a little old, so it's not even necessarily the new tech, but you're wearing a headset and you walk across this cut hose. And they don't do this anymore because they're afraid to. They'll put a fan behind you. And then you go here and you're on Tower 1 and you look down and there's New York and you set out to walk through to Tower 2. Here's the thing that's amazing. 1/3 of the people who put this on, even though they know they're in a conference room, even though they know they're in a building, in a very safe place, they cannot do it. Because their physiology is so convinced that it's real. So if you think about the implications of that, not just for entertainment, but for phobias and different modalities and distance learning and training and travel, all of these things. VR will happen when and I'll do the VR AR thing real quick too. But the short version is virtual reality is going to happen regardless of what happens in media because it's such a compelling way to sell and replace products in so many other fields like travel and education. The difference between VR and AR is, for those of you who've seen a headset, you have this thing, it's like a big visor that sits on your head. You're leaving this reality and going into another one. And again, if you send me an email, I'll send you a list of some good ones to see, but you can find clips of a lot of them online. Augmented reality, to Larry's point on the other hand, is where we put another layer on top of this one. So if you haven't seen what that looks like, a great thing to do is to go to YouTube and look up Magic Leap, and you'll see examples of that. So just some quick ones. In the future, I could look at Brad and whatever device calculation, whether they're glasses or whatever, will tell me this is Brad, you met him on this day, here are the days that you had phone calls, here's his wife's birthday, etc. That's one big application. All of the database stuff that happens down here can now happen out in your field of vision. Computer monitors will be virtual. You'll have a keyboard here. All the monitors will be up there, but they won't be real and nobody else will be able to see them. All of the things that could be displayed on a traditional monitor will be displayed out here in your field of vision, and it makes sense that's what Apple's more interested in. It makes sense that's what a lot of companies are more interested in because it's sort of a bigger field. I mean, it's sort of changing everything that can happen in sort of the current computing platform, and instead of doing it here, you're doing it out in the world gesturally. So that's sort of the big picture on AR.
Yeah, I've heard that one of Apple's projects is they're actually going to turn the iPhone, in effect, transparent, so that instead of putting on a goggle, you hold it up, and you're seeing through the iPhone, and and it overlays another reality or an augmented reality.
Yeah, and like from an economic perspective, I'll give you one example, then I'll shut up. There was a company about 7 years ago. I used to have an office in Amsterdam, and there was a company called Layar, L-A-Y-A-R. Did anybody ever see them? So what they did, and this is way before anybody was talking about this stuff, is they had an app exactly like what Larry's talking about, and you'd walk through the streets of Amsterdam and you'd see exactly what you were looking at, except anything that was for rent or sale, it would tell you this one's open, they're showing it on Sunday, it's €1 million. You go down like this one closed yesterday, here's the realtor. So basically, the device becomes a field into another layer of reality on top of this one. They sold to Google.
Well, and also I think in AR you see a lot more of the business-to-business applications, right?
Yeah.
That's where there's dollars, there tends to be a lot of movement in the market. So that's why when you talk to more of the financial people and some investors a little bit more, I don't want to say bullish, but they look at augmented reality as more some case studies and business studies that can drive revenue, and augmented reality definitely has much more of the entertainment angle.
Sky, when are we going to see VR movies from a major studio?
They're there. I got to experience. Fox is really at the lead of this, and I got to be Matt Damon on The Martian as the Martian, and it's just fantastic because they have a whole lab that's set up, and coming soon to a theater near you or to a headset near you. So the studio, why they're going to do it is the trademark value alone. If you're going to go and do a VR experience, if you pick, for example, Star Wars, you instantly get what's going to happen, or The Martian, you get what's going to happen. So they're going to monetize, they're going to be at the forefront. I would just say two things on this. The AR, the leading experience right now is Pokemon, because that's absolutely AR, and it just burst out of nowhere and monetized, found a fantastic monetization model. So that's one thing. But I'm a big believer in what I think will happen is location-based VR. I think that it will not work at home as well because of motion sickness. You get motion sickness and you can't stand up and you can't walk around because it's dangerous actually to be at home doing it. But if you're at a location-based, you wear a pack, and I've done this, and it's fantastic because you walk through this entire experience, and you're there. And what I believe is going to happen is that theaters will ultimately convert to location-based VR experiences. And what you'll do is you'll walk through. It'll be, instead of a 2-hour experience, maybe a 20-minute experience, but you'll pay more than you do now for a movie ticket. And it's an incredible experience because you can go with a friend, and what a fantastic date. Rather than going to a stupid movie and a dinner, you go and you can be in an alien world, or go to thousands of years ago, or whatever the experience is. And if you go online, you can see there's a company that does this called thevoid.com, and you can see what they do. And I've gone there in Utah, and they have a beta. And the monetization that will happen is they'll just be charging admission, and the first place it's going to happen is at theme parks, and you can guarantee Disney's going to be all over this because they've got the content, they've got the trademarks, and they've got the theme parks. So that's I expect to really boom.
Patrick, are you financing any AR VR companies?
Well, for us, the answer is no at this point, largely because we're not venture capital investors. We're not early stage. We tend to be late stage growth equity investors. So while we've seen and observed many, many companies, both here in Los Angeles and across the country and internationally around this sector, and it's something we're very focused on, the challenge for us simply is the stage in which those companies are in, which are often pre-revenue and are currently at valuations that you have to scratch your head at. Now, we recognize the opportunity. We know that there's significant value to come. It's a function of when and where. And we look at it and say, well, we certainly can see opportunities from a VR, AR perspective in education. You can imagine your children or your grandchildren sitting in a boat crossing the Potomac River with Washington. That's an incredible experience, and it should be the direction in which many parts of education should go and will go over time. And there are companies that are making those investments today. But again, early stage. Do we see opportunities in healthcare and corporate training? Absolutely, but still early stage. When we look at it from a traditional entertainment perspective, other than location-based entertainment, which Sky's talking about, I don't envision anytime soon an environment where you're paying whatever, $25, and you're putting the glasses on and you're watching a 2-hour movie sitting there trying to experience something that may be entirely overwhelming to you emotionally, psychologically, on many, many levels, let alone there's still lots of questions about VR and AR and the implications for younger children. So I think we're ways off from that perspective. I think marketing concepts like go to the Martian experience in VR at some theme park, that makes a lot of sense. That's ways to extend your brand, your IP, but I don't think we're quite at that moment just yet, and we're certainly not ready to make those investments as a private equity firm.
Peg?
Yeah, I mean, I think also, again, I look at the blend of technology with media a lot of times. Microsoft's trying to throw their hat in the game. I actually was at one of their stores, and I don't know if have any of you tried out their new VR system. You go in, you have to $800-900, right? And you have to hang, bring it home. You have to hang 2 cameras in the back of the room, and it's this very just not easy to set up. So when we go back to your point of it being like Prodigy or early days of the internet where the, picture's slowly coming up on the screen, it kind of feels like that with VR where there's so much hurdle in terms of getting the experience. I think when we talk about Pokemon and mobile, that's a key thing to take into account. It's easy, access worldwide, it has components using the phone. I think it's, until they make a much bigger jump in terms of hardware, making it easy, solve some of the motion issues, there's some big hurdles there. And then you spend this $800 and then the content, you could probably plow through in a day practically. But you don't underestimate people like Microsoft and Apple and the big hardware developers to break through it at some point. So I think it's a market timing issue. If you're an investor today looking at some of that, I completely agree with Patrick. It's early days. Marketing timing seems a little tough. 10 years from now, who knows?
Diane, any
Pretty
last
much
thoughts?
the same as Patrick has stated. We don't really directly invest in VR, but we do have clients that are studios that when they pull together their use of proceeds, there's an expansion program for VR. So, and it's typically short-form content. Part of it is they can't come up with the adoption model, the hurdle for the device and pricing, the revenue model, which is pretty critical. So it looks like a marketing expense. So in some degree, yes, but not directly into VR just because of those hurdles identified. But obviously, it does provide a great thing, and I think that we all agree that the other sectors outside of entertainment may be the things that drive the experiences forward first.
Okay, let's delve a little deeper now into the actual structure of some of the deals. The sources of financing, two of the biggest markets for millennials, as well as where we've seen a lot of capital being deployed, are China and India, especially coming into the U.S. And I'll open this up. I'll start with Sky, but I'll open it up to anybody on the panel. And that is, have we peaked in terms of international money coming in, or are we just seeing the tip of the iceberg? Or, let's take the global temperature on investing in media.
The answer is that for the next few years, it's China. China. It's absolutely going to, and it's still building, and you'll know it will crest when at least 2 U.S. studios have been bought by Chinese companies. then we'll know that we've hit the peak.
And then go bankrupt and are bought by VC firms and then go spin out public again.
Maybe. If the key, you can just see every day you read about Chinese investment in Hollywood, and it's overwhelming. And to tell you what's driving it is, the truth of what's driving it is the Chinese stock market, because they're valuing companies completely irrationally. It's completely untethered to EBITDA or earnings, and what they love are recognizable names. And so what really sells, if the combination of factors would be the following: a recognizable name. That can be the name of a big actor, a big director, Spielberg, a studio, but something that the Chinese populace, the investors, would recognize. If you have a project that's a wonderful project, but you're not a name, forget it. It's just not going to happen. Second, they would love to have large budget English language films that will work as Chinese co-productions. And it's kind of loose what qualifies as a Chinese co-production. It needs a Chinese theme. It doesn't even need to be shot in China. We did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon 2, and it was shot in New Zealand, but it qualified. And I've got clients doing a few others that are really just remakes of American films, but with a plot that's either in China or sometimes Chinese actors or just some China theme. So they love that. They love expertise. If you can bring expertise to them, knowledge, learning. Wanda just built that huge studio. They want to train their crews. They want to train their directors. So anybody who wants full employment, go to China, because they will pay you dearly for your expertise. They want to transmit ultimately their ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is absolutely, notwithstanding the lovely speech by the president of Wanda yesterday, is absolutely to replace Hollywood. Okay, in their heart of hearts, they want to bury us And they want to be Hollywood, and they want to project their soft power around the world the same way we have projected our soft power around the world for the last 100 years. And they've seen how successful it was for America, and they want to do the same. And so if you can tap into that and find a way that, and they've got a fantastic history and culture and mythology, and if you can tap into that and find a, and help, rightfully so, they're proud of their heritage, and find themes that work and films that work. So you find a name, you find co-productions, you find something that supports Chinese soft power, that projects their history, their culture. They want theatrical films because China's theatrical films, then it falls off a cliff. There is no ancillary market. There's no video. The truth is VOD and everything is just pennies. So it just doesn't work. So they want big budget English language theatrical films that will work around the world, not just in China. Because again, they want to project the soft power around. And this is going to be a wave for at least 3 years, and it's going to be a big wave, and it's going to culminate in either building a studio or buying a studio or 1 or 2 studios.
I'll give you without drawing any specific conclusions. I don't know if you were with me but there were a whole series of Chinese VC delegations that have been in LA in the last 3 months around VR. Really knowledgeable folks, and so I was with a couple companies that build essentially sort of kiosks where you can go into this cone or this sort of, think about like a more elaborate phone booth where you can go into this thing and you can do all these kind of experiences that we're talking about, but this thing can go anywhere. And so I'm with these 2 companies that do this, and I meet this young guy from China who's in the same business. The difference is there are thousands of these in China already. So in Chinese malls, VR arcades, they already exist. It's $5 for this experience, maybe less for this experience. So they're eager to get more and more content there. And what kind of interested me about it is that business hasn't even started here. So I feel like it does kind of speak to the to the upward mobility of the Chinese entrepreneurial consumer class that's out there, that's going to malls. I mean, the mall business here isn't necessarily so great. And so if you're a VR producer, if you've got a good experience, I mean, I generally try to introduce those folks to the Chinese distributors because there's just more options for distribution for that stuff in China than there is here.
Anybody else on the
Yeah,
Chinese?
I'd just say from a financing perspective, Moreland, we have 10 Mandarin-speaking colleagues. We spent a lot of time there, a little bit more in the robotics area than necessarily just the digital media side. But the big change I've seen over the last year is you've seen, Alibaba, some of the big name strategics putting in their, dabbling money around the U.S. in various areas in technology and media. The big shift in the last year has been on the growth private equity front. From new funds that are developed over there, there's a big urge to get money outside of China, and they see the U.S. investing in the media and technology area here as an important way of getting the money out and investing in businesses. I've just gotten a lot more phone calls from these funds recently around, not necessarily virtual reality, but around the companies that are, the Crunchyroll type stuff, the OTT type stuff. There's definitely more of an educational learning curve, but if the companies have any sort of scale, north of 20 million revenue or some profitability, that have some financial metrics, the valuations you can get over there are just almost 30-40% higher than what you see here. There's a company, AppLovin, that just got $1 billion acquisition from one of these funds over there. It does mobile marketing, but there's no way that would have happened here in the U.S. So I think there's a lot of good opportunity as the finance evolves out there, as they get more educated for developing areas like virtual reality and new types of OTT, et cetera.
We see some funding going back and forth between companies that are creating co-productions both in China, but then there's a U.S. co-production sister company that goes hand in hand. So content is going both ways, just not one way. In the instance of Alibaba, I think what they're after is, because it's commerce, and going into the business of producing movies, because you're going after legacy films or legacy franchises because of the commerce component in the franchise. So that's where they're headed with that. I know that in the instance of Transformers and X-Men, that's clearly what they were after in doing. They were after those guys to own the commerce component of that, but that's their play as well. And in getting your content into China, I think that Sky was talking about that, is there's SARFT, which is the censorship arm of, and is this good for our country? Does this uphold our values? Is this teachings we want? So in spite of what you're doing, you have to get through SARFT, and that's a fairly political process. Yeah, so that's a significant hurdle. Oddly enough, P&G funds most of the television shows that go into mainland China, and they're acting as pretty much the de facto standard before they get to the SARFT because of the relationship, so it's somewhat incestuous. But, so again, typical to Asia, it's navigating the relationships and substantiating the value.
Okay, we're about to go to the audience for questions, but I want to ask anybody on the panel, and I know Sky knows this, but I'd like to hear from others as well. In terms of tax credits, which have been a big source of financing here in the U.S., what's hot and what's gone cold? Or what's gone cold and and where is it heating up?
Well, I guess the hot one is now China. I mean, there was the announcement yesterday, 40%. It's unclear at what 40% of what it is they're providing, with half of that coming directly from government and the other half coming from Wanda. But that's certainly, and that's intended to get productions to this new studio that's been built and drive people there. I mean, I'm sort of out of that game, so I'm not in it as close as you are, but that certainly was the big news that came out yesterday.
Yeah, the problem is how you collect them. So even when I have a project now and it's being shot in Australia, and the bank wouldn't finance it because they weren't familiar with the process. And the tax credit component was something like $35 million. So the process, the collection, the pass-through, the cash flow of it, which we found out was 4 months if we met all these criteria, blah, blah, blah. So it's not just, oh, great, here's the percentage that you can get. It's the collection, it's the process, the capture, the coordination of probably 3 to 4 levels of people that make that happen. So is it hot? Absolutely, but it's process-driven, and it does work. So that's it, and we use that as a de-risking.
Sky?
Do you mean what's hot and not for tax credits?
For tax credit, what's gone cold and what's heating up?
Louisiana is cold, okay, because they put a cap on it, and it became uncertain, and so uncertainty, everyone went to Georgia. So Georgia is now hot. Australia is hot, okay, because they give an honest-to-God 40% of your budget if you make it as an Australian film. Oddly, Germany is hot because we did Snowden and Babelsberg, and you get significant money from both Babelsberg and the local government as a subsidy. Those are I would say those are the big ones right now that are hot. The China one is, as Patrick said, is the real question is 40% starting from what and of what, so does that mean the prices are inflated and we get a discount, or is it just production costs at that studio as opposed to on the whole film, which is some of the states do? So, that is still open.
Canada?
Canada's it's tried and true, but not. You get more bang for your buck actually in Georgia, Australia, or Germany.
I just got the pitch from BC. I was just up there, and it seems like it was probably a lot more compelling if you work with Canadian companies. So if you work with Canadian companies in British Columbia or Ontario, then it can be worth it. But if you're not, maybe not.
Okay, and let's go to the audience for questions. Go ahead.
Just a comment regarding the question about Wanda's incentives, because I was there last night when the chairman was explaining it, and it was clearly below the line only, local spend at the studios, so it's expenditures on stages, crew. Opposed to which, sure, if you're a foreigner, you're probably not going to do very much of in China. There aren't really the capabilities there that would match the West. So my calculation, I've produced movies in China, and I think it's 40%, which sounds great, but probably 40% of about 30% of your budget. So which nets out to not 10, 12, 15%, which is good. It's better than nothing.
Although the people ran, like the Great Wall ran into twice budget overruns because they didn't have the crews, right? So
yes, if you're traveling people there, it's probably a wash.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay, Go ahead.
This is a question I've had for a while, and it's very relevant. How do you ease investor concerns over, overexposure to currency risk in China, as well as the difficulty of getting your money out of that country, as well as the political landscape there? I mean, is that an issue that you run into, and how do you deal with that? Because, I mean, I feel like that's something that the government is talking about in terms of, freedom of speech issues and overexposure to the, censorship from the Chinese government. So how do investors, what's the feedback you get from investors, and how do you overcome that? Or is it something that you turn away from deals from because of?
I'll give
Sky?
the quick answer is there are banks that loan outside China against Chinese credit, effectively. And so that's become the biggest loophole right now, and as long as that stays in place, there's ways, it's fairly easy to get money out of China.
But, so what about hard assets, like say the new Shanghai Disney? That's something that, is a bank gonna insure you if the government decides to, make some move against
That I don't know,
I'm sure that Disney has done quite a bit to assure themselves that they're protected from a government standpoint. I mean, it's a massive investment on both sides, whether that's China, from the perspective of China, or from Disney for something like that.
Diane?
We launch a trade war.
It does help with the sister production companies. That's, kind of like a JV, although they're not called JVs in China, I forget what they're called. But so that helps alleviate some of that pain, because the cash flowing across countries is difficult. And you're right, very problematic.
I was wondering on the evaluating content portion, which we haven't gotten into that much in this great talk so far. I'm wondering if those who work with evaluating IP and content can talk a little bit about the challenges of it and the parameters that you use. I'm a screenwriter and producer. Our little company has managed to acquire a significant amount of literary IP, science fiction genre, over 400 titles, and we're just really starting the process of figuring out how we're going to move forward with it, not as literary managers, but as owners of content and active producers, developers with partners. So I'm wondering if those of you who do these evaluations could talk about it a little bit.
I'll actually answer that a little bit and try to do it quickly. I've actually had the opportunity to do that for different kinds of IP owners. And a lot of it has to do with having some sort of output deal where you have a known economic model that you can put value something through and figure out what percentage of the library of the assets can be turned in, and then what's your likelihood of, first you look for break even and then possible profit margins, and what's the hit rate. It can be done, but you can do it as an abstract, but it becomes a completely artificial analysis. It really helps to have some sort of established pipeline that you can put things through. You have a 10-picture deal with a network, a studio, an SVOD service, or something like that that has a known economic model. That's really the basis for doing these kinds of valuations. I don't know about anybody else wants to take a crack at that.
Yeah, I think I want to make sure I understand your question when you talk about evaluating content from a creative standpoint, or evaluating from a financial, what's it worth?
Evaluating it from a financial standpoint. There's companies like startups like Horror Fund LLC, which there's a panel on, that are trying to crowdfund invest around some IP that they own, and I know that the company that bought Project Greenlight has done similar things, and I was just curious about what some of the evaluation models are. I've evaluated film libraries in the past.
Sure.
I've been actively involved with that, and I know what some of those standards are, but I'm wondering with literary IP, is any value around which financing can aggregate, or you have to go on the partner search, which sort of is the more, you think, productive model for IP owners?
I think that you own IP, okay? The question is it being exploited today? Is it generating any revenue or receipts to you today in its current form? That is a cash flow stream that you can understand historically what has it done and what are your expectations going forward based on the rights and the privileges that you have today. You can clearly forecast that. Outside of having that, if you own a right to produce a film based on a book that you have to develop into a script, you have to pitch to a studio, you have to get green light, and you have to come up with a distribution strategy, and then you have to make an expectation around how is it going to perform. So in other words, you're building, as Larry said, you're creating a plan on the basis of how many and what kind of thing and how frequently. And the challenge with that is who's the right investor for that? Well, we can build a plan, and that would imply certain valuations of around those forecasts and the potential around that. It's still centered around who's the right investor for that and who's going to take that risk, because that is a true gamble. That is venture capital in its finest form. I have ideas in my head based on IP, scripts, whatever it is. Who's going to make that investment? It's no different than I own land. I'm going to take a bet that if I drill a hole, eventually I'm going to find oil down there. And then how do you exploit it from there?
I'll tell you a really quick story just to cheer you up, and this is the God's honest truth. I don't know if you remember this. 8 years ago, Larry and I met with a friend, a guy who'd been introduced to me by a friend, and I'd actually met with this guy before, and a CFO from another company was doing exactly what he was trying to do. He represented the libraries of some science fiction and fantasy writers, and he was trying to raise a fund to monetize it. I don't know if you remember this. We went back and forth. There weren't any deals in place. There wasn't anything to hook it to. He was kind of around town making that, trying to make that case. And then he sold Game of Thrones to HBO. So it doesn't work much anymore. I mean, so I wish. Yeah, Vince. Yeah. So I mean, you got to get a deal in place, but but I mean, it can work.
Or a relationship with somebody who has the relationships that can monetize it. Peg, did you want to?
Or the other thing is that I know we clearly look at the rights.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that's the biggest piece. The rights surrounding the property. You're mentioning literary rights. How many buckets does it own? Can you participate in past that? I mean, the thing that happens with technology.
I mean the film and TV rights to all these.
Yeah, but if we have other extensions, if there's a gaming component, if there's I've had some clients where they've found we've introduced different technologies that introduce a new format, and that allows them to re-copyright, re-trademark. So if there's a back-end rev share based on rights that they're sharing, they push it to another format, they don't have to participate. So it's largely around, the rights exploitation, what you own, what you have to share, new technology, new formats that allows you a leg up on it. So and I think the term you were talking about is called valuation. And in banking, investment banking, there's usually like 5 levels of that. Hardly any of them apply to this stuff and what we're talking about, because technology has just pushed the envelope so much further now. And most rights don't apply to it. So it's kind of, open game for this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, depending on when you got the rights to the literary.
We've reached our end time, sorry. Peg, was there a comment? Okay. I'm really sorry. They're giving me the high sign that we have to end the panel. Again, I want to thank all of you for coming and the panel for contributing.
Oh, really? That's funny. Hi.
Okay. I do.
Video panel. We're talking about all things video, VOD and live streaming and marketing and revenue and all things video. If you're here for a video conversation, then you're going to have a good time. If you're here to find some refuge from the VR AR panels, that's fine too. This is a safe space. Check your email. So my name is Karen. I do strategy and biz dev for digital entertainment companies. I help them figure out what to do with what they built. My background is a lot in music, so I came through the first round of the internet when everyone's trying to figure out what it meant and how to take an analog system onto digital, and was a part of a lot of that. So it's really helped me working with general entertainment companies from that point. So I just help them figure out what their opportunities are in the market, do the B2B deals or the B2C deals, and kind of get on their way. We're going to go down the line, and then I'm going to ask some questions. Do you want to start, Mike?
Sure. My name is Mike Lee. I'm the Director of Digital over at AAG Global Partnerships. AAG represents multiple global brands such as the Kings, the LA Galaxy. We also represent AAG Live, which owns Golden Voice, and we throw Coachella. We just threw Desert Trips for 2 weekends back-to-back this past weekend. So prior to that, I was at Live Nation, where I helped throw the live stream for Electric Daisy Carnival for the past 3 years.
My name's Andy Beach. I'm a technical evangelist at Microsoft. I specifically work with our media and entertainment partners, and I focus on the esports area, so working with guys like Twitch and ESL.
Hi, I'm Paula Batson. I head up PR and communications at YouNow, which is a live streaming social network that does over 150,000 broadcasts a day, and we are known for the fact that we have thousands of partners who actually earn a living on YouNow. And my background is I come from the music side, was at Bertelsmann during the Napster time, digital music, and on to other things where disruption is occurring. So thanks.
My name is Michael Palmer. I'm GM of video for Billboard and The Hollywood Reporter. Before that, I was with Defy Media. Before that, I was an entrepreneur, started a company called Clever, which we ended up selling to Defy Media.
Hi, I'm Rob Gable, founder and CEO of Tubular Labs. We're a bit like Nielsen for online video, except instead of tracking 1,500 shows, we track 3 billion online videos, finding 3 million every day. But prior to Tubular, I was with Netflix and Machinima.
Oh, that's a good lead-in. Because my name's Lena Lotzi, and I am the Senior Social Manager at Ignition Interactive, a 360 agency. Primarily, I work on Netflix properties, Paramount, Sony Pictures, primarily entertainment, looking for ways to break the platforms, as we say, on social, primarily with video.
Great. Rob, can you give us an idea, a little deeper idea of what you're tracking, specifically where the videos that you're tracking, any sort of trends you're seeing with them?
Yeah, so we track pretty much every public video to Vine, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Those are the primary platforms today. We're always looking to expand to more. And big trends that we're seeing, I think a lot of them are sort of obvious right now, but sponsored video. So now that we're reaching these big audiences and we've got these teams of folks dedicated to live streaming and to publishing video on Facebook and YouTube, how are we going to make money? Branded content integrations are a big one. And so we saw, for example, 2 billion views in September to sponsored videos, and that's just those disclosed to the FTC. So that continues to rise, and we think that's almost $1 billion industry already. It should be about 8 billion, so there's a bunch of things holding that back. Live streaming, obviously taking off. We see that has grown 12-fold in the last year to 6 billion views a month, to at least on the platforms we track. And I think 360 video, I know the theme here is virtual reality, still slow to get going, so the numbers are there are still really small.
Can you break that down at all by, when you get the data in, can you tell what the videos are about?
Yeah, we do, and we break it into a variety of genres, or everything about prom, etc. So gaming, music, and food tend to be still the big categories in humor and vlogging. Without going into big white paper, but recent trends, I think food obviously on Facebook is just absolutely massive. For whatever reason, the food porn continues to be a giant thing. We were looking, Tasty which is a BuzzFeed property, they average 27 million views of video in the first 30 days on Facebook.
That's
Just
amazing.
every, day in, day out. And so
Per
that's
video,
still a
per
thing.
video.
People love it. And I think what's been really interesting with the rise of video is YouTube as the primary platform skewed very young and skewed very male, at least with their core audience. And so with the rise of Facebook, now grandparents, middle-aged people like me, moms are in on online video. Last thing, I guess we should be seeing a big push for brands to get into creating content, because a video on Twitter will get retweeted at 6 times the rate of an image. And on Facebook, a video will get you 3 or 4x the EdgeRank distribution to your followers than an image. But really not seeing that. I mean, there are a few brands that are like all in on video, but I would say the vast majority of traditional advertisers haven't really taken the plunge. Still bread and butter, creating TV ads and doing their brand marketing on TV.
I know branded content is a seriously growing industry too. Are you able to tell which ones are branded content versus just like, can you tell if it's a Red Bull?
Yeah, we do, and it's really interesting just to see the activity there. We're gonna be bringing out a new product actually right around then. So thanks, guys.
Oh, very cool.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
About how you measure engagement, how you measure the value of a view from platform to platform? I know there's a lot of conversation around this, so I just wonder from your perspective, how are you looking at that?
It's really hard. I think we've wimped out, and we have really not tried to say that a view on Vine is worth more than a view on Facebook or Twitter. One way, I think, is by just looking at the commerce. So what is the going rate of a brand integration? If its currency is views on the different platforms, that's one measure. Time spent would be another measure, which we frankly don't have a lot of. And so that's a bad answer. I think we've tried to just understand, what works on the various platforms. Our measurement are likes and shares and tweets, but those are different on every single platform as well.
Move
So.
the microphone closer.
Oh, sorry about that. So I don't have the best answer there, but still working towards it.
Are you able to see the demographic between each platform and see, live stream versus regular branded content, which demos are consuming more? Like, do moms gravitate more towards branded content and kids gravitate more towards gaming?
Yeah, we have demographics for all YouTube videos. We don't, based on engagements, we don't have them at the video level on Facebook. We have them at the creator level on Facebook, but not the video level. So still working on that too. That will be coming, whether it's us or Nielsen. I think in the next year or two, you'll be able to get better insight to the demographics.
Are you tracking DVR watching too?
We are not.
Okay.
Not today.
Are you finding anything that's maybe phasing out? I know we talked about like live streaming is growing, food's off the hook right now. Is there anything that maybe is phasing out? Other than topics, even just maybe habits around viewing videos or?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
Or even like what platforms they're on, or some like is Pinterest a big deal? I know they added video a long time ago. Did that ever really pan out for video, or is it still pretty much?
So, we again, we work closely with all the platforms. We tend not to get into which platform's growing the biggest or the fastest. So on a platform-specific level, I don't know. I would say the thing that still is interesting is that we've seen a lot of success with media companies, especially on Facebook. So a year ago, they were doing 20 billion views a month, and now they're doing 105 billion views a month. I mean, that's massive growth, so they've really adopted that platform. But influencers are still, there's 5 views from influencer content for every 1 view of company-generated content. So take that, what that means is that the 4 or 5 million collective influencers, professional or amateur, collectively they do 5 times the viewership of every single business put together in the globe, right? All the world's largest global media companies, all the newspapers, all the TV, all those people, all the Crests, all the Samsungs, you put all those people together and they're 1/5 that of the long tail of creators. And I think that's fundamentally different because, for example, on TV, those creators don't have their own shows for the most part, maybe, except for Oprah. And so I think that creates a very different world, where if 10% of TV time moves to digital, especially on these social networks, and 80% of that is they're watching influencer content. That I think is profound. So that what I'm basically saying is that hasn't eroded. There hasn't been a big shift to professional content. Influencers still kind of own the day.
They do it themselves.
Yeah.
I think it's more authentic anyway when they do their own video without anything scripted from the brand. If they just are sent to a set that the brand made up, it's not as effective as them staying on their own channel and saying Doritos or whatever it is.
There's also just more of them. I mean, the platforms give you an equal shot, and there's 5 million creators that are constantly out there trying to make a living in video, and there's 50,000 companies. So they're just it's like a zombie swarm.
Right, right. Are you tracking things like 360 video versus VR versus regular video?
Right now, we're just tracking 360 on Facebook.
Okay. And what are your thoughts around that so far?
It's growing. I noticed the #1 video in 360 was MasterCard Brazil, 25 million views, which I thought was kind of interesting.
That's crazy. What was the video?
I didn't watch it. Okay. Just looked it up in Tubular. I don't really know. We can watch it together after the show. It's still pretty small, but it's emerging. It's growing.
For sure. Mike, I know 360 is a big part of what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, for us, us being kind of the kind of giving these fans kind of that intimate relationship and intimate experience with these bands and giving them the freedom of choice with 360 VR. For us, the scale's not there yet. So for us, it's not really, last year with Coachella, we picked Vantage and we drove everyone through the Coachella app to view, all the 360 experiences. We provided a cardboard VR box in every single ticket box last year, but still that didn't really make the dent in terms of mass awareness. So for us, really, it's that kind of shiny new object for us, and to really give our fans and make our fans, our customers, feel like they have the choice in terms of what content they can see. Live stream, a few years ago, we shifted over from 1 video camera to 3 video cameras, and now we're offering 360 views as well. So for us, really, it's being able to give that freedom of choice and that ability for the users to kind of pick and choose their own experience. Because, as a video producer, you can only assume what the fans want to see, whether it's the person on the guitar, whether it's that, cute couple in the audience. VR really gives that choice and that experience to the fans and let them pick and choose. So
Well, Coachella is interesting because the experience of Coachella is such a big part of it. It's not just the concerts. I mean, people who go and what they're wearing and who went with whom. Like that's such a huge news story as well as what Beyonce did on stage.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the analytics haven't caught up yet. I mean, we've asked to our production, like, can we actually track and measure which angle that they're actually viewing? Because we assume that when you have the choice, we actually assume that they're looking at the crowd, right? That they're not spending their entire time looking at either a DJ or a musician on screen. So for us, the next level of 360 for us is really tracking the analytics and say, what are people viewing at? And when we get those analytics, can we really use that to move and give us insights into what our video regular flat production should be doing and what they should be shooting, and how can that affect our live stream, our static 2D live stream, which drives in the sponsorships, drives in the numbers, and drives in that kind of revenue for us.
So how many 360 cameras do you have set up throughout Coachella, and where are they?
Last year, we set them out across 2 stages, but the idea is that, last year was really a bit of a test for us. Music rights haven't really caught up yet. And so the question is, is Live 360 actually live when it's getting buffered and encoded on the, in the cloud? And
But you're doing a live stream anyway.
Right.
So does it matter that it goes through the official live stream sponsored by T-Mobile versus 360? If the rights, I get it if the band didn't sign off.
Right.
And you have it on the 360, that's kind of cheating. But what if the band's already signed off on it? Do they really
So with the laws and the way the regulations are now, you actually can't, it doesn't cross over to both 360 and live stream. So for us, it was really kind of walking on eggshells last year, trying to figure out what the major record labels would say once we get live stream out there. Luckily, we think it was a huge success for us, something that we definitely want to replicate, and not just in the larger festival environments, but that's the great thing about 360 is that it lends itself to smaller venues, lends itself to smaller, more intimate kind of one-on-one studio sessions for us. So that's where we see 360 coming at, and the rights and legal issues is something that our lawyers are still looking at every day.
For sure.
But yeah, it's a tough kind of music's always been a tough cookie to crack for us in terms of legal rights. That's why sports is obviously more appealing doing VOD, but when it comes to music, live is really where 360 is really pushing us.
Right, got it.
Yeah.
Andy, Olympics had a really fun summer with video.
Yeah.
It was interesting to me that I really feel like the press got the story on the Olympics wrong. Like the big story was television viewership was down and millennials didn't care. Oh, and then at the very bottom of the article, it also said, oh, by the way, the online video's off the hook. And I'm like, well, that's where the millennials are. Everybody was watching what they wanted to watch as it happened. So can you help us sort of reconcile what that means?
Yeah, well, I brought along some of the interesting numbers that I found. All of the Olympics, actually since the Beijing Olympics have been, the infrastructure for it has been Microsoft based. So NBC works with us and other partners to create that. Azure Media Services was the back end that was creating that content. There were 45 million hours of content produced by Azure Media Services, consumed by the NBC audiences, which was 5 times Sochi Olympics. So in just that 2-year period, it was up 5 times. And that was overall content. Live content specifically was 2.71 billion live minutes of streamed content, which was double all prior games. So
that was 2.7 billion or million?
Billion.
Billion with a B.
So if you take all the previous streamed Olympics, they total up to 1.48 billion. So those are some pretty good numbers.
So that
huge
was
demand.
worldwide?
That was worldwide.
Or was it
and-
just NBC for the US?
Sorry, I take that back. This was NBC's numbers because Microsoft strictly works with them. I mean, there are other parts of Microsoft that work with other countries, but
Right.
these are the NBC numbers. So you're talking about
Those are
US
geofenced, so I
US
can't watch
viewers.
NBC from France, for
Correct.
example. I have to be in the US.
Correct.
That's pretty strong for US only.
So yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of numbers. So yeah, I would agree that I think the story was missed in that it was a lot of people wanted to watch this online. I think it was also, I think a lot of people were very interested in watching it online for being able to do not only the live but the time shifting as well, because it was in Rio, it was a little closer to our time zones, and so there were a lot of people watching events during the day. You know, productivity in I think every company goes down during things like the Olympics because we're all busy watching those. So
For sure.
they were incredible numbers, and what was great about I think this particular year was from an infrastructure standpoint, there were no downtimes. There was no reported outages. There was never any buffering issues where people just got hung and stuck, which are the things that, as you're building up to these things, that's where you spend all of your time, is trying to rigorously test to make sure that you don't leave anybody waiting. And from that standpoint, from an infrastructure standpoint, it was a really successful Olympics.
Since it's more online, I would think the audience would be maybe a little bit different. So were there any events that maybe were more popular than in past years because of the usage patterns?
Yeah, I looked for those type numbers in terms of breakdown of where the most popular were. The one thing, I would not say that it was event-driven, it was more people-driven. So the most popular stream, which was 519,000 concurrent viewers simultaneously, was Michael Phelps' Day 4, which was when he sort of became the biggest Olympian of all time.
Right, yeah.
So I would say it was probably more personality driven, and then you could see spikes just through correlation of social media as events were going on that were picking up notice. And seeing social feeds, you would see engagement pick up. So in this case, social media was very much driving those 16 days of viewership.
Interesting. So you mentioned there were no outages. That's pretty remarkable, given there was
Not bad.
2.7 billion views. Why do you think that is? Do you think the pipes are better? Do you think the compression's better?
So it's I would say it's not that it's better, it's matured. Live streaming is still ultimately in its infancy, but we're hitting a point where the codecs that we're using, the infrastructures that we're using have all had, multiple times to sort of change over, find things that aren't working well. That's not to say that they always go perfectly, but we're definitely at that sort of point where I'd say we're actually getting ready with things like 360 video and VR video and 4K. We're probably getting ready to jump infrastructure one more time, like that, we're in that precipice.
Mhm.
But we're at sort of a very mature age for like solid HD live streaming content right now. And so they've worked out all the bugs that they can, and from their perspective, it's just more reliable now than it has been in
Well,
years
HD is,
past.
that's the bigger feed too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I
Yeah,
mean,
hands down.
Yep, so yeah, I would say it's finally hit a sort of a maturing that allows for the wider viewership.
Mhm. Interesting. Do you think we're going to get to, I know there, like a few years ago, there was a bunch of companies that were passing around all kinds of different video compression ideas, and some did actually port over to live. Are you seeing any sort of like Pied Piper on our horizon?
Video compression is an evolving world. This is what I've been doing for 20 years, and it changes sort of in a constant state, and you just sort of have to take a snapshot and look at what's accurate for sort of a 2-year window, and then it moves on. So, like I said, we're sort of hitting a point where, for the longest time, we've had 1080p video, which was sort of the biggest that we were going to try to possibly consume, and we were using H.264 video codecs for that. Very reliable, very very matured in the world now. Not practical for 4K content, not necessarily as good for things like VR, where now we may be suddenly doubling, quadrupling the amount of content that we want to stream to a user at the same time.
I didn't see any, but was there VR at the Olympics?
This year, I do not believe there was. If there
Okay.
was, it was probably relatively small demo.
Right, probably more like a 360 than a full VR.
So yes, there is new compression technologies that are certainly going online now. There's new streaming protocols that are going online that will sort of bridge the gap between traditional cable and the OTT markets that are going out there. So that's the kind of stuff we're keeping an eye on, and as technologists, we've been looking at it for a couple of years, and it's starting to hit the market now. So we'll hear more about H.265 or HEVC, which is sort of the codec that may replace H.264 in the long run. We're also hearing a lot from Google about VP9, which is their version of it. So we'll sort of have a codec war for a couple of years where we do get out to see which one becomes more popular. And then we'll see streaming protocols change as we look for formats that will easily stream to all devices across all infrastructures. So today we're somewhat focused on HLS because while not a standard, it is sort of the broadest reaching. It's sort of the easiest to get to the consumer. But it's looking at being replaced by things like Dash, which is the new protocols that are being looked at that are more standardized and will have industry support to branch out to virtually every device out there.
Do any of those make it cheaper to produce content?
It doesn't make it cheaper to produce, but it will make it cheaper to deliver it to the
Okay.
end user. And so it's that
So
infrastructure side of it.
content creators,
Content creators-
distributors can look forward to having lower costs with better quality?
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay. Take note. Lena, let's talk about marketing. You're doing some really interesting things over at Ignition. Just sort of before we dive into some specific things you're working on, how do you feel video is sort of adapting or changing within marketing? I know it's been huge for a long time. Like, what are some of your overall observations of how it was maybe 2 years ago to how it is now, to like where you think the trends really are with using video as a marketing tool for content, obviously?
Yeah, and because we're a creative agency, we handle analytics and reporting, but I see everything through that creative lens.
Right, and your clients are like Netflix and what, Sony and?
All the movie studios,
Mhm.
and we work a lot with Netflix
So you're
as
tasked with
well.
putting together marketing campaigns and creating the creative around it, and
The
then.
strategy, the look and feel, doing our research up front to find out about the audience, and then how we're going to best reach them. And then once a show launches, say on Netflix, or a movie premieres, or a broadcast show premieres, then looking at the audience, and there almost always is a shift, and then we can really dial in what storylines are resonating, what characters are popular, and then we're able to create some really premium content around that for fans to celebrate, especially because we work in a lot of Marvel properties. So we always approach that as we know there's going to be fanboys and fangirls, and we want to give them these showcase pieces to share. So especially with when you have a high affinity level for a property like Marvel Properties, you know that the standards are going to be very high, that, I mean, down to every detail of the costume and, you know, the suits and the weapons and, you know, how they would talk, their mannerisms, that we really have to have all that dialed in. So, of course, that's much more of a challenge with video than it would be with statics. And we've seen a huge shift just over the last several months, that almost all of our content now is video. That I don't think we've had a single brand work with us recently that really wants much in the way of statics, you know, unless maybe some motion graphics, but yeah, there's definitely an element of motion that they want there.
And how has that affected engagement of campaigns overall?
We tend to get good engagement on behind-the-scenes content regardless of whether it's a still, a static, or it's motion, and that goes back to just the peek behind the curtain, and fans eat that up. But what we really have been playing a lot with is how to make audio visual, really, which we talked a little bit about previously, because we know that the majority of videos are played silently now. And so we've been tasked lately with finding innovative ways. For Daredevil, when Netflix launched Daredevil into different markets, we needed to find a way to make that announcement without just plastering the words on there, or relying at all on the audio. And so we were able to play with some conceptual art, and we actually had the different markets that Daredevil was launching in, Tokyo, Moscow, actually pictures of those cities on Daredevil's back while he's standing looking out over Hell's Kitchen. So a quick read and a way to translate what we wanted to communicate in the first few seconds, and do it in a way that almost made audio-visual, using vibration technology, which we've been looking into lately. And also for Finding Dory, we did a lot of text overlays that were visually stunning on their own, that were pieces of dialogue. So taking captions and really putting a creative spin on them is what we've been tasked to do lately.
Right. I find that, I mean, I watch a lot more videos on Facebook when there's captions, because I'm usually watching somewhere, but I don't want to have my phone blaring.
Sure.
Or my laptop going off. I'm not like alone. I'm in an office or something, so
Yeah.
it really helps. Are you finding that that makes a huge difference? Because someone starts a video and there's no captioning, do they like turn it off quicker than if they had
Yes.
captioning?
Yeah, absolutely. We really don't produce videos that don't have captions anymore. It's a waste. It doesn't make sense to. So that's probably been the biggest shift. And again, looking to make those captions even visually arresting in and of themselves, right at the start has been our, I wouldn't even call it a challenge, it's been fun.
Right.
And it's been fun to play with that.
What, in terms of video marketing, what are you not working on anymore? Like, what have you pretty much figured out is either that it's run its course as far as user interest, or it never really connected with anybody? It's just never really was a thing, and you just, well, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to focus on, like you mentioned, like closed captioning is a big deal. So so that's like going to be a thing you do.
Yeah, I would say audio really is the answer to that. You know, we had a film recently that we were putting together a marketing campaign for, still confidential, it hasn't been announced yet, but music was a big driver of the storyline. So the task was how do we get into this narrative without using the music? So needing to make sure that the energy that you saw matched the music you weren't hearing, with, of course, the goal being that you turn your volume on, but even if you didn't, you had a full experience. So that's probably the thing we've moved away from the most.
Are there any platforms you find that perform better with video?
It depends on the property. For like a broadcast show, like we work on TNT's new show Animal Kingdom, where there's a lot of second screen consumption, we find that Twitter performs very well for video content. But I would say across the board, hands down, Facebook does, especially because it allows you to target, so on a granular level. and just the ad capabilities, especially Canvas ads. We're working a lot with creating those, and those have been performing really well.
Yeah, they perform amazingly for clients that I work with too. It's astounding. It's content. It's not an ad anymore.
It's a story.
Yeah.
It's not an
Do y'all
ad
know what
anymore.
Canvas ads are on Facebook? Do you want to explain?
Canvas ads are a unit that allows you to explore. So your hero image can open with a video rather, and you can swipe up for more content, you can swipe left to right, and it just allows you to explore the characters and explore the storyline more. So we had some great success using that for Netflix and for TNT recently.
So within one ad unit, you have multiple pieces of content that tend to, it could either be like a carousel slideshow, like if you're a rock band, it could just be a carousel slideshow. If you're like Finding Dory or one of those things, it could be a whole exploration of, like, I know you guys did something about how to speak like a whale.
Yeah.
And you had some of the characters from some of the actors who were very famous, who voiced some of the characters,
Yeah.
come on and teach you how to talk like a whale. And that was
Yes.
all within a Canvas ad, so you end up sitting on that ad for like, what, 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, we had we saw excellent results with that, and I think they were great too because Disney really let us have a lot of fun with just creatively how we use the different units within the Canvas ad, and how we told that story. But yeah, Canvas ads have been performing really well.
Right.
That's just one thing I'll throw out. I think that, this has probably been overplayed, but the 15 or 30-second pre-roll ad makes no sense in an on-demand world. It literally makes no sense at all. If you're on minute 20, you're at 29 seconds in and you love what's going on, it just ends. Like it was created, for 1950s linear TV technology, and it literally has no place in today's world beyond the fact that we're just used to it, and we've got, media measurement models built around it. But if you were starting from scratch, you would never ever, create 30-second pre-roll ads to engage people in
They're
in
interminably
video. And I think
long.
we've reached peak pre-roll. I think pre-rolls will be around forever, 40, 50 years, but the TV inventory is going to go down, and they're just going to be replaced by cooler, more interesting content.
Or 6-second ads.
What is the ideal?
Or 6-second ads, or
What's-
party hats on Snapchat filters. Like,
Right. Yeah.
but pretty much anything except a 15, 30-second ad is going to be what you're going to.
Is a
my kids-
5-second
my
pre-roll, is
kids-
that fair? Is there any length of pre-roll that you think is worth the money?
I think, interrupting people and forcing them to watch content is like someone cold calling your phone. It's rude.
Mhm.
And it makes
It's rude. I mean, it's a
you need to
trade-off you
work
make to get
harder.
free content. I totally get it. But it's just not natural. And like my kids are 11 and 13, and they're just like, I want my ads on the side, or maybe I scroll by the ad, or I click the ad, but like.
They actually call them skip ads.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
it just doesn't make sense to me. And so.
What do you think mid-roll and post-roll have in the future? Because mid-roll's been increasingly
I don't
used
know, it
more
just-
often.
I mean, if there's like a TV timeout or something, but like, it doesn't.
Mid-roll to
me,
me
it doesn't
feels
really make a
even
lot of
worse than
sense,
a pre-roll. Like a pre-roll I kind of expect, but in mid-roll I'm like, ugh, really? I'm in the middle of watching this.
Yeah, like one of the guys I think is future. There's a guy at Thrillist, and he comes from TV, and he's like he's got a bunch of interesting takes on the world. How GoKits, used to be a van, and now they're like a Manila folder, right? That you send people. But he's like, I don't want to stop my live stream for 2 minutes and have people watch some mid rolls or 30 seconds, have them go elsewhere. What I would like is a little logo in the upper right-hand corner. Think soccer, right? This live stream brought to you by GE. There's a little GE thing. I'll talk about GE from time to time. Click a link if you want to learn more about GE. Like, why would we ever stop?
Yeah, I think
Don't stop the show.
I think the problem is finding the right partner who understands that, right?
Yeah.
And that's always been the difficult part, is finding that brand that hey, don't use my 30-second $1 million commercial, just throw me in natively into the actual live stream. So I 100% agree with you, and mid-roll is the bane of this generation, but I definitely think it's been tough to find that brand that says, hey, be happy with the lower third, or be happy with native integration or custom vignettes after the cool content's done. So for us, it's been a constant struggle.
We have to include almost in every RFP pre-roll because it's like.
they want it.
They want it. I think mid-roll, the only reason I think mid-roll is interesting is it's a way to get people into content faster.
What's the dropout rate though, do you think?
I don't know.
I wonder.
We haven't done enough of it to even know, but I mean, any way I can get someone watching my content sooner is better for me. Now, of course, doing what you said, integrating in sponsoring sets or portions of the screen are great, but I think, he's right. It's like convincing brands to get on board with that and convincing them that it's more valuable than a pre-roll. But for them, they can measure a pre-roll. I mean, you can measure the viewership as well, but to them, they think that, like, oh, look, my pre-roll got watched, and therefore it was effective. And that's not always hand in hand.
The only platform that I see doing mid-roll in an interesting way, I would think, is Twitch, where they actually give the power of the mid-roll to the actual content creator, where they literally have a button, they can click it and say, hey, run a mid-roll now. Yeah, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm not going to Twitch, but here's a mid-roll, and let's run it right now. So like that's where Twitch, I feel like, has really come in and changed that live stream landscape by offering more tools to these content creators, by creating innovative kind of ad-free products, so to say.
For sure, yeah.
That's giving more kind of I'd say substance and user engagement to this community that they've built.
Paula, how is live streaming evolving as a marketing platform?
Well, I was going to say, we talk about what happens at YouNow as participatory media, and the majority of our audience is between 13 and 24, and they have a really different concept of what they expect from a broadcast, and they absolutely want to be part of the broadcast. The media is not just being pushed to them, they are actually part of what's being created. And 70% of the people watching YouNow are participating in some way. They're gifting, they're commenting, they're broadcasting. So, I think it's been a new phenomenon that a creator can gain an audience simply by being themselves, by being authentic, candid. I mean, it can be very, very low tech. They're sitting in their bedroom, low cost, and yet, the engagement of the audience when they feel that they have become part of the broadcast, when they've been recognized, when the musician has done a song with their name in it, when the musician has done a song that they requested. I mean, it's almost like you can feel the serotonin, going off in their brains because they become so engaged. And, we see a real potential for brands. There have been some creators who bring brands into their broadcasts. YouNow does not have any advertising on the platform itself, but the creators or the media companies who are on YouNow are welcome to bring in sponsors, and brands themselves can become broadcasters. And we also are looking at ways that we can take the gamification, the gifts that the users can participate with, and have a brand, sponsor a Fritos bag that you can give as a gift, and it can be tied to a charity. We think there's a lot of potential for brands to participate in a way that's very organic and authentic to the experience of what's going on at YouNow.
So I know that Refinery 29 and Huffington Post and content creators are getting the live streaming and running their own channels and running their own shows. Are any brands, like straight up brands, doing that yet?
iHeartRadio or
still a content company.
Coca-Cola doing some.
Coca's dead on. Yeah,
exploring working with us.
And are they expecting to make money on that? Because I mean, the amazing thing about live streaming is that you can make money on it just from the users. That's one of the few things users will pay for. Are they looking to make money on it? Are they turning on the tipping? Are they turning on the pay for the emoji? Or is it just simply a marketing expense for them?
Most of the media companies broadcasting on YouNow do not enable the tipping.
Do they feel it's crass, or they just don't think no one's going to do it?
I think that the tipping is very tied to the fan's relationship to the broadcaster, and they love the idea of helping them, of being part of their projects, almost like crowdfunding. And it becomes a little murkier for a media company to be getting a tip. You know, where would that tip be going? It's sort of unclear. So
What percentage of users on the platform actually use the tipping? Is it sort of like the top 3%, or there's like 3% that use it a lot, or 10% that use it a lot, or are there people that do small tips like, you know, $1, $2?
So there is a tip jar, but most of the gifts in the gift area have a price. So the likes have a price. We've just introduced a new, very high-priced gift, which is a confetti box, and it's actually a box that explodes into confetti during the broadcast, and so everybody kind of gets a sort of make it rain, you know, kind of pardon the metaphor.
And what does that cost? I guess from a user, like a ballpark, is that a $5 gift? Is that a $10 gift?
It's actually 13,000 bars. So
which translates
yeah,
roughly. I know it changes for everything, but roughly.
I think it's like a $50 gift. It's
wow.
It's a pretty big.
That's pretty
high
significant.
ticket.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say about there is a way that the broadcaster is earning through every transaction, and it's not just through the tip jar, and users are actually given bars, and they, you know, just for spending time on the platform, you get to become part of the game. So
I guess maybe was your question, because I'm interested in this too. Like, do 5% of your users create 90% of the revenue, right? I mean, it feels like that's the Zynga model. It's the gaming model. I was just curious.
I think there is the phenomenon, as there is on Twitch, of whales, people who are heavy tippers, people. But I also think the broadcasters on YouNow also generate a loyal fan base. So we have a broadcaster named Brent Morgan, who earns over $100,000 a year on YouNow, and it's not all from the high tippers. He has a core group. He broadcasts almost every day on YouNow, and that core group gives to him on a regular basis.
And what does he broadcast about, and what do you think is the profile, like a demo profile of who's watching him?
I think that Brent might have a little older demo.
Older being
than some
30s?
of our Jacob Sartorius, 20s.
20s, okay.
20s. And I think that his songs, his musical ability is a big draw, but the fact that the fans are so involved, he will write a song for somebody, he will call out everybody in the broadcast. He's just extremely adept at making people feel like they're important when they come to his broadcast. That's
really cool.
Yeah.
That is cool.
So this is sort of a question for the general panel. I read an article recently that it kind of floored me. It said that marketing departments that create branded content are now expected for a certain percentage of their budget to come back to them in revenue. So branded content is not just, isn't this great, people will watch it, isn't this a great marketing spend? It's, whoa, this is actually real content. This could be on an OTT service, this could be on a live stream service, this could be monetized in a number of ways. It's what struck me is that it's sort of making a marketing person into a biz dev person to run a P&L, which is not typically what they're expected to do. So I'm wondering, do any of you feel, Mike and Michael and Lena and the ones who are working with content properties and doing branded content, do you feel pressure to make your budget back through any sort of revenue? People were actually selling advertising against their branded content, which I thought was so meta. You're selling ads against your ad, basically, which is amazing. But if you think about it, like Red Bull does so much great like skateboard content and extreme sports content, it doesn't really feel like an ad, even though we very much know it's Red Bull Media House and So they will sell an ad against that as long as it's not competitive, and that's how they make their money back. So I'm just wondering, what is your guys' experience with the lines being blurred between marketing and monetization with branded content, and how much of that pressure are you feeling from yourselves versus your clients versus your bosses saying, make some of your salary back?
This is your question.
Well, I mean, we've had discussions with, we're content creators, so, you know, we've had discussions with brands around partnering for content, you know, like co-creating series together.
Right.
Where they can be part owner and fund it, and we can go out and try to sell that, take it to different platforms, window it. That, it's still early on, I think. There's some examples of that happening, but I think it's still exploring where the boundaries are and what that means. We haven't, I don't have any example of something I can point to that would exactly fall into that sort of category, where a brand is then becoming almost a development person, a creative development person with you, or coming in and funding an idea because they want to become a content owner and an owner of IP. So it's definitely something that we've started exploring a lot to see if we can get some different sorts of projects off the ground, but it's still early on, and we haven't gotten a ton of I don't think that's a whole nother level of a whole nother layer to a marketing group that isn't necessarily a marketing initiative. It's more of a, I don't even know, I guess it's part marketing, part development. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, your model is mostly you're a content creator with advertisers. That's the way the reporter works, that's the way Billboard works. So as you do more entertainment properties, that's kind of how the model flops over. But I know that there's sort of a larger brand feeling within your company at the same time, too. So
Yeah, I think it's still early. I mean, I think, and you probably have dealt with this in
Yeah,
what
I
you're
mean,
doing.
we've had that conversation actually not too long ago about, we have this series with the LA Kings called Black and White. It's like a kind of a play on kind of HBO's kind of Hard Knocks, kind of looking into the preseason of the Kings, and they actually went ahead and filmed it last year without a sponsor. So this is just content, considered very premium content. So the question was, you know, do we go out and find an advertiser for this? And then we kind of flipped that question on the head. Is like, actually, do we take this to Hulu or Netflix and try to get them to buy it versus us selling it to an advertiser?
the way we have that Ram show
Right.
on
Hard Knocks.
Hard
Yeah,
Knocks. It's HBO, right?
Yeah, it's HBO show. Yeah. So do we take that model and actually try to find, find a network or someone, because all the platforms these days are looking for content and they're craving for content. So do we partner with a brand that would then leverage our channels and our YouTube and our Facebook, or do we give it exclusive to a Hulu where we wouldn't get the reach, but we get that premium kind of feel and aspect and perspective to it? So that was a conversation that we were having. An example of a brand that does that really well, to me, is National Geographic. Right?
Yeah.
They even have a TV channel now, right? So they started as a brand strong on print, and they've evolved into videos, and now they've evolved into a brand that like you said, has advertisers coming to them and wanting to sponsor their content and stuff. So for us, it's kind of that biz dev question of, we're always looking at what gives us the best ROI, but what will give us the biggest reach and awareness, and how does that awareness equal into revenue, and then how does that change the formula of what ROI is?
Sure. Lena, do you have any clients that are straight up brands? I know you have a lot of content companies that come to you.
Yeah, well, we work with gaming clients as well, who are, selling downloads and game purchases. For my clients specifically, because they're entertainment, it's really about the earned media. So the ROI is how many press mentions, is their word of mouth, because as an agency, that's how we make our client look good within, say, using Netflix, for example. That producer we're working with he's gonna get the next best show, he's gonna get the next Stranger Things, right? Because he did so well with this campaign and building this buzz and creating great content around the show itself.
I have an example that just popped up. Historically there's been Hallmark. They have the Hallmark channel. I was on Amazon, and you can subscribe for $3 a month to the Hallmark channel through Amazon Prime. I didn't do it, but I thought that was kind of interesting. So I was talking to a company called Chubbies. So I don't know if you know Chubbies. Chubbies makes really tight shorts and swimsuits for men, kind of retro. The idea, I think, is essentially like stuff that 24-year-old and older guys wouldn't wear, and thus it's cool to wear if you're under 24. Anyway, they're now doing 50 million views a month on Facebook. They started out, they're the third most watched apparel brand after Adidas and Nike. And so 50 million views a month on Facebook. They started out, the reason they're doing it is they started out as Facebook as their e-commerce channel, right? So they were basically just selling through Facebook. So they got, they were using Facebook, built up a bunch of fans on Facebook. But now that they have 50 million views, and most of these videos are just kind of like kids having fun in swimsuits. So like, 400-foot long slip and slides, or they had one kind of go viral, which was like real life beer pong, where they set up inner tubes in a lake that looked like beer pong, and then they would swing and try to go into the beer pong ones. And some of the things they do is they actually look up interesting ideas on YouTube and Facebook. You could use a company like Tubular to do that. And then remake some of the interesting ideas. But they were approached by some liquor brands. Captain Morgan came to them and said, hey, you guys have awesome content. Like, how do we get into your content? And they're like, wow, we're a brand ourselves. But how much money are we talking here? So Captain Morgan is sponsoring a sweepstakes that they're doing, and now they're just a little company, but they have 4 or 5 people. They make about 2 videos a week, so it's about 100 a year, and it's going well. So their vision is, okay, let's try to break even on this little media group we have going on, and we'll tell our stories, and it'll be great, and it won't cost us anything, and it's hard to find the brand lift. They do see some swimsuit sales. The problem, though, is it becomes a recursive problem, which is, well, if Captain Morgan, if they're making money on their video studio because of Captain Morgan, then at some point, some advertisers got to get ROI out of this, by selling bottles of Captain Morgan, right? So, but I think it shows innovation, and just, there's some room in the space for people who get out there. There doesn't have to be only one Red Bull. There could be 100 Red Bulls. There's no like law of Red Bull that prevents other people from doing it. It's just you have to carve out some. And I think they're able to do it because one of the founders was like, hey, I want to do this, so I'm going to. Yeah, that's the Chubby story.
I think Quest Nutrition's kind of in that same,
yeah.
In that Quest. I think I met with them about a year or two ago, and they had like a 7-figure marketing budget. And instead of using that budget for marketing, they decided to build their own YouTube space within their office. And you guys should check out their YouTube channel, but it's literally like a crazy influencer channel where they're just taking Quest products and making their own version of Tasty, their own version of BuzzFeed, their own version of esports, and they're just surrounding the whole.
They have music videos over there, the official music video of like the Blueberry Bar.
Yeah, they have really, really interesting content, and the way they approach marketing was just that. Let's build our own media company, and let's build great content, and then that's how we're going to draw people in versus forcing people to watch our content.
So, and here's the payoff, right? So a few years ago, we were talking to Pepsi, and the CMO there from this engagement division is now at BuzzFeed, but he said, look, this is Google Trends, and here is Pepsi, and it's like flat line, and there's a big spike, and it's flat line, there's a big spike, there's flat line, there's a big spike, and the spike are the viral videos, right? The Uncle Drews or the surprise videos with the race car drivers. He goes, but people engage heavily in this one video, and then it just goes, there's nothing else for them to watch, it goes back down to zero. Here's Red Bull. Google Trends, up, right? Here's Ipsy, Google Trends, up. And these brands that are building like a built-in audience that has a connection to the brand and cares about it and is going to tune into the next piece of video content or just social media content, right? And they're like, we want to get some percentage of our working budget creating long-term equity and relationships, so it's not just spend $4 million on a bunch of commercials, spend $40 million to get distribution for that $4 million investment, and then repeat 4 times a year. There's got to be like more to marketing than than just constantly buying CPM-based TV ads. So
Yeah,
they've now got so Pepsi now has this thing called the Makers Project, and they have a studio in Brooklyn, and people are coming in, and musicians are filming. And the trick is to, they know that CPM-based ads sells cases of soda, and they have to figure out that this other thing does as well. But it's that idea behind is my Google Trends up and to the right, or am I just renting eyeballs?
Right. We have a little bit of time left. I want to get back to live streaming. And just for your own knowledge, live streaming, the way we're talking about it, is sort of like Periscope and Facebook Live. It's not just simply streaming something live like a concert. It's actually it's usually a broadcaster speaking directly into the camera about whatever topic they are an expert at, or just chatting, or whatever they want to do. There's also a text chat that scrolls next to them. And then the monetization we're talking about is generally across the bottom. You can either tip them directly, you can buy emoji to use in your chat, and some of that revenue is shared back with the user. Or you can subscribe, like Twitch makes a lot of money on subscriptions, so I can pay $5 a month to always see this broadcaster and get certain privileges along with that. So it's kind of like being part of a fan club. So that's the kind of live streaming we're talking about. Periscope doesn't really have any of those monetization features yet, neither does Facebook Live. They're just doing it basically for the fun of it for now. But I mean, YouNow and Twitch have definitely shown that there's a pretty serious revenue model behind this, that viewers are willing to open their wallets, unlike they've ever been before with content online, which is amazing because it's such amateur content, but it's compelling. So I want to talk a little bit about that. There's basically 3 kinds of live streaming I'm seeing emerge. There's like event-based, where we have something going on right now. We have a Coachella, and there's someone on the street, out there on the field doing live streaming and then actually interacting with people as they go. There's the gaming and tournaments that we're seeing a lot on Twitch. I know you guys, Xbox is working a lot on that. And if you think that's not a thing, then look into esports, because people actually fill stadiums watching this stuff. This is the online version of that. And then there's just like native live streamers, like I could be on just talking about something. So I'm just wondering how the panel is incorporating live streaming with any sort of content / marketing initiatives you're doing, what platforms you're on, what seems to be working for you. What's not working for you, what if like, oh gosh, we were on that platform and like it did nothing for us, we're gonna stick to Facebook Live, or whatever it is. We only have 15 minutes and I wanna get some questions, so maybe just go down the panel, and if anybody is working with it in a significant way, or Paulo, as you know, if you have success stories you wanna talk about that slam dunk, this works for people and this is why, go for it.
I'll say the one thing about live streaming is I think you can go from 0 to an audience in a very short period of time. And that is highly unusual. There's somebody here from Roker Media in the audience, and there was a young woman working in the office of Roker Media who became the YouNow, the face of their YouNow channel, strictly by accident. And she's not a singer, she's not a comedian, but she's a very engaging 20-something young woman who has a message of positivity. Her name is Evie Y on the channel, and she went from accidentally broadcasting for Roker Media to having her own channel, millions of views now. She's making thousands of dollars a month as a broadcaster.
And what does she broadcast? What does she do?
She does a dating show. She does a Fashion Friday show. She walks around New York and takes people with her. She takes people when she goes home to Canada, and she's in her mother's kitchen. I mean, it's really, life with Evie. This all happened in less than a year. Haley Knox is a young recording artist on S-Curve, touring now, opening for Charlie Puth. Started broadcasting on YouNow when she was 16, and at the end of a year, she'd been signed to a major label, had thousands of fans, and had actually learned how to perform and interact with an audience on YouNow. That was her primary platform. So live streaming, I mean,
it takes years to get that as an artist.
If somebody wanted to establish a brand for themselves as an influencer, gain an audience, the fastest way to do it, I think, would be live streaming. And part of what happens on live streaming, which Evie also did very well, is that the broadcasters connect with each other, they form alliances, they share their audiences, and that's another way that accelerates their, and we also help, promote them, but there's a very organic acceleration that you can achieve.
Andy, how are you taking on Twitch?
So Xbox is a long-term partner with Twitch. 3 years ago, we enabled the ability for someone to stream directly to Twitch directly from their Xbox One. And that's been a very popular feature amongst the for broadcasters and just for casual gamers on there as well. Also working with them to make sure that people who are streaming from their Xboxes are very discoverable, so it's easy to find that content. If you're watching Twitch on your Xbox, you probably want to find an Xbox game to watch. So just making sure that those kinds of sort of discoverability issues are sort of well addressed. That's sort of been where things have been to date. We're working, our engineering team is working now on tournament or arena integrations so that individuals can very easily work through places like ESL or MLG or Faceit out of the UK and use their technologies on our platforms so that they can find a match, join that match, other people can watch it, and then they can come back to the app of their choice and see the results. So sort of connecting the dots of being able to not just play the games. To date, all of that sort of the infrastructure part of it has existed outside, where you've had to go to a website, sign up for a match, and then wait for everybody to get online and go play it. Now you can do it all from your controller effectively. So
Right.
that's all coming, in the fall, but it's in preview now and something that folks are starting to talk about and test.
Mike, outside of Coachella, how is live streaming part of your general strategy?
You know what? When I first started, the question that I always got was, should we live stream on Facebook or should we live stream on YouTube? Or Periscope or any other platform. And you know what I always told them is, and I actually don't know of anyone that's actually, YouTube used to pay people for exclusivity. I don't believe Facebook has paid anyone for exclusivity. So my answer to them has always been, why not all of them, right? So, every community, every single platform has their own audience. So there's no harm in renting an extra encoder and encoding to every single platform that you possibly can, whether it be Break.com, whether it be any video platform out there. So for us, really, we always get that question of where should we be live streaming. You should be trying to live stream anywhere and everywhere, right? And every platform has its unique, different preferences. Your Snapchat audience, they literally had to type in your username to find you. Facebook, they might have been served an ad and they might have liked it or they saw their friend liked it. Periscope is also very different. So for us, it's really, last time we did a live stream on the AEG Live Golden Voice patio last week, and we had a red 4K camera, and then we had 3 people with cell phones live streaming all at the same time. And I just thought that was the funniest thing to watch. It's just like a $10,000 camera and like 4 iPhones. And so for us, the live stream question is live stream anywhere and everywhere, and you'll know instantly if it's working or not. And that's the beauty of live stream. So,
Michael, I know it's a big deal with what you're doing right now with your award shows.
Yeah, so we've been working more exclusively with Facebook Live, and we're doing about 1,000 minutes of live streaming a month, doing about 60 to 70 live streams per month. And, when we started doing this, it was we really didn't know what was going to work or not work. I think something about the Hollywood Reporter and Billboard as brands, as their, when we talk about influencers and on-camera personalities and people developing relationships with the audience, when I started, I said, well, who's on camera? and they were
What
like,
are you doing in your broadcast, by the way?
What's that?
What are you doing in your broadcast? Because if you're doing 100 broadcasts a month, that's not all award shows.
No, we're doing everything from, we're at the, premiere of this new Netflix show, or we're in our studio interviewing nominees for.
So there's an element of reporting
Emmys.
with most of your broadcasts.
Yeah, there's an element of reporting for sure. But I think what you were saying is that relationship, especially with live stream, because, ideally you want someone to stick around for 30, 60, 90 minutes. With music, it's a little different because, there's that element of like what you're there for is the music. But when you're just talking to someone face to face, you really do need that element of interactivity, the element of conversation.
Right.
It's not just we're broadcasting something and you're watching it and oh yeah, it's live. It needs to be, you really need to incorporate all those things in. So it's been a learning curve for us over the last few months, and we're slowly figuring out what works and what doesn't. And usually it's the experiential things that work really well. Like the other day we went to Universal and did, they walked us through their creature shop for the Halloween Horror Nights and showed us how they actually did all the makeup for the zombies and things like, it was like super unusual and interesting, but it was like, it worked really well and people loved it and they stuck around for a long time versus maybe two of our writers talking about something, maybe it isn't as engaging, maybe we need to add elements of interactivity there, ask the audience questions. It's a lot of that learning curve where, a lot of these influencers, that's the de facto, it's just them. So they have no one else to talk to except the audience. And so that's something that we've been, learning from influencers is how to be more, it's sort of an audience development thing, really.
And I think it's almost like a new skill that entertainers need to have. You didn't need to have this skill in the past. You just had to be good at performing or acting, and now you're being asked to do something else. Social media is part of that, but you have to reveal yourself, you have to talk to the other people, you have to ask their opinion. And, we find that people don't want us to just live stream events on YouNow. They want to be part of it. We did the Miss Universe, but we were, with our YouNow reporter backstage with them as they put on their makeup, and people got to ask questions and participate. But that expectation is there now, and also for the entertainer, there's another expectation. It's a whole other skill.
Yeah.
Is there any questions? We have a few minutes left. Yeah.
For a time, everybody was talking about how Facebook, most things online, needed to be a certain time limit. People wouldn't watch for longer than, or they wouldn't watch if it's too short. Facebook tells you 10 minutes minimum because it takes a while for people to know that you're live. Is there a sweet spot? Have you guys found in your testing, what time does work best for a live stream before people just kind of tune out and aren't interested? Or does it depend on what the show is that has something to do with it?
I think 10 minutes is a good minimum. Any shorter than that, the thing about live is it's so hard to get a critical mass. Like, it's so hard to get a group together because, people aren't used to tuning in anymore. They're used to watching when they feel like it. So this is like, what's the reason for them to join? And I think you have to sort of be around, socialize it, put it out there, let people know a couple times, at least in the first 10 minutes, just to get that buzz going. Luckily, right now, Facebook alerts your followers. They can turn that off, but ideally, we're not annoying enough to have them turn it off. So hopefully, they keep it on. That helps a lot. But you probably know. I think for your audience, like the people that come to your channels, it's like they're like rabid fans who are waiting for the next broadcast, and they're also a lot younger than the Hollywood Reporter audience, which is
and the younger demo, there's our viewers are spending on average, 51 minutes a day on YouNow, and it's not unusual for a broadcaster to go for an hour or even 2 hours, but that's because I think the perception is that they're hanging out with their friends as opposed to watching a show. And so it's like being at the mall and hanging out, and time just flies.
Well, Paula, YouNow did a whole survey. YouNow did a whole survey on this with AudioKite,
right,
and found a bunch of sort of truthisms, I guess, that would actually work. Is any of those come to mind to you? I can't think of any off the top of my head. Like sort of rules of the road for how to broadcast.
Yeah, there's a company called AudioKite that we did a music study with, and if you Google that, there's a nice Medium piece with their results of that music study.
Also,
definitely the idea of hanging out is
right.
Which is interesting because when brands and publishers think about things, we tend to think about things in terms of formatted things, shows. How do we create a show? How do we cast it? How do we, script it? What's the whole thing? And a lot of times it's not. I think that can work too, but I think you have to just create it knowing the things that we've learned in mind.
I would say when it comes to online video, just forget what you know about prime time. Just look at the rest of TV, look at the rest of radio, these talk shows and college game day and the late night segment shows, like Primetime's its own little deal. We actually found 17 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes was the sweet spot for views, and that's actually interesting because the views we were looking at were live plus on demand later. So even these longer videos of 15 to 20 minutes got millions and millions and millions more views on demand afterwards, and so that syncs with your at least 10 minutes thing.
I mean, definitely for live streaming, everything you know about what works on YouTube is the complete opposite of what works on live streaming itself. Because of the things Paula said, it's like it's hanging out. So those short little highly edited, 2 to 3 minute, snappy videos, like you don't need any of that. The idea is to really kind of draw out what you're talking about for musicians to talk in between their songs and have a conversation with their audience and then get some ideas for some cover songs and then have a joke. And like that's sort of the idea around it. Is Ron in here, Ron Pruitt? Because he's with Roker. Roker did a whole, Roker Labs did a whole study on this. Is it on rokerlabs.com or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Media, Roker Labs. Yeah. We did a study on, we actually did it with Paula to track YouNow, to track the usage there. But what was the one that you were specifically referring to?
AudioKite, a client of mine, did a study with her about what is working, what users like, what they respond to, what features they like, which features they don't, and some other information about them. That's in a Medium article.
Yeah, if people go to Roker Labs on SlideShare,
Mhm.
it's all there. It's actually there's an infographic that we did with Paula at AudioKite as well as a study.
So search on SlideShare
SlideShare for Roker Labs.
for Roker Labs and search on Medium for YouNow AudioKite, and you'll see. One more question, anybody? Yeah.
I'm with the Cal State University Entertainment Alliance, and one of the things that we're trying to figure out is how to put these new skills into our curriculum, so we're training the hundreds of thousands of potential content makers that we have. Any suggestions on that, or any examples you have of classes, other universities that are already doing this? What do we do? How do we
I think it's a school of hard knocks. I mean, everybody's successful on Paula's YouNow. I mean, they're native broadcasters.
Start a channel on YouNow and have your students broadcast on a regular basis.
Yeah. Just getting in front of a camera. I mean, that camera interaction is so hard. Some people are natural, some people are
Right.
awkward.
Have them
just-
do a research
yeah.
report on what works. Give them a whole semester, bust it up into 5 shows across however many, like 3 or 4 person per show. Have them cycle through, and then that's their final. You tell me what works.
And online video is a team sport, right? So they should not go it alone. You talk about collaborating on YouNow, collaborating on YouTube. There is an under amount of collaboration on Facebook, but there are some interesting situations where, Thrillist will show a video made by somebody with 20,000 Facebook fans and just credit them back. And so, it goes on Thrillist. Thrillist gets the views, but they get, so they get learned about. And one of my friends became sort of a YouTube star. He makes videos about how to become a better programmer. His big break was creating content that got put on a programming channel that was bigger than him at the time. He's now eclipsed them. But he made a series for them, and it's like, hey, if you like this, and they said, go check out my buddy's channel. So, do not, if you're going to go it alone, just don't even bother, I think. And maybe there's some exceptions that prove the rule. But go out there and find a like-minded community and help them. They'll help you, and I think that's just key.
The interesting school to keep an eye on would be UC Irvine. They just created that new esports kind of arena for their students.
Cool.
So they have 50 computers in their student center. They're all hooked up, have all the games. They're all ready to stream on
amazing.
Twitch and Facebook and YouTube. So it's going to be interesting when this fall semester starts.
They get credit for playing games?
It's actually, they got rid of all their pool tables and they put in all these
Oh, wow.
state-of-the-art gaming computers.
Wow.
And it's sanctioned by UCI, and they're actually making their own esports team. So to see
Amazing.
what kind of Twitch content comes out of UC Irvine in the next year is going to be really interesting.
Interesting. I think we're done. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks to my panel. This has been really interesting and fun. Thank you, guys.
here at the fabulous Skirball Center. And I'd also like to thank our online audience joining us via live web stream. I'm Dr. Dina Ibrahim. I'm Executive Director of the Cal State Entertainment Alliance, a program that seeks to formulate strategic alliances between the 23 campuses of the CSU and the entertainment industry. We want to expand the pipeline of our students, who are actually majority minority on all of our campuses, into an industry that is notorious for its lack of diversity. Race relations and diversity not just of ethnicity, but of perspectives, are of increasing social relevance, and this distinguished panel will not only acknowledge and discuss the issues and problems, but also how to move forward. We'll talk about how prestigious television awards are increasingly recognizing the work of diverse content creators. We'll discuss how to formulate strategies and policies designed for solutions. We have a diverse range of academic and industry perspectives, and it's now my pleasure to introduce our panelists. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Dr. Sherry Williams is a postdoctoral fellow at Wake Forest University. Dr. Williams conducts research on how people of color, particularly Black women, are represented in the media and how people of color use social media. She's particularly interested in studying how Black people's use of social media is changing social television and social justice. Her research includes ways in which Black women are represented on social media, on reality TV, and in the news. Williams was a newspaper reporter for 10 years, including at the Associated Press, and continues to work as a freelancer. Her work has appeared in media outlets, including NBC, BLK, Essence, and Ebony magazines. She writes about race, demographics, women and gender issues, social media, health, among other issues. She also teaches media representation and journalism classes at Wake Forest's comm department. Mr. Eric Fitzgerald Reed is the Vice President of Entertainment and Tech Policy for Verizon Communications. Mr. Reed has worked for Verizon for 16 years. He analyzes industry trends, manages the telecom department, and emerging high-tech matters as they relate to public policy. Mr. Reed leads Verizon's outreach to an array of Silicon Valley and Hollywood-based stakeholders in content, entertainment, digital media, information technology, and major sports leagues, all with vested interests in telecom policy, regulatory, and legislative matters. And in the community, Mr. Reed is incredibly active. He's on a number of boards, the Toomey Mentorship Board, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, Foundation Board of Directors, and has served on a wide variety of nonprofits, including one supporting families fighting childhood cancer. He's also a member of the Consumer Electronics Association Board of Industry Leaders and the Digital Hollywood Board of Advisors to the OTT Connected TV Hollywood Alliance. Dr. Jacqueline Landrum Sanderlin is the Executive Director, School and Community Relations of Inglewood Unified School District. Dr. Sanderlin has decades of experience with entertainment and education partnerships. She worked for the Compton Unified School District for 21 years, where she served the youth as a teacher, an assistant principal, a principal, and community engagement leader administrator. It was the profound partnership with the William Morris Endeavor Entertainment Talent Agency that was a game changer for Dr. Sanderlin. It was through this partnership they were able to provide long-term effects for students by exposing them to theater, music, art, dance, photography, and much more. She was also able to make an idea into a reality TV show called School Pride, which was aired by NBC. This reality show went around the country to remodel schools to show the importance of a positive school environment. With the assistance of philanthropists and business leaders, she was able to remodel each school aesthetically and programmatically. And in addition to remodeling the interior and exterior, innovative programs were created to expose students to visual and performing arts. Dr. Jeffrey Jones is chair and director of the George Foster Peabody Awards at the University of Georgia. And under Dr. Jones' leadership, the Peabody Awards program has entered into a 3-year contract with cable channel Pivot to air 90-minute TV specials of the annual Peabody Awards ceremony. He's created a first ever advisory board comprised of 25 top-level media industry executives, created a student honor board of Peabody Fellows, launched a fantastic new website, and I know how tough that is, expanded its social media presence, created new forms of original media programming like documentaries and podcasts, and digitized the judging system. Professor Jones is also the author and editor of 5 books on popular politics and entertainment. I'd love to pick your mind about what's currently going on with politics and entertainment. He's also a member of the Entertainment and Media Studies Department in the Grady College of Journalism and Mass Communication. So welcome to our panel, and I will let Dr. Williams kick off the discussion with her presentation on diversity in media. So I'm going to pass my computer on to you.
Okay, thank you. I can, if that's better.
Should you come up here? So there you are in PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. As she said, I am Sherry Williams, and I'm going to talk to you today about why diversity is absolutely necessary in storytelling. I'm going to try my best to make a lot of important points in a short amount of time, so please bear with me if it seems like I'm talking really fast, because that'll come back from my debating days in high school. So what I want to first start off with is this.
Quite right. The film we've just seen said it all. I think we should say that Liz nominated for the best performance by an actor are
Marlon Brando in The Godfather,
Michael Caine in Sleuth,
Laurence Olivier in Sleuth,
Peter O'Toole in Ruling Class,
Paul Winfield in Silent. The winner is Marlon Brando in The Godfather.
accepting the award for Marlon Brando and Godfather is Joaquin Gilbert.
Hello, my name is Sasheen Littlefeather. I'm Apache, and I'm president of the National Native American Affirmative Image Committee. I'm representing Marlon Brando this evening, and he has asked me to tell you in a very long speech, which I cannot share with you presently because of time, but I will be glad to share with the press afterwards, that he very regretfully cannot accept this very generous award. And the reasons for this being are the treatment of American Indians today by the film industry, excuse me, and on television in movie reruns, and also with recent happenings at Wounded Knee. I beg at this time that I have not intruded upon this evening, and that we will, in the future, our hearts and our understandings will meet with love and generosity. Thank you on behalf of Marlon Brando.
So this was 1973 at the Oscars. And so now we fast forward to 2015 and 2016, and some of the same concerns still exist. That was 43 years ago, and some has changed, but not a lot. So I really just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of historical context for these images, because I think it is of extreme importance for us to talk about this, because even though we are in a day and an age where we have a lot more diversity, and it seems like there is a lot more visibility, not only of people of color, but of people with different sexual identities and people with disabilities across the board, of cross identities, of intersections, it seems like we do have a lot more representation, but we actually don't. And this is particularly important right now at this social and political moment that we are in, because in this age of Black Lives Matter and a lot of activism and social justice, people are not only demanding social justice, but they're also demanding just images. What a lot of the Black Lives Matter people are talking about, while we're talking about trying to get more justice, not only in terms of police brutality, but also structural violence that occurs across people of color, is how these images that we continue to see day in and day out, and both fictional and news media continue to uphold some of the same cycles of oppression and some of the same images that continue to show people as not complete human beings. So just as we see people out in the streets demanding justice for jobs, education, employment, we see people also saying that we need images that show people's complete and full humanity, so that we will actually be able to understand some of these issues that are going on. Because we know that the Ferguson report came out and said that there was real extreme inequities in terms of the ways that police were patrolling the community and using it as a funding resource, right? But those news stories were not reported. We didn't see those stories, right? So we do need more accurate portrayals. And one of the reasons why we need these portrayals is because the audience is changing. The audience is changing immensely. We know that in the United States will no longer be a country where there is going to be a racial majority, right? 1 in 5 children who are being born today are children of color. The number of people who are of Asian descent in this country, the census projects, are going to double. The Latino community is expected to be the largest group in the United States according to these census predictions, but even though there still is not going to be an overall majority, we still need these, we still are seeing the changes in demographics, but we're not necessarily seeing these images in Hollywood keep up with that, right? So here I just wanted to share a few statistics with you of people of color and women who are represented in film. We see that women are half of the people who are in the United States, but only about a third, according to this survey according to this census actually, of women who are represented in films. Also, it seems like there is a lot of representation of LGBT people, right? But they still only constitute 4% of the characters on network and cable television. And of those that we do see an overwhelming majority, about 70% are white. So we don't see as many LGBT characters as we think we see, and most of those are cisgender white men. But one of the things that I think is really important is to mention and to really underscore how there are some changes, right? And some of these diverse voices that we're starting to see that are portraying really complex and authentic characterizations of people of color are highlighted in this current season. So Ava DuVernay, the acclaimed director and writer, has this show out on the Oprah Winfrey Network that is based on a book by Natalie Bazile called Queen Sugar. And it is about a family that, a black family that is trying to save their sugarcane farm in Louisiana, right? And this show is important because it is critically acclaimed. I mean, if you haven't heard about this show, I don't know where you've been, because people there, I mean, there's buzz about this show all around. And this show actually it had earned the Oprah Winfrey Network its highest debut of a show since the network has been around for the past 6 years. This show is also important because, again, it is a really good example of authentic storytelling of people of color, and they have this really profound and strategic and intentional initiative to have more people of color, more women, more people from working class backgrounds, from intersections across the board represented not only on the screen, but most importantly behind behind the screen, their writers, their directors, their producers, everyone who is involved in this show is from a diverse background. And so if you want to look it up, they have this hashtag called Inclusive Crew. So when they were filming over the summer and earlier this year, they documented the ways in which they are including people across the board. Another example is the show Atlanta, which was created by Donald Glover, AKA Childish Gambino, for you rap fans out there. His show Atlanta has a team of all black writers. It's set in Atlanta, of course. It's a story of 3 younger black men in their 20s and 30s who are really just trying to find their way. But I think this story is a really good example because how often do we get to see a story of black men coming of age, just simply coming of age, not mired in violence, not downtrodden by all of these intersections of oppression, but actually being and actually telling their stories and just being young men. This is a really good example. And lastly, one of my favorites is Insecure, the show by Issa Rae that just debuted about a week ago on HBO. This was highly anticipated because her career basically started on YouTube. She wanted to tell her own stories, and she started doing that. I mean, how often do we see stories of awkward, like me, black girls who are just living their lives and just trying to make sense of it all? So this show on YouTube got millions of viewers, millions of clicks, and she ended up translating that into a development deal with HBO. And this show, Insecure, again, it was one of the most highly anticipated shows of this season, and it's a show that she created with Larry Wilmore. So moving on to the power of stories, and I need to sum this up soon because, I don't have that much time, so let me get to it. But I think it's really important for us to underscore the power of stories, right? Whether these stories be fictional stories or the news stories that we see every day, because there is power in these stories. So back in 1968, the Kerner Commission came out with this report that was supposed to investigate why there were hundreds of civic disruptions across the country at that point in time. Riots, rebellions, however people want to capture them. But one of the things that this government report said was that the media was culpable in a lot of these things that were going on because they never really showed what it was truly like to be a black person living in this country. So what we were seeing was some of these constant stereotypes, archetypes, and tropes, constantly recycled. And if we continue to do that right now in this point in time that is really crucial in our country, then are we going to be culpable at the same time? So I'm going to sum up. I have like about 90 seconds left. So what are some of the solutions to be able to make some meaningful connections between Hollywood and academia, right? And also not going to the same well. I mean, if you keep going to NYU and if you keep going to some of the same schools that you go to, you're going to get some of the same storytellers. I don't know why, but growing up in the 80s, seeing shows that are either located in Los Angeles or in New York was pretty much the same. I am a woman who is from the Midwest who now lives down south. Where are the Southern stories? Where are the Midwestern stories? Where are the rural stories? There are a lot of stories that we can be telling, and we need to go to those universities and those areas of the country to tell those stories. Also, I guess I need to really, really sum it up, but I'll just leave it right there. Okay. All right, no, I'll just stop now. I'll just stop, okay. All right, thank you so much. We'll have a question and answer period, and I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Mr. Reed.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I have to say, being surrounded by all these PhDs, even having 2 masters, I feel like I need to go back to school and get back in the classroom to get my PhD as well. It's overrated. I just wanted to say thank you all for coming today. My name is Eric Reed. I'm the Vice President of Entertainment and Tech Policy for Verizon. As Dina pointed out at the outset of the webcast, there's a number of different hats that I wear for Verizon. I manage our external affairs, public policy, external affairs outreach to the tech community, to the entertainment community, and I also manage our Verizon Foundation as well for 18 states, including California. So, and the beautiful thing about that is being exposed to a number of different opportunities in industries and to be able to lead and sort of spread the gospel about the great things that corporations are doing, obviously specifically to Verizon, and how we're engaging with our communities. So taking a step back from all that, there's really 3 quick points that I really want to make sure that everybody understands in terms of the importance of diversity, not only in the entertainment industry, but how it's important to us at Verizon. And I think of them as being reflective of our communities, engagement in our communities, and then investment in our communities. So I'll just quickly explain what all 3 of those mean. In terms of being reflective, our corporation really champions gender and ethnic diversity. In terms of our partnerships, our supplier relationships with those that help us build our wireless networks, if being here in California, if you have a Verizon wireless phone, I hope that it works extremely well. I see a bunch of hands that went up. And if you're from the East Coast and other states in the Northeastern region, I'm sure you're aware of our Fios product as well. But in order to build those sort of networks, these next generation networks, broadband networks that connect people and connect communities, we need to make sure that we go out and we get diverse suppliers as well. I think in a number of cases that gets overlooked, that the companies that are in our local communities aren't reflective of their environments or not reflective of their communities. So Verizon has really done, I think, a really exceptional job in terms of making sure through all levels of management and all employee rankings that we celebrate diversity, whether you're African American, male, female, LGBT, as Dr. Williams pointed out. And we celebrate those differences in our communities. And so reflectiveness is a key part of being, I think, engaged, or at least being a trusted citizen within your community. Moving on to engagement, so this is where the sort of the hand-to-hand holding really takes place. And so we partner with a number of different chambers of commerce, a number of nonprofit organizations, and again, these relationships, as I initiated before in terms of the reflective piece, allow us to go out and seek, whether it's talent for our PR team, whether it's engineers to help us build our networks. That engagement is critically important because if you're not tied into the community, you're not going to be able to get those opportunities. From a supplier diversity standpoint, particularly in procurement, you're not going to be able to reach those folks because you're not engaging them. And so my outreach in terms of meeting with community groups and nonprofits is increasingly important to make sure, again, that we are operating in an environment that's reflective of our local communities. And now the investment piece, the third piece, in terms of science, technology, engineering, and math, that is something that our Verizon Foundation has been really head over heels for and have invested a lot of time and effort in. We have a program that's called the Minority Mail Makers Program, which I was honored to be able to speak at. I'm based in San Francisco, and we have our Verizon Innovation Center there. It's an awesome place. It's one of those facilities that really gets you excited to go to work every day. But the key thing is it really shows that and demonstrates that Verizon is committed to technology. I think when you look around and you probably asked, where Verizon was 5 and 10 years ago, people would just say the phone company. I think if you look at us now, we're in a lot of different spaces, particularly as we continue to invest in 5th generation wireless networks. We're in the Internet of Things. We're creating smart city solutions. And these are all these technologies that are, again, reflective of our communities. This is what is going to bridge the digital divide that I think a lot of folks talk about in terms of technology engagement. But the key point of all this is getting kids in underrepresented communities exposed to science, technology, and engineering and math will get them to a place where when they're ready to go meet with Dr. Williams and Dr. Jones and Dr. Sanderlin for their classes, they're equipped to be able to become the next engineers and be able to work on networks or be like myself. I'm not an engineer, but learning all about science, technology, engineering, and math allowed me to be able to talk about all the great things that are occurring in the consumer electronics space, 4K, to transition to 8K, working with the movie studios and getting them to understand that all this broadband capacity enables them to be able to do more with their services and technologies. So making sure that kids are critically engaged around STEM and education has been an important foundation for Verizon's work. So now that I've talked about those three things, let me tie it back to why we're here talking about this stuff on this panel and talking about the entertainment industry, which is so dynamic, but I think as Dr. Williams pointed out, there's still some opportunities for diversity to be a part of this industry. Think back to when you were having your cable service and you had hundreds of different cable channels to choose from. Well, now that's kind of evolved. While you still have all those channels, you have a lot of different platforms to watch them on. So you start thinking about Amazon Prime and Netflix and PlayStation Vue, Roku. These are all great platforms for, again, these diverse voices that traditionally may not have been able to have their content either created or distributed. More platforms has allowed for more consumer engagement. So that's a key part of all that. And then you add in the social media piece in terms of Pinterest, Facebook, Twitter. Again, these are more platforms to show that there are diverse voices that are out there that want to be able to show off some of their talents. I look back at a lot of times, a lot of the different consumer trends that are in the marketplace, and I just want to give you two quick examples. Again, talking about these new platforms and having new avenues for diverse voices to be heard. I just saw that 16% of all households subscribe to multiple over-the-top services. So 16%, that's a lot, and that number is going to continue to grow. 2013, 3 years earlier, only 10%. So you're really starting to see that proliferation again in terms of where's the diverse content that I want in an on-demand environment that allows for time shifting to occur so that, again, this diverse programming is available in our continuously on-demand world. As I mentioned about social media, how that's been important, I just read on the plane on my way down here this morning from San Francisco, Nielsen just came out with a study. And I was particularly struck by this particular stat where African American millennials, 55% of them are on social media for more than an hour each day. But the bigger piece of this is that a higher proportion of black millennials, the 55%, that represents the highest proportion of millennials overall. So black millennials, I know Hispanics as well, have been huge in terms of engaging around social media. And so there is a demand for diverse content as exemplified by that statistic. It's just a matter of making sure that we put those pieces into place so that that diverse content can be recognized and heard. I'll just close by saying that, as Verizon has changed as well, we've had, we just had our AOL transaction. We also have a wireless on-demand product called Go90, where you can get your content anytime, anywhere on your mobile device. Again, competing with other on-demand social media like platforms. And it's given Verizon the sort of gravitas, so to speak, in terms of going back to my original point, which is around we have to represent the communities that we serve. So if we don't have diverse programming on Go90 or Fios TV reflected in our channel lineup and others, we're not serving the communities that we should be serving. And so as a public policy person, I'll just end with this. I think all of these transitions and all these dynamic opportunities that are occurring right now for diverse communities is great. The more that we can make sure that we ensure consumer choice, that means the ability for diverse audiences to be able to access content on whatever device, whenever they want, in an on-demand environment across any platform will increase that sort of, that diverse opportunity that we're going to be talking about on this panel today. So I appreciate everybody and their time for being here today at the Skirball Cultural Center. I have to put in this quick plug that, you know, our foundation actually supports the Skirball Cultural Center. It's a beautiful place right here in Los Angeles. And the folks here, Jocelyn Tatel, she's one of the executives here. She's been a real champion in terms of embracing diverse communities that are represented here in Los Angeles. And so I encourage you, even after the panel, to go make sure you walk around the grounds and take a look at the museum, because there's so many different communities, Jewish, African American, Hispanic, so on and so forth, that were reflected here at the community center. So I just had to shamelessly put in that plug, if you didn't mind. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Dr. Sanderlin.
Yes, I will be switching to Verizon.
How's that like to hear? I'm not in sales, by the way.
Well, I want to only go through you.
Okay, fantastic.
And I'm trying to figure out how to get a Peabody Award, too. So I'm working on all of that. We'll be talking, Dr. Williams, about something. I want to be a star and actress, but I missed my chance many years ago. But I think I have the best reason, at least I feel I have the best reason to be here, because I'm here because of students. I am a product of a great community. And I just felt it was my calling, and I don't know if I could use that word, but I think you will understand what I mean by a calling or a driven feeling that you have to help other scholars achieve. And so I come from the beautiful city of Inglewood, where the Rams are, and everything's exciting, and they're building, and trucks are driving, and dirt is flying everywhere. It's just wonderful. And so I live there, and so it took me about 21 years to get there. And now that I've been there since July 1, it has been a wonderful ride. And so today, if you had saw some students, I was with a delegate of students from Inglewood High School. And so we skipped school. No, skip that. No, we didn't skip school. We came today. It was school, right? Because we felt like that it was important to take them out of class, traditional class, to bring them to where they can actually have hands-on experience. And so their wonderful tall principal is right there. I want to give him a hand. Most principals don't get a hand all the time. And he came with his scholars. And we brought about 15 scholars today on the bus. And they were dressed up. They had their little pads, and some of them had their phones, and they're taking notes. And they got a chance to meet people and eat some food, I believe, and just have an experience that doesn't happen in traditional education. And so what does that mean for us, and why are we here and on this panel? And I think it's because, one, we believe in being diverse in school now. School is changing, and the whole concept of school is changing, as I've been a principal for about 18 years. And so now I have the opportunity to work with students in a different way, because we're working with different students. In fact, I say we're working with scholars. These scholars that we even brought today, 100% of them are from very low socioeconomic status. About 20% of the entire district, we have students who are foster youth. And then we have about maybe 10% who are homeless, and homeless means you just don't have a residence. But you live somewhere, but it may not be where you're actually getting mail. But out of all of those statistics, this is the best statistic. 100% of them are great. 100% of them are driven and excited and wanted to be here and love the ride along the way. And if you ever passed any of them today, they might have spoken to you, because we teach them that if you really want someone to look at you and take notice of you, you have to take notice of them. And so we prepared them for this day. And so for most of us, we got up in the morning, we came here. But for them, they've been thinking about it all week long. And so it means a lot for us to change what we're doing in public education. And some of the changes that are happening in Inglewood are very exciting. For example, Inglewood High School, we decided not to just teach what we have learned, but it's time for us to prepare them for the real world. So we're bringing in career and robotics and STEM and opportunities for students to take technology and apply it to what they really want to do. And so they loved. I told them, this is not skipping school today. You're in school, because this is hands-on learning. This is an opportunity for them to get a reflection of what you do and what they are going to do. Not what they may do, but we believe that if we speak into the life of them, that when they grow up, they'll be speaking back to us. And so we tell them, this is what you're going to do. This is what you are going to be. I mean, to meet Eric, for example, who is, I think, I call a real model, not a role model, because many times the students can't get to them. You know, you can't get to a role model you see on television, they're far away, you just look at them. But a real model is someone who may look like them or not like them, but at least there's someone whom they can ask questions and talk to. And so those are some of our scholars that you're seeing. I didn't know that you were going to have this up there. That's great. So these are some of our scholars that just we see every day and that are engaged in real literacy, but not only literacy, but learning how to apply technological experiences, robotic experiences, engineering, and career pathways. And so one of the things that I do as Executive Director of School and Community Relations is I walk the street. And I don't mean it in the way you thought. Okay, so let me fix that. I'm out in the community. I knock on doors. I go to homes. I talk to people. I talk to businesses. And I find ways to close the opportunity gap. Many of you have heard in education closing the achievement gap, and that's something I just don't say, because I don't believe that that's necessarily something that's our challenge. Our challenge is to close the opportunity gap. Because if our scholars are willing to take the opportunity, and many of them are, then we are going to be behind them to help them take a leap into that next step. And many of them, it's just a next step, and then a next step. And so what we have is diversifying what we're offering in school to prepare them for college and career. Because many individuals who are CEOs are not older. They're very young, but they're very driven, and they're very passionate. But oftentimes, as we have heard with Dr. Williams, sometimes there's a door shut. But what we're teaching in Inglewood is that you need to create your own door. And our scholars are very much interested in creating their own door. So we're teaching in a different way, and I believe in partnerships. So we're not looking for the state to give us anything. We're not looking for the federal government to say, here's another grant, because I personally just don't believe in grants, because when they end, everything ends. But I believe in partnerships. And so we have, and I have partnered with the William Morris. You heard Dina talk about WME. I partnered with them for over 8 years. But they're just one of the 179 partners that I have been working with that have opened up doors and created doors for students to be able to go to studios, to be able to go to restaurants and find out what the CEO of that restaurant is. Being one of the wonderful restaurants that has done this over 8 years has been Laurie's Prime Rib Restaurant in Beverly Hills. And most of us who've been there know that's about $45 a plate without alcohol. And for 8 years, they've been bringing students from Compton, where I began, taking them to eat there, learning what it takes to manage a place like that. That's a career opportunity that just doesn't happen in traditional school. So it's time for educators, and this is just something I guess I'm preaching, I guess I'm out there excited talking about everywhere I go, that as educators we have to think differently. We have to be global. We have to think partnerships, because it's a real win-win for everybody. In fact, before I leave this room, you are a partner. I'll find you, I will get you. And guess what? Was that a voice in the wilderness? That's right. I met you here last year, and now she's come all the way to Inglewood, did a wonderful program. Our students are learning how to be a puppeteer because of this wonderful woman. That's awesome. And I got your card today, sir, with the hat on. Trust me, you'll be in Inglewood next week. We cook good there. Understand this, and I'm going to close because, as you can tell, I'm excited. And I don't know if it's a passion that is a nervous passion, but it's a passion that I love because it drives me to go to work every day. Our scholars need experiences. They need exposure. They need to know that they are worth it. And oftentimes that lack of worth is what causes young people to make wrong decisions. But this principal has decided my school might not look the best, but it's not going to stop him from doing what he does, which is schooling. So the new project that we're on in Inglewood right now is to make Inglewood High School a school of robotics and virtual reality. We're going to start with one classroom, and it's going to spread. You notice I said it's going to. Where is it going to come from? I don't know. Nor do I care. But I know that it's going to happen because our students cannot wait any longer. And so for those of you who have that expertise, please let us know how we might be able to do that. I'd like to see a Verizon classroom. It's going to happen. I would like to see a STEM project classroom. It's going to happen. And as I told our scholars before they got on the bus back to Inglewood, and they're there now, don't worry, it is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was amazing. Dr. Jones.
Do you have a Peabody website?
I do.
Great. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate you being here. It's a panel on diversity in Hollywood is not as sexy as virtual reality, but damn is it not important. And, you know, and why is because it's about our citizenship, as I'm going to talk about. And if you ever wanted to think citizenship wasn't important, then 2016, right now in this election season, should call that to the fore. So let me start by what are the Peabody Awards and why am I here? The Peabody Awards are the oldest award for broadcasting and electronic media. We say we're the oldest and most prestigious award that you've probably not heard of. And why, I don't know. Many people in the industry, Dina, go down to our board. I don't know, yeah, the who we are, you're on the right page, that's right. And keep going down.
Board of
yes,
Jurors,
that'll lower
Advisory Board.
No, Board of Jurors, some photos will appear, hopefully, maybe not. The Peabody Award was formed, we celebrate our 75th anniversary this year, and we were formed as the Pulitzer of Radio in 1940 at the University of Georgia. Many people in the industry know of the world, many people outside don't. And let's go to, so why am I here? We have a big award show every year in New York City. For years it was at the Waldorf, now it's down in Cipriani, Wall Street. This year, Keegan-Michael Key hosted the show. And it's a big to-do, but we've not been on television traditionally. And I, as Dina said, I've changed that in the last 3 years. What makes us different is, and I noticed, or let me go back, what I noticed and why I'm here is that we received 1,200 submissions. We give out 30 awards across genre and platform. We give out awards in news and documentary and in entertainment, but also in children's programming and public service. And what I noticed in the Oscars So White discussion is that Peabody, not only last year 30% of our awards were stories of, about, or from people of color, but for the last decade, the average amount was 35%. Some years it was in the 20s, some years in the upper 40s. So I think that's why I'm here, is that the Peabody Awards have embraced these diverse voices. But why, you might ask? Well, what makes Peabody distinctive is that we focus on the story itself, not on, it's not a craft award. So it's not best acting, it's not best directing, it's not best writing, it's the story itself. When you win a Peabody Award, they choose who accepts it. And instead, what we have is a board of jurors of 18 people, often from the industry, but sometimes not, sometimes scholars, sometimes former government officials, sometimes TV critics, who exist as a step removed from the industry. We meet face-to-face in 3 sets of deliberations, and to win a Peabody Award, it's a unanimous vote. 18 people. So when I first got there, I remember a woman won an award from Al Jazeera on Israel-Palestine. It was a piece called Sheikh Jarrah, Your Neighborhood. She said, if you can get 18 people to agree on Israel-Palestine, you must be doing something right.
That's an award in itself.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I'll just give you an example of some of, I could read the awards this year. The Laquan McDonald investigation, the secret mustard gas experiments on African Americans in World War II, the case of desegregation, Beast of No Nation, Blackish, Master of None, What Happened, Miss Simone, Transparent, a POV piece on immigration, and a Lifetime Achievement Award for documentarian Stanley Nelson. In 2006, pieces on AIDS in Black America, failure of East St. Louis schools, Latinos in the military, a really cool piece from Washington Post on being a black man. Washington Post doing video, it's a web piece. Inner city schools, Pan-Asian immigration, Mexican immigration, the Boondocks, Ugly Betty, When the Levees Broke, the Spike Lee documentary. So that's 2006, I just read you 2015. So the question is, why? Why do we do this? And I think the answer ultimately is one, media scholars often talk about that the American system of communication is overly geared toward consumers and not us as citizens. Most of the construction of broadcasting systems, beginning in the 1920s up through the development of television, everywhere in the world, Israel, Canada, Japan, Europe, was often about the public interest. And in America, we made choices really back into the 1850s that all forms of communication here would be privately owned. And why do I bring that up is that most systems have operated in the public interest and treated its viewers as citizens as much or more so than consumers. And I think what has defined the Peabody Awards is that we get 1,200 submissions, we narrow that down to 30, and what's standing at the end are those stories, as we put, the stories that matter. Stories that say something to us at that moment in time about who we are and what we as a society are struggling with. And so I read you some of those types of things. Other examples, you might have documentaries on people like Billy Strayhorn or Nina Simone. These are some of the ones in the last 10 years, or James Brown. You might have documentaries on people such as Cory Booker in Brick City, or issues such as how the minority population of African Americans in particular were overly affected by the flood in New Orleans. Entertainment shows like Treme or the #1 Ladies Detective Agency, or pieces by D.L. Hughley or Key and Peele. News pieces, as we've talked about. Doc McStuffins, so the airline person this week, African American doctor tries to help a patient, and she's no, sit down, sweetie, we'll wait for real doctors. And we tweeted, guess what? These inherent biases, shows like Doc McStuffins can perhaps begin to train young people that doctors come in many colors. So this is what Peabody does. And what are our contributions? What are we trying to do? I think, again, look at the diversity of stories that somehow impact us, that matter, stories that matter, that impact our citizenship. And I think that's probably why we're not well known, is that it's an award that is about, because we're focused on the story, it's not the celebration of celebrity. Our show is not about the reveal. It's not about the fashion, the Oscar de la Renta dresses, even though we do have a red carpet. It's about the story itself. And so that's what we do. Our show, we're very successful on Pivot Network in producing an industry quality show. This year, we're trying to put it on PBS. PBS wants the show, but we need to pay production. So Mr. Reed and I are going to have a conversation about Verizon being a presenting sponsor of the Peabody Awards. I'm joking, but maybe we will. So there seems like two of us want something.
Exactly, who's going to run?
But we are privileged to be at the University of Georgia to say something back to the industry. These are the types of stories that we should be talking about. We curate from 1,200 down to 30. These are the stories on the public agenda, and these are the things we should be talking about. And so Peabody, I've only been there 3 years. We're transforming in many ways to not, I like to say my job begins not when I hand you a statuette and say, good job. It's then to not just celebrate, but talk about why these storytellers at this moment, at this time, are the ones we should be talking about over a given year. So I'll leave it there. We can open it up and you feel free to ask questions, but that's kind of who we are and why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and we've got about 10 minutes for Q&A. Thank you, everyone, just for sticking to time. So that's my pet peeve, is when there's just 2 minutes. So do we have any questions from our audience? Yes, sir.
So in bringing some of the technology to the students, how much of it is if you were to rate the technology and having the technology at your disposal, or the people who are the mentors, teachers, what mix do you look for in bringing that kind of education in to bring them into creating something?
The question, I'm sorry, I have to repeat it for the online audience, is about technology in classrooms and the mix of basically tech folks and educators, or, yeah?
Well, thank you for the question, and I'm going to lean also on Principal Douglas to kind of weigh in on that. We are really trying to do it one-to-one. That is our goal. Our goal is for every student to have a device. Many of them have a phone, so they're already kind of one-to-one. And if I'm answering your question, if I'm not, please clarify. But right now, what our goal is, and it will continue to be our goal, one is to make sure that we have blended learning. And by doing that is having enough hardware, okay, and in our classrooms as well as in our computer labs. Right now, we do not. So and as far as technological people, we're very low there. This is the reason why we're looking to partner with individuals who can help us and who also see things differently outside of the scope of the education world that we live in, who can help students actually see the working side of technology as well. So our blend is one-to-one. Our goal is there. We are not there at all, but that is our focus. Principal, you want to add to that?
There's two problems I see with technology in public education. The first is whenever a student steps into a classroom, they've stepped back 30 years in technology. And by that I mean many of the computers, the software, the technology that they have in the classroom, the level of comfort that the teacher has with that software or technology is antiquated. They can do more on their cell phone devices or their smartphones than you can do with all of the technology in your classroom, and are far more comfortable, far quicker, and just far more desirable of getting the information out. So what we need is, one, to embrace technology, and by that I mean become masters of it, not slaves of it. Secondly, we have to stop accepting sort of the hand-me-downs of technology. When we get donations, we get what you are replacing. You get your new computers and we get your old. And we know in computer technology or any other technology that when you bought it, it was already 3 years out of date. Yeah. You've had it for 5 years and then you give it to us and many of the things are just gone. So we're looking for someone to help us be thinkers of the future. Our students will lead the technology revolution in the classroom, not the teachers. We want our kids to be creators of technology, not purchasers of it. So in order for that to happen, they must have up-to-date, state-of-the-art, ahead of the game. We are so far behind in so many different ways, and we have come so many times with our hands out. Right now, I'm asking for your presence more than your dollars, but your dollars must support your presence. So it's a cyclical process, and as Dr. Stanley will tell you, I'm not passionate about it, I'm obsessive about it. These are things I obsess about, and the only way for it to happen is for us to embrace it and let the students lead the way with it. Because we can't tell them what the technology is, they can tell us.
And so right now we have a big banner that says, build something spectacular. And so that's our theme right now. We're getting started with whatever we have, and also ideas. Your stories, if you are willing, can I just put this challenge out? If you're willing to come to Inglewood, and I'm just really kind of begging you, to come just share your story. Share who you are. Be a real model. Allow students to ask you, our scholars to ask you questions about what you do. You don't know what that's going to do. And I really hope it changes you, and seeing a different perspective of what our scholars can do and will do. So I hope that answered a little bit of your question. We don't have the best technological people in our schools today. In fact, many times teachers are more afraid of technology than students. And so we decided to release the students and allow them, if we give them the tools, I know, and they'll do it responsibly as long as we create the structure.
So I was just going to quickly add, that's a great audience question that you asked, and you know, to the point of what Dr. Sanderlin and principal was saying, you know, technology is advancing so fast right now that it's really, really difficult to keep pace. And so this is a message that I always encourage policymakers, particularly as we talk about 5G, developing smart cities. We have to have ample capacity in order for that technology to work. So if you have slow speeds and the equipment is already slow, then how are you going to be enriched by the technology that you're teaching in the classroom? And so, you know, for us at Verizon, it's really about staying ahead of that demand, making sure that there's sufficient capacity that's out there for wireless connectivity so that students can engage in real time around the technologies that are in the marketplace. I'll just make a second point here, which goes back to what the challenge that Dr. Sanderlin just gave to me in terms of Verizon's work in the educational segment, which is, you know, number one, we have Verizon Innovation Learning Schools, VILS. So I encourage you to take a look at that, and we'll figure out, you know, a way that we can continue the conversation around VILS. We also nationwide have an app innovation challenge, and we've been doing that for a number of years, where we encourage kids in middle school, also in elementary school, to work with a teacher or a sponsor on the campus or at the school to create an app that will create positive change in that community. And so we've been involved with this particular app challenge, and again, it's on a national level for a number of years. I encourage you to go to our website and take a look at that.
Is this where they can learn about it up here?
Yes,
The
it's at the
Innovative
Verizon
Thinking?
Foundation page. There you go, yes.
Okay.
So I encourage you to take a look at that. I know that for this year, the application cycle is closing down shortly.
But I know
so-
you now.
Yes, so
Oh.
get your submissions in there soon, of course. Get your submissions in there soon.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it really does come down to, we have to make sure that in our underrepresented communities that we do have the technological tools that are up to date so that they can engage with not only the tools of today, but the tools of tomorrow.
Any other questions? We probably have time for one more.
Not a question, just to say something.
Sure, absolutely. Questions or
I
comments?
just want to recognize you for your perception, for your recognizing the importance of getting the students out of the classroom, because going to college is not for everyone. Learning about being an entrepreneur, learning about the other businesses is critical, and our kids, especially in underserved communities, get stuck a lot. So I just thank you for your passion, your determination, your mission.
Thank you.
And just being here to have that conversation, because without you, we will continue to have the same challenges of diversity in entertainment, and we do have them. And they won't change until the bottom line changes. I think we've got a great generation to change that, so thank you.
Thank you.
To your point, I would just say, you know, just as a word of advice, you know, I've talked about, you know, from Verizon's perspective, we have 2 innovation centers, one back east in Waltham, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. We have one on the West Coast, Innovation Center West, in San Francisco. And I can't tell you how cool it is to have students come in and really get to smell and touch and feel the technology that is out there. Virtual reality was talked about, augmented reality, you know, all those sort of things that are going to make the entertainment industry go to that next level. It's all there. And so having those experiences, I can't tell you how valuable they are to get kids really engaged around science, technology, engineering, and math. And it's not just Verizon, it's Lucasfilms, it's others that are out there that have these sort of tech labs, these sandboxes where they're experimenting about how to make 3D real, how do you make ultra high definition real, how do you go to 8K. All those things that I get to see at the Consumer Electronics Show, that we as consumers, yeah, that's a great place to actually, you know, see technology at work in the entertainment industry, and the National Association of Broadcasters show as well. But it's that sort of cool stuff that we as professionals and as consumers get to see. But for the students, it's really about trying to find out who are those firms that have these sort of sandboxes and labs that they get to have that real-time experience. Field trips is what we used to call them, being old school.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess
Today
I'll
was
call
a field
them,
trip.
that's right, experience
That's right.
trips now, so that we can get kids really excited about the future of technology.
Thank you to all of our panelists. We're out of time. Thank you all for being here.
You know, to your point about the whole, it's everything now.
Thank you.
So that's a large, wonderful
Truex and Fox.
That's where they're based from.
Truex is in Union Square, and Fox is obviously.
Yeah.
I'll probably just.
They
were going to move to Freedom Tower or something, and then they backed out of that deal.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're still missing one panelist here, so we're going to ask him all the questions. But we're gonna continue on with the show. So my name is Jordan Wiggins. I'm a partner at Deloitte Consulting in our media and entertainment practice. And today's panel is on cable TV, film, and broadband, new content, new network streams, platforms, and devices. So thank you all for coming today. We are the last panel before the Dodgers game at 5, so hope everybody enjoys the show. Wanted to have each of the panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll get started with questions.
My name is Edmund Shapiro. I'm with Cisco. I have been working with the service provider industry for quite a few years now, working on... My name... I can hear that. All right. My name is Edmund Shapiro. I'm with Cisco. I have been working with service providers for many years on deploying technology for digital television. Originally came out of NDS. We're responsible for security, conditional access, digital rights management, middleware, set-top box software, et cetera. Have been part of Cisco for 5 years and have been working on all aspects of the video ecosystem, including media delivery and other aspects. So.
Can you hear me? Yeah. My name's Amit Ziv. I head up business development strategy for Epix. In my role, I oversee our distribution of the network, both with MVPDs and OTT services, both virtual MVPD and SVOD services. And I also handle our TV Everywhere platform strategies and structuring any of our deals with the various app platforms. Epix, for those of you that don't know, premium TV network owned by Viacom, Lionsgate, and MGM. We have output deals with those 3 studios, Paramount, Lionsgate, and MGM, for their first-run theatrical output and subscription rights associated with all those titles. We have over 2,000 titles on the service at any given time, and over 3 billion in domestic box on the service at any given time. Multi-platform is in the DNA of the business. We're always very aggressive in TV Everywhere. We have apps on every platform. We're first on many platforms, first to launch temporary download, and we're bullish on the wholesale business, and we're bullish on the premium subscription business.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Friend. I run ad technology for Fox Networks Group. We are not a subscription business, but we are also very much multi-platform. I've been at Fox almost 3 years now. When I got there, I was the inaugural ad tech team member. We're up to 17 people now, so if that's testament to the amount of work we're expected to do, then I think we're in a good spot. Fox Networks Groups consist of Fox Broadcast Company, FX Networks, Nat Geo Channel, Fox Sports, Fox Deportes, Big Ten Networks, and our engagement advertising arm, Truex. We have up to 20 different platforms per business unit, not including Hulu and not including the many, many MVPDs that we partner with as well. No, that's good. All right, thank you.
I'm Adam Ware, and I'm the head of digital media and business development for Tennis Channel. We are the fastest growing network in the entire world. No, okay. We're doing pretty good, and I oversee pretty much everything that's digital, including a first of its kind subscription / authenticated digital product with TV Everywhere and OTT in the same product. And we were the first network to go over the top and the first network to combine the two into one, and so far it's been pretty good.
I'm Scott Barton, and I head up digital products and digital programming for Starz. That falls to anything from MVPD set-top on-demand offerings to OTT offerings across new distributors, as well as our Starz app and TV Everywhere products, which are consolidated to a single destination. Starz is a premium TV network. We have 17 linear channels. We have on-demand offerings across all the major affiliates. And as I just mentioned, we have just recently stepped into the OTT space with companies like Amazon and Sling, as well as a recent direct-to-consumer app proposition across several key devices and platforms.
Perfect, thank you. And Scott Brown, who's not here, Scott is the SVP of Technology and Strategic Relations, Engineering Technology, the Nielsen Company. So hopefully he finds his way here soon. So let's start with questions here. So our first panel topic today is TV networks and the multi-screen experience, the opportunity, winning strategies, and future opportunities. First question I'm going to start with is Adam. On here, you look at TV Everywhere and the OTT models. You've been at the forefront of a lot of that with the Tennis Channel. What do you see as some of the virtues and challenges around those areas?
Pass. We were first to go subscription, and we were not first to go TV Everywhere, but the first to do both, as I said before. And I think our perspective is a unique one because we were an independent, little tiny TV network who always was sort of challenged to, not do anything other than just be happy you're carried on a system and do the best we could in terms of getting distribution and growing our business. While all that was going on, it became quite clear to us that the viewer wasn't necessarily living by the same rules that we were all forced to live by. They were not necessarily saying they were going to just watch TV on the way television was delivered. And so we had to make a strategic decision, which was, okay, well, how do we best deliver this sport? We happen to be in a pretty interesting business, in the live sports business. We also happen to be in the singular sports business. So if you want to watch tennis, you generally would go look for a network called Tennis Channel. And that was a pretty decent value proposition. But what was key to us was that the sport of tennis doesn't really fit on one channel. It's sort of like a March Madness is the analogy I use on previous panels, et cetera. But it's every week, and sometimes there's multiple March Madnesses going on in 1 week. I think this week alone, for instance, we have 4 tournaments going on simultaneously, from 2 ATP tournaments and 2 WTA tournaments, and that just doesn't fit on one channel. So the question for us was, how do you go and reach these viewers that are no longer just watching television? How do you deliver far more product that doesn't fit on one channel? And how do you do it in such a way where you're really not threatening the basic ecosystem? And I think that was the challenge, and that I think is the challenge that all of us are facing, right? Which is, how do you launch this, and how do you go into the business without really tearing down the basic business that you're in, which is the television business? I could expand on that.
Yeah. Anybody else want to comment? I know, Scott, you mentioned you're kind of starting that journey on the OTT side. So in terms of
in the premium space, we're a little bit different. I think what's important for us is, and to Adam's point, striking that balance between the traditional business and the new business is always a challenge. For us, I would argue it's a little bit easier. And so what's important is to deliver a consistent experience regardless of how somebody subscribes to Starz. And so the reason why we consolidated our app into a single destination is simply because we want to make it as easy as possible for our consumers. So that consumer could have bought Starz through DirecTV or through Charter or through Time Warner, or bought it directly through iTunes or Google Play. But the key is we're not sending them to separate destinations, and the content offering is identical between the two. The goal here is, and I think this is important for all of us really in the digital space, to always look at things through a consumer's viewpoint, through a consumer lens. We recently redesigned our application and relaunched it back in April, and it's been a tremendous success for us. In fact, I just looked on my phone. We're right now the #4 top grossing app in iTunes, and we're very proud of that. And I think the reason we're accomplishing that is it's all about ease and easy discovery and intuitive design. And the way you execute that, again, is consistency regardless how somebody subscribes. And so from my standpoint, content offerings are identical regardless of how you subscribe to Starz. And I think that's how we'll be successful going forward.
Thanks, Scott.
So on the other side of the spectrum, for a company like Fox, we have usually 3 quick hurdles to clear when these types of things come our way. I mean, the initial one's distribution, because we want our content everywhere. However, we also want we want our IP content everywhere, but we also want the opportunity to monetize it ourselves. And then comes seeing what comes out of the distribution deals, given that there's a newness to this, to all parties involved. A lot of it's crafted based on whomever's doing the negotiating and where they made their bones. So you might see some deals come our way that are structured in a linear fashion and then include both inventory and revenue shares, which brings us to the second hurdle, which is the technical integrations. Because now you have 2 companies involved in this and their collective set of technical providers who also have probably never done this before. And then you have a bunch of individual rule sets based on the many different streams of content that we output. And then the last is monetization on those platforms, because we monetize via advertising. So getting the advertisers and agencies interested in these new platforms and comfortable with it is also one of the last hurdles that we do.
Thank you. So you look at the next topic I want to get into is everyone's favorite, cord cutting, bundling. So Edmund, I'm going to ask you this too. Right now you look at a zero-sum game, so how can they coexist when you look at bundling and cord cutting?
Well, what we're seeing is that the function of linear and bundles of channels as we've known them are it's a curation function, and the fact is that they're tied to rights. The bundling right that one comes up with is not a technical function. We have technology today that allows you to deliver the content that is received in the same fashion that you do it at home on your DVR, only you're doing it from the cloud. So how do they coexist is really just it's a hangover from the rights of the past. I personally don't deal with the actual negotiations that some of these guys do. I can talk mostly about the technical side of it. But from our point of view, once you have marked content as here is a start and a stop location, that start and stop location is an event, and you can download that content and turn it into a downloadable piece of content, or you can treat it as something in a time zone which you can go back and forth on. So the time and the time continuum is the bundle, that's what it comes down to. It's a window. So then the question is, how do we drive windows, technically speaking, and really do consumers care? I mean, at the end of the day, that's a traditional construct of how we sold. So it's access. In the end of the day, we enable access.
I think the business has evolved, obviously, right? And I think the bundle was built on the notion that you would get more for your money, right? So there was an efficiency to it. And you would get all sorts of choices, and you'd get, broadcast networks, and you'd get sports, and you'd get news, and, kids, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden you got, not 3 kids networks, you got 5, then you got 10, and then you got 15, and then you got a kids network that was, just about, kids based on action figures, and then it was, another kids network based on something even smaller and more niche, and everything just got passed on to the consumer. So it became less about the consumer, right? Where the bundle started with the idea that we were trying to give the consumer more, and it ended up being, let's just pass on the cost to the consumer. And I think the challenge to the bundle, which has been evident for a while, really became apparent with the Dodger deal, right? It was almost a channel too far, if you will. So for those not familiar with it, the Time Warner Cable paid a ton of money for the exclusive rights for the Dodgers. And the assumption was that they would then go distribute that on other platforms in Los Angeles, whether it be DirecTV or Fios or others, and charge them a lot more money for the games than they were paying before on another network that they still had to carry, even though that other network didn't have the Dodgers anymore. And DirecTV and Fios, for a whole host of reasons, said, we can't do that anymore. So this has got to stop somewhere. And I think for us, and that has now led to people trying to understand, well, maybe there are just too many channels in a bundle. Maybe there should just be, a core 70 or 80 perhaps, and the rest should either go OTT or perhaps not exist. I like to think that if you understand your audience and you are targeted enough, then OTT is a very valuable path to it. For Tennis Channel specifically, it's not a zero-sum game, right? And that's why we put them in the same product, because Tennis Channel Plus, which is our subscription over-the-top product that costs $90 a year, is designed to deliver more content to someone who is already a Tennis Channel subscriber. So the theory being is you are a Tennis Channel subscriber, you'd want to subscribe to Tennis Channel Plus because you'll get all this other live sports that doesn't fit on one channel. Nowhere in there have we ever said to ourselves that Plus was designed to be a competitor to Tennis Channel. It's actually only meant to augment, really, or complement a bundle.
I would just add a few things. So, I agree with everything you said. The growth in the bundle was ultimately driven also by the growth in MVPD households and the associated growth in ARPU attached to that. As MVPDs have maximized their penetration, the new segment, it was cable, it was DBS, it was telco, and now it's digital distribution, non-facilities-based distribution. In our view, it doesn't make a difference. We, as a premium network and a subscription business, our goal is to maximize value for the entire supply chain. While MVPD video households have started to cut the cord, if you will, we think the bigger risk there on an industry level is more about the cord shaving, and that really impacts basic cable networks versus premium, since they're reliant on that 90+% penetration. Separately, for us, what we're really focused on is MVPDs might be hurting on the total video household front. Cable and telco still control broadband, and the growth is going to be in cross-selling video across broadband, video households, wireless, triple plays, quad plays. And you're seeing that's ultimately what's driving the consolidation on the MVPD side, and that will result in the consolidation on the programmer side. And to your point, the media networks, their portfolios will have to rationalize as well. And I don't think that it's going to happen overnight. Certainly it's driven by the rights and the distribution, but you have large media companies that have minimum penetration rates in their deals, and that's not going to change right away. So while it is a long-term risk, it also presents opportunities, and we're seeing an explosion. It was SVOD, and now it's really moving into multi-channel linear services that are delivered over the top, Sling being the first, then View, and now everybody reads about all the new entrants that might be launching soon, as in Amazon, Hulu, and Amazon Hulu and YouTube as well. So all opportunities, but yeah, the legacy structure is definitely changing.
I also think it's what you were talking about before, right? It's about the experience too, right? So if someone's having an experience on a typical cable, box or satellite box, whatever, where you're scrolling through and so on, by nature that relationship is a multiple channel relationship with multiple types of services appealing to a household versus an app experience, right? Where an app experience can also reflect that, but an app experience, just by the nature of what it is, by the nature of the data it can collect, by the nature that it can be customized by individual taste and so on, depending on what your brand is, depending on what your programming is, the opportunity to have a literal one-to-one relationship between a programmer, right, and a consumer is something you can't possibly have on a multi-channel provider and a consumer. And by that definition alone.
And to that point, I think, breaking that into two components, and, Scott, you talked a little bit about this earlier when you showed us your phone, but the impact of kind of app-driven video delivery on mobile, everything going on. So as you look at the power of a network and the apps you're building for delivery, can you comment a little bit on that?
Let me go back for a second and actually comment on what these
Sure.
guys were just saying, because I think it's important, and certainly agree with both gentlemen here, especially in the premium space. If you think about the bundle, there are scenarios, especially for a premium service like Starz or Epix, you're in $100, $120 in the bundle before you even have opportunity to get a premium service. And I think the shift that's happening here as far as being able to find ways and work with our partners, be it an MVPD or a new streaming partner, to find more affordable ways to get our content to folks who want it, get our content and discover incremental subscribers and monetize that. I think that's just good for everybody, and I think that becomes part of the choice that evolves here. And I don't think it's not either or. There's been new entrants in the space for as long as I've been around in this industry. It isn't that long. If you think back to cable, satellite came in, and then telcos came in. Now there's streaming services come in, and I think the business has to evolve with that and find ways to get a valuable subscription for us to consumers on an affordable basis. And so I think that's kind of for us the answer there.
Did you something else you wanted to add?
There was another question, but I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
I'll go back to it. Go ahead.
Well, so regarding the apps, I'll go there.
Sure.
So in Cisco, we have a platform called Infinite Video. And Infinite Video offers two experiences, basically. One is a branded premium user experience. And the reason I bring that up is because that premium user experience crosses multiple devices. Once you've learned how to discover something on your PC, it applies on your iPad, and it applies on your big screen Linux TV as well, or on your set-top box if you happen to be a service provider. It's that same experience, and that experience is the app. In a sense, it's always been the app. In the old days, it was an electronic program guide. It was a broadcast app. It didn't have any personalization, but it was still, you knew how to get from point A to point B. With the other experience that we offer, it becomes much more of a, what does the device require? Some devices say, I'm only going to let you go up, and I'm going to let you go down or across, and that's it. And so every time you move from this device to the next, you actually, even same content, you actually have to learn a new experience. And so there's a combination of those out there. And so app doesn't necessarily cover it in the world that we live in, but we support both models.
Yeah, look, totally agree. In fact, the redesigned Starz app that we're rolling out as part of our rebrand, we have identical experiences, whether it's iPhone or Android, Roku, just recently rolled out Xbox One. There's a consistent experience, and to your point, you create that, this is the Starz experience. I know where my list is. I know where my playlist is. I know how to find series and how to discover movies and recommendations and what's new and what's popular, what's trending within that platform at the time is all consistent. And so a user, and we're seeing things like this. A user could be on an iPhone and then go home and look at their Apple TV, and their Starz experience is consistent. So completely agree that there's value in consistency, especially in the premium space.
Right.
So I can actually speak about that from the other side, because the way the Fox business units, grew up in the digital world was a little more siloed. So initially, we have 6, broadcasting business units that all put out their own apps and oftentimes multiple apps for different bundled content. And I think our approach from that has been, hey, let's get the content to the user and consolidate our approach so that they come to our content in a more natural fashion.
And Scott, what do you think it's taken for you guys to get to number 4? You mentioned that earlier. So what has led you down that path, and how have you achieved that type of success?
I'm a little nervous about Adam answering, to be honest. I mean, look, we've paid attention to what's happening. We had previously we had 3 TV Everywhere only platforms, and we saw that we were making things difficult for our consumers, and so we consolidated them. Where we consolidated the brand. If you look at the linear service, we have Starz channels and Starz Encore channels. But in this space, I think that just adds confusion. And so what we've done is we've taken the Starz library and the Starz Encore library, we've consolidated into a single app destination, and we added in a direct-to-consumer component to it as well. So if there's a broadband-only home user out there and they hear about a cool show like Power, they can go to the Starz app and find it. And that's the same experience they'll find on Starz.com as well, where maybe some of our competition might have 3 different websites to where you can go and either authenticate and consume, or consume as a OTT subscriber, or go to a site and see promotional content. We thought there was value in a single destination. So you can come to Starz and Starz.com and you can see promotional content. You can log in with your MVPD credentials, or you can log in with your credentials from a purchase through iTunes or Google Play or Roku, and you can consume content right there too. And I think that the learning for us over those years and consolidating was about making that single destination, and always approaching things from the viewpoint of, is this creating a better consumer experience, and therefore a better subscribers experience, and hopefully in the long run a stickier subscriber.
Perfect. Now, along those same lines too, so how do you think the multi-screen distribution format is going to have an impact on the overall consumer experience?
Was that to me again?
Yep.
Okay.
Or anybody else who wants to? Or
you want to answer for me on this one, Adam?
No.
Okay.
I don't answer for you.
For us, again, we're in the premium space, and so in the premium space, there's some benefits. The benefit is deliver a great experience. And so frankly, I don't care what device you want to consume on. If we have subscribers who want to watch on set-top boxes, that's fantastic. If I have subscribers who just want to watch on iPads, also fantastic. What's important for us is to stay ahead of that curve and make it available for them.
I want to add that it's, again, back to the app experience. If you do have, and you seem to have this premium experience, one of the things that comes with that is that moving from a device to the device is not leaving a paradigm and moving to another. So one of the things with our platform, with the VideoGuard, with the platform that we offer to service providers, is you can stop watching something on your set-top box and go to another room, and it knows where you were. Or you just, you swipe like this from a handheld device to a big screen device, and the context goes with it automatically. It's that experience of maintaining that relationship no matter what device you're on, as opposed to the experience, which is perfectly valid other experience out there, which is that now I'm in the Apple ecosystem and it's doing something only when I'm on an Apple Mac and an Apple iPad.
Yeah, agreed. Maintaining resume points, very important. Yep.
The only thing I would just add to that is I really think it does depend on what device you're on. As much as the device should be consistent, the experience should be as consistent as possible, so that if you're viewing in an app on your phone, and then when you get home you turn on your TV, you probably would prefer to go to connected TV because it's an app-like experience, and so there's consistency there. And the ability to start and stop where you left off, from room to room, these are all critical to a viewing experience. That said, the screens are remarkably different in size, and they do different things, and they're driven by different age groups. So I think there clearly has to be a consideration for what you do on a phone or a watch versus what you do on a big, giant, 4K-driven screen.
Absolutely.
If you take it one step further in the case of tennis, or anything that is clearly fan-driven, right? The idea of servicing that fan, again, in the case of tennis, a big chunk of our audience happens to play the sport, right? And so we now have a relationship with that audience beyond just the typical remote control sitting on a couch relationship. We have a relationship with them because they've downloaded the app. We have a relationship with them because they've made a purchase from us directly. We have a relationship with them because we have data on them. And they're willing to give us the data because we deliver on a promise to give them more things that will help them either buy equipment, either take lessons, find theoretically other players that are in their area. I mean, you just think about all the different things that exist that do then go to a very specific app experience. And I think the key growth going forward is how does one really balance all of this functionality inside an app? So I think today, beIN just announced that they're launching 2 apps. One app for news, et cetera, and the other app for video. Very much like how there's ESPN and Watch ESPN. And the question is, how do those really combine, right? How do you take, for instance, just a bad example, but how do you take Watch ESPN and combine it with Uber, right? It'll be interesting to see how that combines. Well, in the sports business, that's exactly what people are thinking about. I think this is what Ballmer is exactly thinking about and talked about last week. What are they going to do with the Clipper app? All right? And they're dealing with things that happen because of the location you're at, things that happen that you're in the stadium or you're a fan, you're with other fans, and so on. And that's a uniquely different experience you're going to have than if you're sitting at home watching on a connected TV or through a cable box or satellite box.
I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I was trying to make the case that the app crosses the device boundary. So you lean in on your phone, you lean in on your mobile device. So, touching that screen, moving it around with your fingers, something that's very, unique to that experience, and you can really write your app in such a way that it takes advantage of that. The metadata that you can, the deep diving queries that you can do on your phone and your tablet, you can't do with remote control. It's just very difficult, but it's also a lean back experience. So what I was trying to say is you create a holistic experience that leverages the best of both of those and so when your consumer is working off of one, the consumer feels like they're in an experience that covers any screen. Mm-hmm. That's to the point of multi-device.
Yeah, I think content plays a big role here too. I think Adam's points about sports are spot on. In the case of Stars, we have a deep library of movies. We have a lot of original series that are performing incredibly well for us at the moment, and hope they continue to in the future, or I won't be on any more panels. I think what's important here is letting people consume the way they want to. And so the content offering that I offer up is identical. And so if somebody wants to watch, somebody's on their phone and wants to start watching Star Wars The Force Awakens, they can do that. Likely what they'll do is go home and finish watching it on their Roku box or on their Apple TV device. But it's about convenience and enabling that viewing experience for that user the way they want. And so we're not going to shift our content offering based on device. It's more about enabling the best experience for that subscriber.
Yeah, I agree 100% from an Epic's perspective. We've been very aggressive in having apps on every platform, and now it's about having apps on the right platforms. Over time, those platforms have changed their own requirements. Smart TV platforms have all employed mixed strategies. Now it's about working with the right partners. I think that marketplace has really shaken itself out. We have the same programming and content type across our portfolio, so over 2,000 titles are available within the app on an on-demand basis, plus we have our linear feeds available for the lean-back experience to the extent that the subscriber wants that. Based on the fact that we primarily have full-length feature films, we see significant usage on the lean-back type of platforms like Roku or the game consoles. But separately, for the mobile experience, in order to provide the consumer with the, the value that they're looking for, we do grant them, temporary download, so they have the ability to download titles when they have a Wi-Fi connection and they consume them offline at another point, or ping them up through Chromecast to a bigger screen. I think aside from that, frictionless experience around authentication, I think that's been an issue historically in the TV Everywhere front, albeit it's getting a little better, and I think consumers are starting to have a better understanding of what that actually means. That's all.
Okay. Now, as you look across, go ahead.
Just as the one person who's, we're responsible for the technical integrations of this and also baking advertising technology into it, this is always a pain in the ass for me. So we have many challenges here, given that, our content is live sports, it is entertainment, it is drama, it is, sitcoms, it is all over the map, snackable content, long-form content. So we run into a couple of challenges, given that, one, there's value in that multi-screen data as people jump from device to device. As you intimated, that the audience is different consuming content on connected devices versus mobile app, et cetera. But however, for us to tease that data out, there's a lot of rules around what we're allowed to do with it and what we're not allowed to do with it, because that gets into personally identifiable information territory that we literally need to, put out trial balloons to make sure that we're doing the right thing, because the rules aren't set and defined. There's not real clarity based on a obscure case from, I think, 1985, Blockbuster Video renter list. So it doesn't really apply to the world that we're living in and trying to navigate within today.
And as you look across those multi-platforms in terms of consumption, how do you see the VR concept coming to play in terms of creating deeper fan experience?
I'll just speak from our point of view. At this point, VR and really 360 video, in our experience, it's a great marketing promotional tool. We just launched a regional series last Sunday. We launched a show called Berlin Station out of Paramount, and another show called Graves out of Lionsgate TV. Check them out if you haven't seen them yet. Huge marketing campaign. And we've been, in order to enhance those experiences, we launched a 360 interactive site for Berlin Station where a consumer can come in and really live the experience. We shot all this 360 video in Berlin on set, and it allows the viewer to have a much deeper sense of engagement. But at this point, it's promotional.
Our reaction generally is, wow, that's really cool. How much do you want us to pay for this? Right. And have a really hard time trying to figure out how to monetize it. What's interesting though is there are brands, there are advertisers out there that really want to be connected to VR experiences or VR stitched experiences or 360 experiences or what have you. And the problem is actually their demand is so great that you can't deliver enough content consistently to capture all that money. So at some point, the cost of delivering virtual experiences will come down so that one can actually make more and more of that content. And that's why I think you're seeing stitching becoming more and more sort of prevalent versus VR, because VR is very expensive. It's not, if you don't, again, in sports, which tends to be a pretty decent VR application, if you don't have access to that venue, right, then you can't put your cameras there. Then does that mean also you're not in the VR, you can't do VR? Well, you can probably do virtual kinds of things. So, again, I'll go back to the original comment, it's really cool, and the cost of the equipment has come down, but it's not quite there yet.
I would wholeheartedly agree on the ecosystem comment. I mean, one of the ecosystem is not quite there yet to really make it a mass market phenomenon, but that doesn't mean it's not a niche phenomenon. There's probably a lot of good money to be made in niche activities. One thing that it always feels to me is VR is a very solitary activity. augmented reality or some other variation of VR, I think is a much more social activity. And so I think that the mass market will more likely evolve into something that's a combination of both. You can choose to be on your own in your cave, or you can join your friends and watch the game together all over the world, that kind of thing. So,
Perfect.
but just to the point of resource, I mean, stitching, as you mentioned, we can do that in the cloud today. There's big cloud resources out there if you choose to use them that we can pull together pretty good content today. The standards are not there. Dash is there, but for instance, there's some proposals out there how to use Dash for delivering 360. We're still working through that.
And Edmund, I'll stay with you right now. As you look at that in terms of content, and how do you see piracy coming into play?
Well, so piracy is a growing phenomenon. I think I saw a number recently where 69% of millennials actively use piracy, and 61% surveyed actively share passwords generally with their family, but then they move out, they're still sharing passwords. So piracy, if you look at it writ large, is a phenomena that I don't think is going away. And basically, as the technology has made what we call multi-screen, TV everywhere, video going to any place, anytime, possible, and it's done over IP networks, which are ubiquitous, the ability to the ease at which we distribute that content is also the ease at which the pirates distribute that content. That is the reality that we live in. And as we get better, piracy will become even that much greater. So that's one of the things, that's the primary area where I focus most of my energy, is how can we build the right kind of platform for anti-piracy that works across all these devices in a common fashion. Plug for VideoGuard, which is our technology, does that today. We have a multi-DRM framework that allows a service provider like Tennis Channel to say, these are the rights across all platforms. If we're going to take jailbreak into consideration or not, whether we're going to have additional identity applied on top of what the device gives you or not. These are concepts that you have to look at. As far as distribution, you have to be able to attack it at multiple layers because there's multiple types out there. There is the commercial distribution houses, which are today looking more and more like official platforms. You can find them on Roku. You can find the app that say, it looks no different, and in fact, it's quite a bit cheaper than the apps that you get from the original source. So we're working closely with content creators and service providers to build an ecosystem by which you can identify, you locate, identify, verify, and eliminate all in real time, all based on machine learning and other aspects. So that to us is the way we're going to have to attack it, because you have to be, that's after it's out of the barn. But we also are looking at how do you keep it from getting out of the barn. And that's also a critically important aspect of it. You want to make sure that remember, if it's all IP content and you're just putting a bunch of pipes that encrypt it from point A to point B to point C to point D, every time it crosses one of those boundaries is a point at which somebody can potentially steal it. So we're looking at how do you look at it as an end-to-end system where you have to maintain a common platform for securing that content, no matter where it goes, and no matter how and also as it's sitting up there, you also have to be able to take into consideration authentication, who has rights to the content, if you're a content curator, do you have rights to the content, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long story, long answer to a question.
Anybody else on piracy?
I can keep going.
No worries. Thank you. So you mentioned millennials, and there's a lot of conversations going on around how do you really engage millennials in terms of curating content and producing shows that really attract that demographic audience. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that in terms of Epix and how you guys are focusing in on that specific demographic.
Yeah, sure. So, the overwhelming majority of our programming today is high quality, big box office, full-length feature films from Paramount, Lionsgate, and MGM. So, these are the types of, big action movies or kids and family movies that, that consumers want to watch, and that's why we pay big money for them. And our goal is to create an experience so that we can deliver those movies across any platform that our subscribers might want to get them. So it's whether it's building TV Everywhere apps and having them on all the mobile platforms or game consoles or Roku or Chromecast, or doing the right distribution deals with Sling or PlayStation Vue, or doing deals with Amazon or Hulu. So for us, it's really about just being smart on how that product is marketed and distributed. And then separately, with respect to the original series we just launched, also it's about getting it out there and being really aggressive and sampling and making sure that it's on every platform and there's the right awareness around it, so that we're ultimately converting folks to subscribers.
I mean, I think, again, it goes back to that, you touched on it, it goes back to what platform you're on, right? There's so many characteristics to millennials. So I think there's some that are experts on it, right? So like, I'm reminded of like Vice Media, right? Who seem to have a corner on the millennial audience until they launched a TV network, right? And then they didn't seem to have an idea as to how to reach millennials on a linear TV network, at least not according to the ratings. We could get into the Nielsen numbers, but that didn't appear to happen. So I think there are some common things, which is that they do care about group experiences. They do care that things are seamless from a tech side. And they do care that when you're talking to them, you have some understanding as to what device they're on. And they will run if you are trying to jam one experience into a different type of screen experience. Whether that is the length of a show, whether that's how the show is produced. I mean, ultimately, great programming will be watched, but you just look at what's sort of happened with Snapchat and how it delivered content experiences, and you get a sense that if you're in a storytelling business, you have to really think differently about how you present the content. In large part because of the device it's on, and in large part how the navigation works on the device it's on.
Yeah, look, completely agree. It's all about how you serve that content up. So at Starz, we've a good example would be one of our original series called The Girlfriend Experience, which is targeted millennials, half-hour shows. We played that off differently than we'd play a traditional show. So and we coincided its launch with our launch of our new app, and so we made all episodes of Girlfriend Experience available for binge all at once, because we know that is a way that that targeted demographic consumes content and wants to consume that content. Another show that might skew a bit older would be, but very popular with female audiences, would be Outlander. Now, Outlander we play off in a traditional fashion on a weekly basis, and much of that consumption is still happening on the linear channel side, although we see that shifting. So I think it matters what your show is and who your targeted audience is, and to your point, Adam, how you present it to that subscriber.
And Joe, I want to take it back to you, kind of full circle here on the personalization side of the house. So you talked about millennials, and now we're talking about really getting content, getting the personalization aspect of it. How are you actually using that data, getting around the personal data itself, but how are you starting to use that in some of your programming?
So what we're doing is we're testing different strategies for this right now. I mean, given the breadth of the content that we have, if we were to look at millennials specifically, I would just say, hey, go to FX and you guys can consume it wherever you want to consume it, however you want to consume it. But as far as keeping people in the ecosystem, again, from an ad-supported model, we are trying to find what the sweet spot of the ad-supported model is. I mean, with the acquisition of Truex and the inclusion of their engagement ad products and everything Fox, I mean, that's the tacit negotiation with the user base that they get. Hey, if I watch this thing, I get less ads later. But additionally, throughout the ecosystem, we're testing things out like Preview Pass, so you don't have to authenticate, or you get a reduced ads load if you choose not to authenticate and you're a new user, et cetera. So to us, it's really about adjusting, testing out a hypothesis and seeing if it bears fruit. Not super glamorous, but we do have an approach at least. That said, you know, your audience is as fickle as the results are. Once you get the results in, everybody's mood changes, period. So I guess the point is to be in both an experimentational and foundational mode at all times.
And how do you really see you guys maintaining the longer term relationships with those viewers moving forward with all the changes going on?
Probably put out more Scream Queens and stuff like Rocky Horror Live. I mean, so we have a ton of live content. We're putting primetime simulcast on digital with linear as well. We have a deep well of content. Our distribution teams and the network leaders are negotiating full stack rights instead of the rolling 5, and that's kind of new in the past couple of years. To make sure that we have that well of content that matches consumer consumption of that content. If somebody wants to sit down and watch 35 episodes of something, it'll be there and ready for you. I think an interesting example on the subscription side, and sorry guys, but was how Westworld released. You know, they put out I think 2 or 3 episodes, and then they just dumped the rest of the series online. And I think that was a great strategy. Suddenly people who are already like fans and chomping at the bit to consume more probably went home that night and consumed the rest of it as well.
It's all online?
Yeah.
Because I've only watched 3 episodes.
You got a baseball game to watch tonight, sir. And this is the only thing between us and drinks right now, by the way.
Go ahead.
So on the personalization front, there's, from a tech, again, going back to that description of a premium experience where you're engaging with the consumer and the consumer is engaging with the platform. We offer a number of approaches for personalization through A/B testing as well to try to understand, you know, what consumers consider friendly and not friendly. But you have opt-in capabilities through personalization, and you get value out of it. So we try to provide many opportunities for that, you know, up to that creepy layer, and you back off. So it's like there's lots of opportunity for personalization, and every demographic, every audience has a certain different willingness to accept it. Age has a lot to do with it as well. So we find that if you break your platform up into different demographics and you apply different rule sets, again through A/B testing to different groupings, you can get different levels of personalization and also the analytics, which drives a lot of that.
So for us, it's really about striking a balance here. So as a programmer, I'd love to say that our curated strategies are the best, and it's exactly what you should watch, right? And the fact is, they're great, but we also want to enable some level of personalization for that particular user. And if you think about the way we've structured our digital platform, we absolutely have curated collections. You know, all the Bond films, or if we have a lot of titles from Jack Nicholson, we'll have a Jack Nicholson collection or kids collection. We have all that stuff, and people are comfortable with that, and those things are there for you. But we also have a recommendation engine. We also sort automatically by what's popular and what's trending at that time. We also surface what's just added, and frankly, those things take a priority on top of the curated offerings. And in the premium space, that's how you strike a balance, and that's how you deliver that that personalized experience for subscribers. And certainly we're working on more ways to expand on that. If you, our strategy around our original series have been to target what we believe are underserved audiences. And so we've had great success with female viewers with shows like Outlander and White Queen, and next year with White Princess. We had, frankly, tremendous success with African American audiences in a show like Power and Survivor's Remorse. And so what we're finding is that's a driver to get people to our destination. And so The challenge for me and my team is to find ways to, now that they're here, how do I keep them and how do I connect them to other types of content and really bridge them to either the next show or the next relevant show to them. And that's the magic sauce in the digital space, at least as I see it.
And to take it one step further, what do you see in terms of new themes or formats going into next year?
Well, for us, it's been a successful strategy. So you will see more of the same from us. We will continue to target underserved audiences, and then we will then connect those audiences to other shows, other originals, or frankly, we have a very, very strong, we have 3,200 titles available, very strong, deep library of theatricals that we're finding people are coming for a show but staying for movies. And certainly that consumption, to points earlier, that consumption looks different by device, but the idea is get them to the platform and then find ways to hold them on the platform and extend that subscriber life.
Now, if you, Adam, this is for you in terms of the digital transformation that's occurring right now, but how do you see the coming of 3.0 impacting that content going forward?
It's good that you asked that question. We happen to be owned by a company
Yeah.
that's in the broadcast business. So if you're not familiar with what NTSC 3.0 is, you should go look it up and learn just a little bit about it. But it is probably the next broadcast standard in the United States. So if HD was the broadcast standard, a certain kind of HD standard, NTSC 3.0 basically will allow television stations through their over-the-air signal to deliver the internet, for lack of a better description. It will be IP-based. It will work off-air. It will get to a connected TV set. It will get to a mobile phone, and so on. And I think because of that, you're going to start to see more data-rich driven experiences, because there's now a tremendous amount of activity about really trying to understand all this data. And going back to the personalized experience again, and this is not really just like, Minority Report kind of fantasy vision stuff here. The ability to traffic an ad, presumably if the advertiser has created enough different types of creative, or to traffic different kinds of brands to a viewer in a way that they want to get it, will be, I think, accelerated because of 3.0. I think it's already been established as the standard for South Korea. I think Japan is right behind it. And all indications is that the U.S. will probably adopt the NTSC 3.0 standard. And that's going to just open up the floodgates in terms of internet-based delivery.
Evan?
I'd like to add, as a network, coming from Cisco, a networking company, and you mentioned the IP aspects of it. It's using a dash format, which is the same format that has been adopted for OTT moving forward as well. So what is really interesting about this is that there used to be a very big gap between the technology used to deliver broadcast signals, for instance, DirecTV or even the MPEG signals that digital cable guys used to use, which required a cable card, just to remind you, and the OTT, which has been all IP-driven signaling. So what you're seeing now is this potential hybridization, where you can take advantage of the fact that you have a broadcast signal. You can deliver one signal to every point on the earth if you choose to get that particular signal out that way, whereas any element of that signal, including specific data that might be metadata associated and synchronized with that particular point in the feed, could be very, very unique, personalized to a single unique individual. That's something we didn't have the ability to do. As a technology company, we're looking at all aspects of that, from how we deliver that over 5G and how we leverage that together with the legacy plant that all of our customers have.
And just one more thing to add, I think the last part of 3.0 is that there's no data charges, right? So right now, all the value propositions about get unlimited data, roll over data, the data will go away. So if you think about the amount of consumption being done on a mobile phone or a tablet today, where people look for a Wi-Fi signal desperately to avoid data charges, that won't be the case, because the signal will be of that quality and delivered that way where you won't need it.
And how do you think that's going to change the making of content, with that technology coming out?
I think, again, it goes to the device, it goes to extreme personalization. Look, I think it's really about delivering, it's an overused term, but delivering personalized experiences to people. And there are opt-in experiences, and then there is data-driven experiences. The data-driven experience is the trickiest one, because you're making a presumption based on someone's usage as to what they want, versus someone opting in and telling you that they want this camera angle or that camera angle, or they want to follow this character versus that character. They're far more interested in the following arc number 3 around certain character than they are about arc number 1. When you start to think about this stuff, it's become a little mind-blowing, but someone's going to start experimenting with it. Someone's going to start telling these stories, and I think you're starting to see, in many ways, like I said, it's already happening with certain platforms.
I agree. The distribution will enable things, but what's really enabling the change in the content creation is the technologies around content creation. I mean, what we talked about the ecosystem around 360 and VR. I mean, it used to take a $100,000 camera to give you a 4K content, but with stitching, we can take a bunch of GoPros and tomorrow there'll be little mosquito-like sensors that will be all around the actor, and it will give you that kind of experience that you today, we don't have the ability to achieve. So yes, I agree, and the fact that those sensors, the digitization of those sensors, gives us all kinds of metadata we never had before, like the heat and the room and all kinds of other aspects that we can't even imagine right now taking advantage of. With the new technology that we have that delivers synchronized data, we can synchronize cameras from around the world if we chose to do so, something we cannot do today. But the latest SMPTE technology allows us to synchronize on timestamp from any point on the Earth. So effectively, we can synchronize any metadata to any content. So once you start looking at those technical ramifications, it's that, and the fact that we'll have machine learning that allows people who are interested in gaining that information coming from different places. That's when it starts to really start to blow up. So yeah, it's a combination of distribution, but also the creation technology.
Perfect. Any other final thoughts on personalization? Perfect. So I think I wanted to save some time for questions here at the end as well. So I wanted to open up to the audience for questions. Please.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take a first pass at it. Going back to what I was talking about, the negotiating rolling 5 versus full stack rights, as you suggested, a balanced producer, somebody who's been in the industry, knows how to secure distribution, talent, and financing, will already be great at these negotiations, and they'll be reluctant to give up those rights because they know they will be more valuable down the road. However, the networks are fighting to get those rights because they know they want to keep the audience within our ecosystem. And then as we distribute these, as we pitch these content items out, given recent FCC changes and given the fact that everyone and their uncle has an OTT company or an app somewhere, that's just more eyeballs and more places, more revenue streams coming in. So from a purely monetization of the distributed content standpoint, it's better for us. How does that drive how we make new content and what content we invest in and what we acquire, what we develop, et cetera? Given that, you know, we have access to all this great data, you know, these types of activities become more data-driven. So I can't suss out what I would say the future of it would be. I would expect at some point, if the end game there would be that content would be normalized to the point that data would make it all the same, and it would suck. However, so I think you'll see a waxing and waning of how content gets pitched. Well, on one end of the spectrum, it'll be purely data-driven, and then on the other end, it'll be driven by like gut feelings, et cetera. So,
I mean, I think it's subscriptions that has driven it. So if you, I remember seeing this chart. I'd love to carry it around with me. If you look at all the content that was made pre-Netflix, pre-Amazon, pre-Hulu, not pre-YouTube, right, but pre those three, by traditional television, and then you compare it to post, there's far more expensive content, not necessarily successful, but expensive content being made than there was before. So whereas ad-supported theoretically should help you create it, it didn't really necessarily help create it. It was people willing to pay. Either they were already subscribers to cable, or they were cord shavers or cord nevers or cord cutters or what have you, and they were willing to pay a reasonable price, right? $9, $8, et cetera, per month. And a lot of people subscribed. And now you see a lot more expensive content being made. The second part is I do think there is a move as a buyer of content. I think there's definitely a move to buy as many windows as you possibly can. I think there is a move for sure, particularly in sports, because sports was the last to actually buy into TV everywhere, and still are resistant to TV everywhere. That there's a move now to actually go back and divide these platforms back up. So if you're in the linear TV business, you're going to pay certain amount of money for that business, and if you're in the subscription OTT business or some other streaming business, et cetera, you're going to start seeing that price go up. And I think that only can lead to, the creation of more content and more higher-end content.
I think we're fighting now too. The whole subscription versus ads thing.
Yes.
It's like your gift's better because of the box it came in.
Well, we're in the ad business too. Don't get me wrong. We like ads.
It's the paradigm that we offered out, so I don't see how we can say one or the other is the reason for driving great content. I just think great content's naturally going to rise up to the top as a result of people like great content. Being able to look at it and say, this is why we think you should buy more of this or make more of this, I think that's definitely a matter of, again, what avenue you come at it from.
Yeah. Look, I think competition leads to making great content. Right? So if you end up finding not a whole lot of competition, you're going to sort of, and this is probably parts of the studios that are a little bit, parts of the buyers that are a little bit more conservative, which is, you just keep driving EBITDA. And meanwhile, someone starts catching up and slowly starts eating in, and all of a sudden you start to realize we have to start making a lot more shows, because where did these subscribers go?
Did you have a question in the front row right there on that?
Yeah, there's kind of a follow-on to that, especially some of the things were said. But to that point, is there kind of a bubble there? You talk about there's a lot more expensive content being made, but it also seems to be a race to bring people into those ecosystems. People are now buying back their content from boxers, people who don't have to show profit yet. On a lot of that content they spend a lot of money on. So is there a bubble that's going to stabilize as we get down to a few players? And then you're going to make data-driven decisions on this is how many people we actually think will watch this. This is therefore what the attention is worth, and that's a flat price.
I actually think the biggest issue is people that are buying for the US only, and people that are buying on a global basis. So if you're Amazon or you are Netflix, right, and you're making shows, not just buying movie packages or buying series and off-net stuff, but you're making original shows. You are now buying them on a global basis. If you are a television network, Tennis Channel included, right? You are buying for U.S. And I think anybody who's in a position to buy for multiple territories and can deliver it across multiple territories is in a wonderful position, right, to win out. And I don't think we're even close to that bubble yet. And I do think this is one of the issues with the studio system, right? Because you have parts of that company that are selling it to television networks, and you have other parts in the U.S. You have parts of that company that are selling it to television networks abroad, and then you have a whole nother part of the company that are selling it to over the top, like Netflix and Hulu, et cetera. And I just think that people that are just in the U.S. based are starting to evolve and starting to realize that they need to start buying on a global basis, start investing on a global basis, and so on. And that ultimately, I still think, drives prices up.
Edmund and Mitt, did you guys have comments?
I mean, the original question around fragmentation, I mean, for us, that just results in new distribution outlets. I'd say with respect to the original series and your points, I mean, many would certainly argue that there probably is a bubble. I mean, we've all read the John Landgraf quote. What do you say? There were 409 series or something last year, which was some gigantic multiple over the last few years. And look, at the end of the day, it's amazing for consumers. There's a lot of great product out there, a lot of great series, but it is driving up pricing, and it's ultimately it's harder to break out in a crowded field. That's all I would add.
We have another question over there.
So my question is just, since you guys have distributed your apps on so many different platforms, whether you could elaborate a little bit on where your consumption is primarily coming from, or if you've got any usage you can share.
It's probably going to be the same for everybody, but it's literally the popularity of the platforms closely aligns to most consumed on. So you're going to have iOS and Android, probably desktop, and then you'll see growth in connected devices, starting with Roku and Amazon TV and Chromecast and Android TV, et cetera. So typical internet consumption.
Yeah, I just look at my CDN bill, right, and I can tell you that connected TV is eating up and quickly becoming.
File.
Yeah.
For us, it's always been lean back type of streaming devices. So Roku, month over month since we launched on Roku years ago, has always outperformed the rest, followed by the game consoles, so Xbox and PlayStation. Most recently, I would say our fastest growing platforms are iOS and Android, in that we've been just further investing in the experience and working more closely with the App Store BD teams on different featured placement and marketing and promotion around those apps. So we're seeing the most growth there, but historically it's always been set-top box-like experiences.
We're a little bit different, only in that it depends on the type of content, and if you look at how long people are consuming, which I think is important. You can't just count initiated play events, or however you define it. You have to look at duration as well. So, but similar stories here. iOS, Android, web play a big role. Connected TVs, platforms like Roku and Apple TV and Xbox is where we see longer duration periods, but substantial usage there as well.
I'll add that as a global platform, there's a lot of factors that drive this as well that are not necessarily in play in North America. The quality of the network is an important factor. Also, the adoption of the device type is an important factor, and we see radically different adoption characteristics in Asia, Pacific, and Europe and Africa than we do here.
The other thing is not just usage, it's transactions, right? So we see far more transactions on connected TV or desktop. And we see mobile and tablet transactions declining.
Interesting.
We have time for one more, or?
So I have a question about program promotion and how it's changed, without
For us, we have promotion inventory baked into basically everything that we do. Those were corporate mandates and negotiated by senior leadership at the different networks. So we got that, and then in all of the apps, et cetera, that we deal with, and all the inventory shares also include the opportunity for promotional inventory to be baked into the streams. And also when we pitch out streams, we have the concept of the C3 or C7 feeds, which are basically taking the linear feed, has all the commercials in it, and then there's a secondary clean feed that has some of the national advertising and local advertising swapped out with stitched in promotional material. So, and then obviously everything else, outdoor, et cetera. But yeah, it's still there, and everyone's holding on to their little piece of that territory. The value statement right now is, what do you do as programmatic gets more savvy on all the different endpoints that we're on, and we can make actual money from this? Then the conversation becomes, well, how do we apply maths against all this to make the determination that this much promotional inventory equals this many more eyeballs, and that's worth more than this much ad revenue in return?
No, for us in the subscription business, we're less, obviously we're not ad driven. It's about good UX design, and it's about adjacencies. So we know that someone's coming, for instance, we just finished the third season of Power. A lot of Power users coming to the Stars app to consume, which is fantastic. It's about putting the right type of content surrounding that. And a lot of that's done by data, and a lot of that's done from a curated programming perspective. But it's about getting the right content in front of the right viewer so they can get back into the next piece of content. On a very simple level, it's what we would just call like at the end of an episode, you automatically roll to the next episode. We've all seen that type of functionality, and it does a lot to keep you engaged. What do you do at the end of that series? What show are you rolling them to after that? What are you doing at the end of the movie? What's the next thing you're pointing them to keep them engaged in the show? Less about lead-ins and pre-roll, post-roll for us.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists.